SI_N just subscribed. Hi less than 3.
Hello? Weird little Twitch thing. I'll show you. Oh, guys, I keep putting the wrong... Guys, I can't believe I do this. I always do my stream notification on my personal. Alright. Switching back over. God damn it. Handsome cowboy. Good job. All right, we're back. Okay, cut the music. Hello. This was what I was talking about, guys. So usually this is my stream manager just tells me everything I need to know, and then I pop it out so I can read chat, but it just goes dark. Which is annoying because I don't want to have this whole thing to my right because I have my OBS and stuff. So it just goes dark. So I don't know why it does that. So I have to keep it like this, which is really annoying. But it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't like it because I feel like I can't read as much chat as I want to. But it is what it is. A little bit of a Twitch bug, I guess. Yeah, very weird. But... Hello! How are you? What the fuck was that emote? What emote? What emote? I'm famous! Oh, the hello? Oh, yeah. So here's the thing about that. Doesn't matter. Pop it out of OBS. Out of OBS? OBS? It's always, unless I try to do it on screen, I never have my chat, although maybe this will work. Hang on. Just welcome to chat room. Hang on, Grace, you might have solved... Wait, I think Grace is the GOAT, actually. I popped it out of docs in OBS, and that worked, but I can't pop it out of Twitch. Okay, well, hey, Grace, you saved the stream. GG's, Grace. GG's. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but it's just comfier to have it popped out. That's what she said. Always has been. I don't know what we're up to in Red Dead, if I can be honest with you. I gotta find the next mission. I've kind of been doing, I don't know, everything. If there's a Will, there's a Grace. Exactly. Exactly. Guys, it's the 1st of April here. Oh, wait, April Fools. Oh, shit. I wonder if I could prank Chris somehow today. I don't think I can. There's nothing I can prank him on. I gotta think. I should April Fool someone today in Scamline. April Fools. Light up for autographs. We're all out of pranks. I know. Hi, Noah. Hello. Hi, Nelly. Today, guys, here's the plan. Red Dead, Scamline, either Gartic Phone or Battle Golf. I think people will pick golf. And then if Chris is still down, we'll do a fort cap. Although I have a feeling he'll be too tired, which is so valid. And then after the fort cap, if I'm feeling like juicy, I'll do an arc cap. Really? Wait, because it's out now, right? Don't forget to use Deadeye Numbnuts. Is it out today? The update? Yesterday. Oh shit, that's right. Yes. Okay, well there you go. There you go. My bad. Wait, what's the new map condition art? Deadeye Numbnuts. Never address it. Just do a British accent the whole time. They'll probably think it's my normal accent. They don't know the difference between British and Australian. But yeah, if Chris, I don't think Chris will want a fort cap. If he does, it'll only be probably like an hour, and then I'll do a cap of arc. Guys, yesterday, I'm not even kidding, I didn't get to do everything that I wanted to get done because I had a debacle at the grocery store. I was there for like 2.5 hours. I couldn't use my card, so I was using a gift card. So I was like, okay, I have a gift card. I can get all my groceries with a gift card. Perfect. And I went down there, got a trolley full of groceries for the week. I was like, hell yeah, perfect. Went to go use the gift card, which I've used at this store before. It works perfectly. And it was like, item not found when I went to play with the gift card. They're like, weird. And they checked the balance and it had money on it, because I know I did. It was brand new. And we tried all the checkouts, everything. It wasn't working. And this was going on for like 30 minutes at this point. And I was like, well, that's annoying. I don't have any other way to pay. Like, this should work. It usually does. So then I was on like a live chat with the gift card holder that issued the gift card for like 35 minutes outside of the Woolies. And I was like, hey, so like my phone's about to die. Can you just issue me another card number? Because obviously this isn't working. And they're like, no, we can't. Sorry, you have to contact Woolies directly. And I went back in and I was like, okay, I'll try one more time. Didn't work. And I was just so upset, mainly because I lost time. I just lost so much time. And it was their problem. It was a bug in the store. I was just like, all right, I'll do some stuff tomorrow. But I did some stuff. I just couldn't edit. I was just so fried. I lost so much time because of Woolies. I can't believe it. They betrayed me. They betrayed me. I know, it was just so annoying, Grace, because it wasn't me. You know, like it was all whatever their systems were doing, which has never happened before. And it was just, they were really lovely, to be fair. They were really lovely, but like, it was just so defeating. I felt so defeated. I was like, Pixel, get your laptop, shredder full ass in the middle of day what? Middle of nowhere? Hi, Virgo. Thank you, doll. This is an old school shirt. This is like a 2021 shirt. Charlie, what? Shredder full ass, middle of the day. A new matriarch fight with flying art, kind of like Rocketeers that blow fire. New weapon, Shredder's on map. Oh my god. What the hell? Hi, Meg, as well. Emery's local grocery store. Premium prices. Maybe stay away from the bananas. Actually, wait. You're right. Damn it. Whoa! Scotel! Is that our first 100 streak? Wow. You should get more than 450 channel points for that. You should get like 10,000 or something. 100 simp. I love how that's our meme at the moment. Robert De Niro and simping. Thank you so much, Gotel. That's so cool. What the hell? Charlie, you know if we were on the same time zone, you would have 200. You love us. Ren, thank you so much for 10 months. I appreciate that as well. Thank you. I think we have another 100 coming up. Caught! Honestly, it's just time zones keeping Charlie and I together, really. Stinky Australian. Hi, Josh. Thank you. How are you, doll? I may never financially recover. I'm so scared to go to London. I don't think I'll ever go. Not ever. But when I go, I've heard stories. It's just so expensive as an Aussie to go. Oh, yes, haircut day. Hee hee ha ha hee hee. Also, I'm trying not to cut my hair into a bob. I really got to understand that I've grown my hair out for years to get to this point, and I can't just cut it off. Yeah, Charlie, it's so expensive. So bloody expensive. I know someone that went to England for a wedding, and they're Aussie, and there wasn't an open bar, so drinking at the wedding was so expensive. Cut it short enough to the point we can do a Boo cosplay. I do want to do that one day, but then I have to cut my front fringe in again. Jesus, Daniel. God, take us back to Japan. Oh, I loved eating for cheap over there. It was just such a... Oh, I love Japan. I want to go to Japan so bad. I know I just got back, but I want to go again. I want to go again. Thank you, Nelly. Okay, 20 watch streak. I can't believe we got a 100 watch streak. And Morena with a 20 as well. Oh my God. I live on a major train line to London, so my train's only 36 quid. Oh, that's not bad. My life has been ruined. I know I miss Japan so much. I didn't think not in a bad way. I'm just that type of person that will finish travel and be like, all right, I'm happy to be home, which I was. But like, God, I miss Japan. I think there's a chance I might go with family in January. They're thinking about it. But I do have to do boundaries as well. You can love family as much as you want. You do need your own space when you travel. So, I would have to make sure I have my own thing so I can zone out. It's the one redeeming quality of where I live. I'll give you a buzz cut and Debbie can use safety razor in your scalp and give you a shiny bold look. Ugh. Anytime I see people like barbers, I know it's fine, but they're using like razors on the neck. I'm like, grrr. I doubt I'll be doing anything other than getting tubed to Wembley and back. I can't believe that. Oh my God. Mamma mia. Also, I don't know what we're doing on Red Dead today. I don't know where we're up to. I don't think we're even close to chapter 3. We need to, maybe I go to camp and find something. I don't know what we're doing. But I'm really excited for Scamline. I have to try and get points, but I'm too whimsical and want to tell the truth, but I need to lie. We got a while before, because I'm in chapter 2, but yeah, chapter 3. Okay. I was gonna be like, what? This whole time? My co-worker's barber is top tier. Guy spends 30 to 45 on my hair. Actually lines everything up. Oh. Eyebrows frame the face. Okay, let me see where we're at with the story. Oh, I do gotta, my bad. I'll play a quick ad though. We'll wait for more people to come in. Oh, I can't use my commands in this chat. Okay, wait. Yeah. I'll do the ad now and then we'll start. There we go. Yeah, I gotta try and win Scamline. Debating flying down if it works out cheaper. Really? Got luscious eyebrows. Now I gotta go all the way to Brunswick. Or buy my own waxing strips. Waxing strips. Scary. No ads because an angel gifted me a sub. I can't believe how many subbies were given out the other day. Like, I'm very grateful. I'm so glad a lot of people can watch Red Dead without ads now. Very, very kind. Very, very kind. Too kind, actually. That was such a fun stream too. I kind of liked, I think in the future, mini subathons, I don't know. They're really fun just to not put pressure on incentives. Like, I'll still do fun things, but incentives aren't bad, but I don't know. It was kind of relaxing for everyone. Not have like the next goal, if that makes sense.
Has gifted a sub to
it was nice. It was nice. Daniel, Piss Off. I really want Piss Off to come into the stream and be like, hey, thank you. Thank you for that subby. You're my guy. That's very kind. Thank you. Because eyebrow waxing, Ugh. I've never been threaded before. I honestly should clean up my eyebrows, but at the same time, they've been natural for so long, and even though they're not perfect, they're fine. And I think I've been just enjoying my natural shape, I think. Hi, Winter. How are you, doll? He's been sub for 3 months. I wonder why, Daniel. I wonder why. Hi, Smarty. Smarty, I can't get over the other day me vaulting twice. That honestly tickles me. It actually makes me laugh every time I think of it. Eyebrows are fine. Top lip. That's why I have my little trimmer. I only trim it because I have pale skin and black hair, and in the sun it's a jump scare. But I switched to a little trimmer because the top lip wax was so crazy. I would cry. I would have like a tear. They're like, you're okay? I'm like, yeah. The slow turn had me hooting and hollering. I wish I could see your perspective. I didn't think you'd see the slow turn. Some generous, sexy, tall, hogged up British man. Tom Ellis. Let me know when the ads are done, guys, and I'll start galloping around. No horse deaths. We're good. I am really excited for Scamline, though. No, Daniel, come back. You know you're our wild hog. Enjoy your lurks, guys. David, I hope you're feeling better. Evans, enjoy your lurk as well. All right, let's go. Let's go story. We got to figure out what we're doing. We got to figure it out. I also have to do my daily poker sesh and win big. Awesome. I wasn't going to do Red Dead today because I wanted to talk to you guys, but I was like, you know what? We're in between stories. I'll be able to yap sometimes. You can feed your chicken for extra loot and arc. Just open it. Oh. We'll probably do a cap of it today, if that's okay. Hi, elf lady luck. Loving the cute top and the wavy hair. Oh, thank you, Prom. That's very sweet. Thank you. It's wavy hair week. Also, it looks like I'm going camping. I'm still nervous for the rain, but it looks... Okay, here's the thing. I'm going camping. 95% of the group are from the UK. And when we ask, like, oh, it's raining a little bit, do you still want to go? They're like, it's a normal summer's day for us. Like, I'm still down. I was like, fuck. Okay. They don't care about the rain. I mean, but also if you want to talk, you just fuck around, terrorize NPCs. I can do all of it, you know? But honestly, it's 60% now, so it has gone down. If it's light rain, it'll be really lovely because of the pitter-patters. I just hope it doesn't go torrential, but it should be fine. I don't think it is. I think we would have had a warning if not. No, look, guys, I'll show you my hat. Wait, where's my horse? Oh. Let me show you. Oh, wrong one. Yep. Pitter-patter. Yep. I bought an outfit for the cutscenes. I want to be as silly. I want to look as silly as I can for the cutscenes. We did have a top hat though, but I lost it. All right. What's the plan, guys? People say I shouldn't do this. Should I go back to camp and talk to people there? Or should I do that mish? What should I do? Oh, no, it's okay, Smarty. You're fine. I'm glad you just experienced it. Hi, Dinky. Yay, that's really nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And thank you for the compliment as well. And Raven, hello. Tammy, thank you, doll. I was lurking all night. I could hear like a scream. I was in the shower. Not shower. I was in the kitchen. And I heard your usual like yelp. And I'm like, what is that? I just totally blanked. And I was like, ah, Tammy, of course. I was worried. I thought it was like my neighbor or something. I was like, girl. Yeah, I think it was Faz. Yeah. Thank you for the big Kermie. That's very nice. Should I do this, guys? That's all I'm seeing. Or because you can backseat. If you think I should go back to camp, I will. Blobby. Hello, doll. I'm good. How are you? Think you should go straight for getting a horse. I have a horse. My Pookie. I have a new horse. I guess will this open up another mish? This is my horsey. Of course. I had you up all night. Yelps and all.
Let's go, girl.
Someone will. Oh, Jesus.
Pussy tossing.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
I'm going down to the club.
Game, thank you.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Aren't they so cute, Lou? I stole it.
Game_Boyd42 is
Thank
gifted
you.
5 subs. Naughty boy.
That's really nice. Thank you so much. If you were gifted a sub from Game Boy, please make sure you say thank you. That's a big. Ah! Why is everyone always hurt?
Oh, Jesus. Please. I can't take this pain. I'm all slashed. I'm burning up. Oh, God.
What? Here you go. Put a cork in it.
Got some medicine. Better than nothing. Damn it, that won't help. Look at me. I'm bleeding out here.
You're so lucky my gun didn't allow me to kill him. I was about to shoot him.
Can't stay. I can't hold. I can't.
Oh, he killed himself. All right, well, that's good. What did he have in his pants? Gun oil, pelt. Excellent. Listen, I was going to kill it. Oh, sorry. Sorry, horsey. Sorry, horsey. I'm just going to search your saddlebag. Oh, sorry. I was going to shoot him because he's like, I don't want that. Like, girl. So many deluxe baths. Oh, sorry, Pookie. He's horsey, I know. I always am sad when the horses perish, as you know. Thank you, John. How are you, doll? And thank you so much, Game Boy, again for the subbies. What's this? That's really nice. Time to skin a raccoon. You caught your own horse mid-shit. Exactly. It all works out. How was your poopy? All right, let's go. Also, thank you for this hype train. It started just from all of us yapping. It didn't even start because of anything, so thank you. All right, we're gonna do this mission. The voice acting is good. The NPCs piss me off when they're like, help, help, and then you help them, and then they get all angry with you. It's like, girl, what do you want me? What do you want me to do? The horse riding in this game is so good. Just hooting and hollering for nothing. Strawberry.
Hey, move!
Listen, I know it can be confusing.
Sorry, guys. I know I have a bounty, but I'm a good guy. I'm a real good guy. Elf! Live fast, die young, bad girls do it. I wish I caught the bouquet at my cousin's wedding, but at least I caught it there. Thank you so much, Elf.
Hype train choo choo.
Cho. That's really nice. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's my goat. Thank you, guys. Cho. An NPC's still stuck.
Yep.
Sucks, sorry.
Hello, sir. I've come from Blackwater. I'm on the trail of a dangerous gang. Colm O'Driscoll. Heard you had some sort of incident.
We don't deal with bounty hunters around here, son.
I was just wondering if I could get a description.
Well, they weren't friends. They got in a
Smash.
fight, 2 men got killed. Now, one of them's an idiot, the other's some kind of dumb mix, so maybe them's your boys. You can look right enough when we hang them.
Oop.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Great.
Let me out of here, you maggots!
Uh-oh, I think I know where they are. Flower, thank you for your watch streak.
You think these bars can hold me? You hear me?
Girl.
Arthur!
Hello, old friend.
Okay, nice.
Had a good time, did you?
You going to get me out of here?
I ain't decided yet.
Wait, do we like
Real
Mika?
fun.
We don't. Oh.
I ain't
Who's
joking,
this Jesus-looking
cowpoke.
ass?
I heard so much
Do I
bluster
like
out of
him?
your
Do
mouth
you remember?
These last 6 months, and now I got an opportunity to watch you be silenced.
Well, you gotta do something.
Why?
I always looked up to you, Arthur.
Well,
I
that's
don't
your
know.
first mistake.
Have I talked to him
Listen,
before?
there's one little problem.
He's not memorable.
There's only one of me, and there's a whole town full of people wanting to see you swing.
You got to do something, Arthur.
I don't remember who this man is.
Maybe that steam donkey over there.
Judging by what everyone is saying, I'm assuming I don't like him. Find a way to free. Do I have to? Oh, okay. Yeah. What? Can I just leave? Pesto, yeah. I have
Got
to?
any dynamite?
Oh, damn it. Okay. There's something in my eye. Sorry. He has some bad stuff. Alright. I don't remember him.
Yes. Hook that over the bars. See if you can pull them off.
Watch out, I'm streaking.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Witchy!
pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
You know what? This can distract us with the fact that I'm freeing him.
Pussy tossing.
Thank you.
Modern disaster this is gonna be.
W1TCHB1SH has gifted 5 subs.
Break out
Naughty
and just
boy.
break him out and shoot him is so funny. Maybe? Thank you. We're doing it for our family. Yeah, you're right. Thank you so much, Witchy. How are you, doll?
Let's get out of here. Come on.
Oh!
What the hell are you doing?
He wasn't O'Driscoll.
I know you were up to no good.
Damn it, it won't let me shoot him. That's so funny. I tried.
Bastards escape.
Oh my god.
Don't go that way. Let's get the hell out of here.
I got some unfinished business.
Oh, I'm running away.
Trust you. You have finally lost your damn mind.
Where's my horse? Oh, great. Hi, Axel. This is the first thing we're doing. You're actually not late. You're perfectly on time. Damn it.
Let's get out of here. Keep moving, Arthur.
Goddamn maniac.
We're in it now, Morgan. What do you want to do?
Come on.
Kill this whole town if I have to.
I don't want to use Deadeye.
We should be long gone by
I might need to use Deadeye.
Got something of mine. I ain't leaving
Oh
without.
shit. Help. Okay, yeah, I probably should have done that. My bad. Kyoto! Witchy, I'm so jealous.
Put your ass away,
Oh,
child.
how amazing. Can't believe someone told you to use
Neon
Deadeye.
Dreams 95 just subscribed.
Neon, thank you for 2
I'll
years.
kill this whole town
What the hell?
if I have to.
Thank you.
We
Thank
should
you
be
so
long
much.
gone by now.
Oh,
They got something of mine. I ain't leaving without. You made a big
come on, go on, get. Yeah, I don't like to use the cover system.
Hell's coming for you. Right now.
As you can see, I don't like to use it.
We're going. Making a house call. There's more of these morons.
Go on, get.
Should get out of here. Here, calm yourself.
My bad. I should use a cover system. Tammy, I'm high eating a Costco frozen pizza and oh my god! Wait, that sounds amazing. Wonder how I died. Guys, I don't like the cover system. I'm sorry, I really gotta start doing it. I hate it. I don't wanna hide.
Let's go. Where are we going? Making a
I know,
house
you're
call.
right. Abby, thank you for thanking. Kaylee, hello. Oh, girl. I don't, listen. Yeah. Yeah, take that rock. Take that rock. Use this cover system once and doesn't shoot anyone. No, stop it! Stop it, you piece of shit! Stop it! Stop! Stop it! Oh, remedy. Sorry. Pistol the frick out of him. I need to be here when the... Oh, not forced stealth. Damn it. No, I know, Daniel. I'm just, you know... I'm so glad we banned that guy because he would have said some shit with that round.
You always was a letdown, you fat sack of crap. Give me a minute, Arthur.
What? Hi, Cat. Why can't I go upstairs?
Hello, Maddie.
Hi, Bobs.
They had something of mine. My guns. I showed him, and I'll show the rest of this town.
You have really lost it this time.
Guys, I don't like this guy. I don't like him. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. Missing all my shots. He sucks ass.
These bastards.
Where are they?
Up here. Come on. The law in this town's a damn joke.
Hey, girl.
Oh boy.
Where are you going?
Numb nuts.
Diddly Annual was gifted a sub to Numb Nuts.
Oh, wait. Is it Comic Sans? Maybe that's why my chat wasn't loading. Oh. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. He's annoying me.
Sending the whole brigade.
The kill cam scare me, Ask. I feel like it's, I feel like I keep thinking it's me. Look at my horse! My horse said I'm ready for my close-up. Daniel, thank you for gifting us up to Dumb Nuts. Romance isn't dead. The horse was like, here you go.
Okay. Let's get out of here.
You think?
Before we get any more on our tail. That was some good shooting, Morgan. Whew. I gotta hand it to you.
Boo.
The hell was that you pulled back there?
Got a bit wild, all right.
Wild. Making a house call
That tasted me
in the
strawberry.
middle of all that?
Ain't much I care about more than those guns.
That much is clear. Who was that
Do we not
fella?
all get the Comic
Skinny?
Sans?
Yeah, we ran together for a while. Did a bank job down south. Didn't end well.
How many times ends?
I saw
Hey,
how
Jabs.
it goddamn ended.
How are
He
you,
was
Pookie?
gonna let me hang.
I'm starting to wish I had. And you owe Lenny, too. If he hadn't found us in time...
Yes, you will all be thanked profusely, I promise.
Yeah, well, you're lucky Dutchie's got your back. Someone.
Whoa! I think we finally lost him.
I hope so.
I'm giving you a holster. My way of saying
A
thank
holster.
you.
And thank you. There I was, having a dull day only for you. To liven it
For a
up
while.
by letting me help you shoot up half a town.
You're a funny fella, Arthur. Real funny. why you act all sour all the
Yeah,
time.
well, you ain't funny at all. So why you gotta act like the court
All right,
jester?
listen. I'm sorry, but we're family now. Arthur, you and me. Sons of Dutch. Makes us brothers. Sometimes, brothers make mistakes. I'm heading back to my little camp around back of Strawberry. Come see me. Maybe I can make things up to you.
You
I don't
ain't
want to
heading back
see you.
Dutch?
No, I've been a bad boy, Arthur. I ain't seeing Dutch till I can bring him a peace offering. Bye now.
Ew.
Yeah.
Can I say something? I can't believe this game. Is it 8 years old? This game looks better than some AAA games made this year. Or, you know. Like, I just can't believe some of the, like, their faces as well and the way they talk and stuff. You know how sometimes you watch a newer AAA game and the animation and their face, you're just like, you just don't buy it. This one, I'm looking at it, I'm like, wow, okay. I don't know. I'm always impressed by this game. Hi Bliss. Yeah, it's just so great. Like, even with the thunderstorm, I'm like, what the fuck? True, Daniel, true. Can you fish in this game? I think you can. And sorry you're stressed in game, my love. I hope the move goes well. It'll be worth it. Let's fish. Do I just go down here? How do I fish? Man, I love fishing. Ooh, a train. Nate. Real. Do I even have a fishing rod? Oh, do I need to get one? Dual wield. Maybe I don't have it. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Shoot them out of the rivers. Guys, let's get drunk on the beach. Can I just... Oh. Yep. Come on, fishy. Come on, mama wants to go fishing. Yep. Yeah, deadeye, bam. That's fishing. That's fishing. That's the correct way to use deadeye. You get the deadeye on the fish, and you get fish and chips. Now the problem is, I can't pick up the fish. Yep. Guys, I think that's the way to use Deadeye. Guys, who needs a rod? In fact, I'm gonna cook this fish right now. Now, some say a shotgun of fish is overcooked, but I say it makes the fish taste better. Oh my god. I'm gonna cook the fishy. Yep, gonna cook some fish. Yep. Caught it myself with my gun. Don't mind the ammo in the fish. The fish is seasoned with gunpowder is so funny. Now this is living. This is living. You know what I could do right now? Some poker. I could do some poker. Well, that was good. Yum, yum, yum. This fit, it's good, isn't it? Oh, what's this? Can I rob them? Abomination, it's great for cutscenes, guys. Oh, a train, my favorite. Hello? Oh, wait. Does this work if I cut off the lock? No, okay. Well, I wouldn't say I was gonna rob them. I was just gonna do a house inspection. Hi, Dylan. Hi, Striker.
Yeah.
How are you? More scam lime today. I'm very excited. We're gonna be horsies first. I'm doing my rounds, making sure the refrigerator is running. All the good stuff. Oh, there's a camp down there. I'm just keeping the area in check. Exactly. I know, Dill. I forgot to play it last night. There was a lot happened yesterday. But I might cap with it. Hi, Swervin. Daniel, you know if I could, I would. Oh, I thought a train was behind me just then. I was like, girl. Ooh, one of the new guns slaps? What gun is it? I'm just quickly gonna play some poker.
Do you smoke, sir?
Yes.
Sure, but perhaps not as much as you.
Oh, no, don't worry about these. Actually, take some. Take a couple of packs. Take a few.
Oh, thank you. What are all the cigarettes for? Are you heading on a long journey or something?
No, nothing like that at all. I'm just interested in the cards.
Okay.
The cigarette cards. Oh, you got me?
Yeah?
Well, get them out. Let me take a look. Come on.
A
Great.
little picture card?
Yeah, I'll pay you a good price.
Okay. Here.
Running into the
Nothing I haven't
ground.
got. The value is in completing the set. Sometimes I'll smoke up to 200 cigarettes in one day, just so I can keep opening the packs. I wish I could explain to you the pleasure and the pain I get out of collecting these babies.
Sure. It sounds,
Thrilling? Yeah, it is. Not to mention the vast amounts of life-reaffirming cigarettes I get to smoke. Oh.
The original
And the
gotcha.
amount of money? A veritable fortune, sir.
fortune.
Oh, sure. A complete set of any series is worth a fortune. Yeah, look at this. Gunslingers. Over here?
Me with my
Circus
Pokemon
freaks.
cards.
Yes. Meow meows of the desert. So rare.
I never knew.
Sure.
How much?
Well, it depends on the rarity, sir.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. But you know, if you ever get a complete set, I can take it off your hands.
You'd pay me.
A fair price. Now you send them to me right here. Phineas T. Ramsbottom. At your service.
Phineas.
I gotta run. This is my train. Look me up, okay? Think about this deal. Only a complete set. That's where the value lies.
Can I kill him and take his cards? Phineas. Okay. Ransbottom. I sure hope he does.
Oh, damn!
Sorry, mister.
Evening, sir.
True elf, you're
What's the
right.
matter?
You're right. You're right.
All this thing giving you a
Time for
headache?
game?
Guys, I'm about to win $10. Hey losers, I'm here to take your money. It's time.
done.
I love how they just give up instantly when you sit down.
Maybe I'll give it one more damn round.
Come on. I'm going to run this table to the
This
ground.
much time doing hard work.
Oh, guys, no one asked, but I'm proud of myself. I made myself a sandwich for lunch today, so I can just run and grab it. I don't have to make it. Yeah.
Put your ass away,
Liquor in the front. Oh, wait. Poker in the rear.
Apparently you just subscribed.
Leah.
Liquor in the
Gotta
front,
take the smoke ring
poker
off
in
your
the
face,
rear.
partner.
Yep.
Nope.
I have something in my eye still. Sorry.
That might not work out.
How are you, doll?
Okay, then.
I made a ham, cheese, and lettuce shanger for a bit of crunch. Leah, my goat. 4, 5.
do.
So we have 3. I'm just gonna check. Leah, thank you, doll.
I'll see that.
You're my goat. Well, to be fair, if I get 2 more hearts, okay. We
Gonna
have
raise you.
nothing.
Come on. Got no faith in your play?
All right, yeah, I'm gonna fold.
What the hell? Sure.
I gotta be smart. Leaf. I'm glad you're feeling
Raise for
good.
sure.
That makes me happy.
All right.
What do they have?
Call.
I usually would have just
Time to
called
show
it,
my
but
hand.
pair of 5s.
All right. Here they
2
are.
pair aces. Oh, yeah.
Deal me some good damn cards.
Aces and 6. I would have lost that.
Not working out this time.
That's the ticket.
That's the ticket. Yeah, not good. This is the next round's mine. I'm getting them a false sense of
Keep
security.
the pressure on. Keep it on.
Guess ain't my turn to win.
Oh, Leah, that sounds so nice. I want to walk around
we
and
just
sniff
play a
candles
little
with a hot
more?
chocolate. I need candles. I'm out. Lure them in, exactly.
Appreciate it.
Let me have a look. Alright, not ideal, but I do have a king. Let's get a 2 pair.
Don't know about that one.
Then shoot them and steal them all.
Okay, then.
Wait.
I know. It ain't too exciting.
Is that all you're putting in?
Call, please.
Trevor! That's so funny. Ooh, 2 pair. Well, a pair, sorry. I'm so glad. That's
just
what I
did a
need
little
from that, you
wager.
know? Who's a short king? My short king? Whoa, a straight. 6, 7, 8, 9. So a 10 or a 5 for a straight. Fuck it, I'm gonna bet.
Yeah, I know. Pretty pathetic.
Someone's gonna have a flush. Someone's gonna have a flush.
Okay. Well, now I like that.
We need him to stop winning so he can stop saying, I like that. Because giving me the heebie-jeebies. It's alright, guys. It just means my big hand is coming soon. Shuffle it up, boys. Shuffle it up.
Get your appetites flowing, don't it?
This is meant to be
Everyone's ready to
fun.
shoot these guys. That's so funny. A pair of 7s. Alright. Easy.
Don't sweat. We all had the fear once.
Forgive me. It's all I can afford.
I'd rather not.
Put money in.
All right. I'll call.
3 of a kind. 2 pair. I mean, we're on our way to a straight. A 6 or a jack.
I'ma play slow.
Don't you let no one pressure you into playing like a man.
See this? Why can't y'all be more like this?
Fine.
Let's have a little fun, shall we?
I hate to tell you, I'm gonna take that soon.
Damn it.
All in. All in, pussy.
There. You gotta
Yeah.
be kidding me.
Is that all you got? Come on!
Ah, crap. Great hand.
Damn, he did have a straight.
You just didn't have a hope!
Guys, we have to win. He's being gross. Don't worry, I'm gonna win this next one. I'm only $5 down the
Lady
hole.
luck can be a real
Or
bitch
actually $2.50.
Poker shows a man's character. Unlucky for you.
Guys, we have to kill him. The disrespect on my name. Do they know who I am?
Didn't like that one much.
All done here.
That's all I got.
4 and a 3. Guys, I'm gonna win this.
How about that?
You ain't got a thing. This'll shake things up.
Oh, easy there, partner.
Just watch. I'm gonna get it. A 4 and a 3. I have a 2.
Now who's got the
I need a
stone?
5. 2, 3, 4. If I get a 5, that's a straight. All in.
Call.
Head to head again.
I had it.
Wouldn't mind that hand myself.
Give me a 5. Ace.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Can't argue with that.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. See? I knew it.
All right. Let's turn this around.
I don't like it one bit.
The cattleman revolver. I love how everyone wants me to kill him. That's crazy. If they say one more is that the guy rubbing his... No, never mind. It was his thigh. What do I have?
Nah.
A queen and a 7.
Cool. You're fun.
You're fun.
I'm pacing myself.
I can smell some fear
Call for
on you,
me.
boy.
I just did a little wager.
12 cents,
I
pussy.
see that.
I love how my Red Dead playthrough always has to include poker.
Gonna raise you.
No.
I'm gonna raise you.
Not working out this time.
I'm a lucky lawman.
That was fun, but I think I'm calling it
Take
quits.
care. This is ridiculous. Damn freak here. Well, I'm gonna pay for that.
You weren't ready for this.
All in. Guys, don't panic. We're just playing a little bit of poker. Guys, I'm not getting the bad ending. What do you mean?
Girl.
No, I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back. Also, I love how everyone in chat's like, kill him, haha, kill him. And then I kill him, and everyone's like, oh. Oh no, who am I gonna play poker with now?
Look out.
No, I haven't killed everyone playing poker. That was my first time I killed them. I really wasn't going to do it. Because in my head, I thought it wouldn't... Okay. I almost inhaled it. I'm so sorry. You played yourself. No, I won. This is Tammy's Super Bowl. Let's play chicken, you and me. Okay, no, I went to the Super Bowl. Guys, we're gonna get away with it. It's okay. They were mean. Hey guys!
Arthur! Oh, Arthur!
You seem in a good mood.
I am, son. I am. Let's have some fun. Tonight.
I'm sorry, Plum. That was what I swear.
We having a party?
Maybe. Just a little.
It was...
Great.
Even you, Arthur.
It...
Mr. McGuire's back!
They said, you're a little piece of shit and your horse is ugly. So I did the most mature thing and said, fine. You want to go? We can go. The parasites told me to do it. I just got a bit curious, I think.
If I have to whip him, I will.
I didn't realize I had duel.
And don't you worry, Mr. Pearson, you drunk old shitbag. It'll be nothing but the finest game in the pot.
Can they be quiet?
And don't worry about nothing, Mrs. Grimshaw. Camp running like clockwork. I love you, bastards.
Oh, it's a party.
Have fun. Have lots of fun. Even you, you grumpy old bastard.
In-game, that's so funny.
Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
Can't get rid of you, can I? Hey, mind if I join you fine folk?
Are we gonna party? Okay, fine. Guys, I'm gonna get drunk and celebrate winning poker.
Imagine riding with him all the way from
Lobby, good night, doll.
This stupid.
I'll see you next time.
What now? Come on. How about a song?
He'll be drinking till dawn now, won't he?
Hi, Fee.
Have some fun. He's been through a lot. I thought you Irish enjoyed a party, Molly.
I am enjoying it. I just don't need to fall over drunk with the rest of them.
You know this one, don't you? Go join in.
Arthur 4 beers in.
Some good news, eh?
Indeed.
I was fearing the worst.
Can I dance?
You usually do, my love.
Can I drink the whole crate?
Go get yourself a drink. You deserve one.
How many times have we heard this song?
It's a good one.
Fellas would spend all night talking about what they were gonna do the second they left.
Am I ever gonna see your face again?
Rockwell, what I do say. She says, young man, you're in great haste for diddle, diddle, diddle all day. I put my hand upon her thigh. Rockwell, what I do say. She says you're getting pretty out of my diddle, diddle, diddle all day. I put my hand upon her ass. Rockwell, what I do say. She says, let's lay down on the grass and diddle, diddle, diddle all day.
And we diddle diddle did too.
Very
Oh.
nice. But how about something a little more civilized?
You go, girl.
It's good to be back. I even missed you.
Hi, Chibi.
You old bastard. And I missed a good excuse to celebrate. Me and you. Never need one of those, Uncle. I didn't think we was going to see you.
And a sheep and a man, then you well, that makes you a better man than me, sir. And that's all I'm saying. Mark my words. All of you, mark my words. Stupid army.
Okay.
Sheep.
Aw, let me dance.
Arthur?
Yeah, alright. Come on.
Sure, but I ain't much of a dancer.
Yep.
See, Arthur? It's okay to dance. Doesn't mean we won't stop thinking you're angry and sad.
What you think of me?
Do a flip.
Sad in a good way, like a romantic poet.
Well, that's about all I can muster.
Yep. If I just keep flaring her. Oh. She's my little Beyblade. Spin on that thing. Ooh, girl.
Feels like ages since we've done this.
Things are on the up again. Finally.
Is there a reason why there's Spanish on the screen? Or is someone having a Spanish conversation somewhere? Oh, there we go. I was like, wait. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't hear anything. Is it broken? Oh, okay, cool. All right. Thank you so much, babe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morgan.
You know what? You're welcome, babe.
Mr. Morgan! Morgan!
Reverend?
Wind rove free o'er hill and river, and the clouds roam free along
Hello.
the sky. Each little bird's a
What do you
wild free
want?
rover, and a rover wild and free am I.
I'm not quite sure.
Oh, I'm a wild free rover. I sing a merry song. The wide, wide world I wander over. With the light,
Damn it, Pearson!
I roll along. With the light.
All right, where are they? God. What are we all doing? Oh, a stew bowl? Oh. Oh, it's an empty bowl. Right. Oh, there's actually... Oh, yummy. I didn't see the stew. Oh, yeah, this is going up a treat. Up? Down. Yep. Can I sing again?
Light heart I roll along. With the light heart I roll along.
I want to sing. My goat. Yep.
When I was just glad you know.
Wonderwall. Yeah, Susan leaving. Girl, get back here.
Blue eyes too. Let me ride on the ring dang doo. And the ring dang doo. Now what is that? Soft and round like a pussy cat.
Got a hole in the middle and a split in two. That's what you call the ring dang doo.
Took me down into her cellar. Said that it was a mighty
Fine feller. Whiskey too. Let me ride on the ring dang doo. The ring dang doo. Now what is that? soft and round like a pussycat.
He said pussy.
In the middle and split in two. That's what you call a ring dang.
I love that they recorded these lines. Just in case someone said start singing.
Now you have lost
Your maidenhead.
Pack your bag and coat bags too.
Make your living off a ring dang doo. The ring dang doo. Now what is that? Soft and round like a pussycat. Got a hole in the middle and split in two. That's what you call a ring dang doo.
When does the party end? When we sleep?
$1 each and 3 for 2. Take a crack at the ring dang doo. The ring dang doo. Now what is that? Soft and round like a pussycat. Got a hole in the middle and it's split in two.
They're not on time.
Ring dang doo. You're a dirty man.
Yes.
All right, this was fun, boys. You okay, Queen? This man bothering you? Molly! Well, I guess I'll sleep. Someone having sex? God, I heard something sus. Hi, Tara. I'm sleeping. Let me sleep. 5 hours sleep. Oh, they were partying late. I love sleeping with my guns on the back. Well, that was a really good party. Oh, cute. Oh, is everyone hungover as hell? Oh.
I feel terrible.
Hi, King.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'll contribute, not money. I'm running low on funds. Oh, can't I do upgrades? Can't I use the upgrade? Can I use the, Oh, 220. Lodging. Purchase. Alright, so we need 220. I'll be on Red Dead for another hour. If you all are interested, that is, because we have friends games in an hour. An hour, sorry. Hi, Cammy. Good morning.
I apologize in advance for this stew. It needs better meat. Well done, Mr. Morgan.
It all counts, Pearson.
Good job, Mr. Morgan.
Beautiful. Yeah, I'll still be around.
John was looking for you, Arthur. He's over by the tree behind the campfire.
You was? Okay, thank you, Miss Grimshaw.
Thank you, Miss Grimshaw. Enjoy your lurk, doll. I need a good tall hat.
Good morning, Arthur.
I'm frightened, Hosea. Real frightened.
Of what?
Pinkertons, bounty hunters. It all feels... We've been in bad situations before, but... I feel like my whole life's been one long, bad situation.
I'm sorry, babe.
I'm a mother.
I know, my dear.
What are we gonna do? Is Dutch... I mean, he's always found a way, but lately
I know, dear.
This is gonna be a long day.
Seems we don't have a choice but to ride this train to the end of the line.
There's something in my eye, and it's not coming out.
Think of the boy and make plans.
You don't have like, it feels like 1 grain of sand in your eyeball.
care about him. Damn fool that he is.
Hi, Nordic! On the treadie. How are you?
When I was frisky, over some potion whiskey, like the waves of the
Where is this guy? I can't see him.
I began to tumble and roar.
Hello?
My face was as red as a lobster. I fell and broke my poor knob, sir. My watch was picked from my fob, sir. I'll never get drunk no more.
Girl.
I'm resolved to try it. I'll stick to a moderate diet.
Howdy, partner.
Drink good, I'll deny it. And shun the hell outdoors.
John.
Arthur!
My God.
What do you want?
Uncle told me something about a train.
Great.
What did he say?
Mary Beth overheard something about a train full of wealthy folk rolling down through Scarlet Meadows just south of the state border.
I do love a good rob.
Need help with it?
I ain't even sure about doing it.
Come on. At night, not too guarded, it's perfect.
Nah, I ain't thought it through. Stopping a train, pain in the ass.
Sure. But
Train.
what if we could force a train to stop?
Well, of course.
We get a wagon full of something flammable, oil. Put it on the tracks. They see it. They know they either have to stop or die. Ain't no train driver wants to be cooked alive.
Well, I don't know about that.
That is kind of brilliant. For you. That is a real idea. I think that's the first time you ever had one of them.
Shut up.
You might be the first bastard to ever have half his brains eaten by a wolf and end up more intelligent.
So we doing it?
Yeah, we're gonna need ammunition, guns, look real frightening, and
Ammunition?
some dynamite to open up the train.
I'll get the supplies. Gotta head into town for Abigail anyway. Don't even ask. You go
Max,
find
give
us
me
an oil
one.
wagon.
Yeah, I know just the place. They're
Max, I
always
want my
heading into that
sandwich early.
refinery.
There's an old rundown shack just over the border, north of a place called Dewberry Creek. Leave it hidden somewhere near there.
I don't know why that was funny. He just ran off a little bit too fast there. That made me laugh. Okay, so we do this first. And then we have another bloody dickhead mission. Yeah, I might grab my sandwich. Why not? I could play an ad while I do that.
Good morning, Arthur.
Okay. Is that the next thing I do? Am I getting these wagons? Hey, baby. Okay.
Let's go.
I'm gonna play a quick ad, guys. I won't be as long as the ad will be, but I'll play it while I grab my sandwich because I'm desperate. I'm getting hungry. Likely to not finish a game I buy on release day. Wait, really? I literally bought this 8 years late. Whoopsies. My bad. My bad. But you should retry. I'm doing it my way. I mean, I played poker and may have won the session in other ways, if you know what I mean. Maybe there was an accident. Maybe there was an accident. Who's to say? And hello, thank you for the raid. Just about to go grab a sandwich. This is good timing, so I didn't miss you. How was your stream? Hello. I love the poker though. Yeah, no, it's hard for me and story games. This is furthest. I mean, apart from Last of Us, I'm trying to commit to finishing it because it is really great. What were you streaming, Ange? Thank you so much. Hello. We are doing some Red Dead before we play some friendslop. I don't know what mission we're up to right now, but we are... Does it tell me in story the progress? It should be like 20-something% now. 23% maybe? I think we're about to go steal a wagon. Finish RE9 and Reanimal on their release date. Yeah, there are gamers like Tammy, and there's gamers like Nordic and I. And that's okay. That's okay. I finished Beacon Pines today. Such a cute, creepy, endearing little game. Really? Ooh, okay, noted. I'm not going to be long. I'm just going to run to the fridge and grab my sandwich. But, that sounds fun. So is it kind of like psychological horror or more of like a thriller? Because cute and creepy in the same sentence. You have my attention. Those are the only ones, though. I love them that much. That's so cool. What game did I love so much that I finished nearly... I feel like I finished... I mean, it's not a story game. Oh, actually, maybe Road 96. Still one of my favorite story games. I want to replay that. Hello, Bobby. I'm just going to quickly grab my sandwich. No, guys. You know what's so exciting? I made my sandwich before stream today because I was like, okay, I'm trying to be better and actually eat during stream because I was in such a bad habit that even like people in my life were like, hey, are you okay? Like, You're not eating lunch. I'm like, fuck, you're right. I just get distracted. So I'm trying to eat more during stream. Trying. Okay. We go. Bubblegum Bill? What a man.
Hey, you're okay, girl. Yeah.
Bobby, how are you, doll? I'm so excited for Scam Line, guys. I need to try and find a way to play dirtier today, but still be me. Bobby, what do you mean? Hi, Hornet. Oh, and thank you. Oh, I like that. I like it, make your own adventure type thing.
Yep.
Oh, okay, Bobby. No, no, no. You stop that. You're very sweet. Aaron! Giddy up, doll. 95. I'm chapter 2, Sam. Hornet, exactly right. Yeah, I gotta figure out my pitch, and you're right. Pig. I know, Tammy, we have to. I love seeing you just, like, destroy it with that. But that's very sweet, Bobby.
Hey, that's far enough. You ain't allowed it. Move along now. You ain't supposed to be around.
Hold. Is this a stealth mission? And yes, crazy.
Hey, over here. Come over here and help me.
Calm down.
You got a problem?
Uh-oh. Okay, okay, okay. How do I do this? Do I have to be stealthy? My bad. Can I talk him down? How do I do this? Chevy. Joined at a bad time there. Daydream, imagine. What are all their names, Bobby? Yeah. I usually kill the witnesses. But I'm trying to figure out how to do this. And, yup. That's me, girl. Now I want to down my entire Red Bull. Surely they won't see me. Okay. Okay. Hmm. 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 Do I have to kill everyone? And bloody lurked on E. Thank you for the raid again. Very excited. And thank you for the stream streaks, guys. Oh, it's hot today. Really? I reckon it's gonna be cold this weekend. I reckon camping's gonna be cold. Okay, what do I do here? Do I have to kill? This feels like Hitman. How do I do this? I can try and get a rifle. I just feel like I'm not meant to kill the whole oil refinery, or am I? I can get my rifle. So anyway, I just started blasting. I'm not a big monster girly. I'm very much a Red Bull girly through and through. Horse weapons. Do I not have my rifle anymore? Oh, okay. Ah, a bow maybe.
Never should have tested me.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, not good. Okay. So. So. I think the bow is good. But. I need more. I don't love murdering people. I swear. Yeah, bow versus gun, not good. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Fish fins
Oh,
just
they're dead
subscribed.
now. Wait, they're dead. I can just take out these two and be on my merry way. I will ask for help if I fail again. But I think this is okay. Fins, thank you for 19, doll. How are you, slut? Oh wait, he's gone. How do I save it? I'm not losing another horse. Can I reload? $11.02. We can't lose. No. For Teo Cruz 4. This is Teo Cruz 2 and we're not losing them. Finns, I'm so sorry. No, shaping, they're not. I promise you. No, everything's all good, guys. Hey, sweetie. Okay, all good. Trick of the light. Hi, horsey.
What the hell?
I love horses, huh? He just had a nap. Everything's all good. Shaping, hello. Welcome in. Hi, Motley. Everything is so good, as you can see. All good here. No, do not call them. Everything is dandy. Honestly, it was working for me. I'm just gonna do a little snipey snipe and then... And the horse is in fact alive and well, so... all good. We can do both. You'll never catch me alive. Oh my god, they're losers. If I die though, then the checkpoint will have less people, so it's fine. Go on, kill me, pussies. I dare you. Not having a gun is so funny.
Too damn close.
Oopsies. My bad. 1 second, guys. Witness. I didn't do anything. Drag, I don't want to use a gun. I'm goated. Sorry, sweetie. Are you? Oh no. Run! Run! You'll never catch me alive.
You make some bad choices in this life.
Oh my god. Ah! Ah! I don't have any bullets left. Don't get up. You're so sexy. Listen, listen. I don't have any ammo. This is not a fair fight. Come here. I'm dead. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. 30 minutes? Okay. Okay. I'm glad you feel good. That's exciting. Guys, it's okay because... Oh. Uh-oh. Wait, guys.
Time's up. I'm gonna watch you rock. You are one dead hombre.
Why does he want to watch me rot?
I hope you're ready to die.
Alright, run. Uh-oh. Where's that loser? Okay, this is going really bad. No, stop it. Ah! Ah! Okay, alright, guys. I just feel like they're being a bit mean. Oh, I've cleared them out. Okay, cool. This is easier. Great. Great. Okay, fuck it. I can just go in. I don't need to do anything. I thought the rifle was loud. I was like, oh, I'll just do this quietly. My bad. Keep walking back. Alright, guys, now, did that mission take 5 years? Yes. Did we have a good time? Also, yes. Sometimes you have to do a mission 10 times, you know? Can I get rid of... Can I get rid of that remove marker? The horse didn't die, as far as I'm concerned. Did the... No. Did the horse get badly damaged? Yes. Did I have a revive? No. Did I save scum? Or whatever the kids say? Yes. Is the horse alive? Did I forget to bring my horse over here? Yes. Did the horse... Guys. Don't call my mum a whore. There's still something in my eye. What the hell? Ugh. Oh, it's my eyeball. Ugh.
Yeah.
A horse bone fragment. Shapey. A horse bone fragment. Axel, the only reason why I haven't done that is because of my eyeliner. Piss poor excuse though. Guys, it's April Fool's, but I love doing that. Usually. But I know I'll just smudge it all down my face because I'm not good with my makeup. I got an April Fool's Chris somehow. Yeah, Axel, some say I'm born with it. Horse bone fragment is so funny.
Yeah.
Bing. I did it. Tell John back at camp that the wagon is in position. This is why we need phones. I don't even have my horse. Is there a way that I can get back? Can I just steal a horse? Ooh, what's this? Surely a horse I can borrow here. Yeah, April Fools. April Fool. I gotta try and lie real good today.
Oh, glad to have you back, partner.
Ride a deer back. The DLC, they all have Motorollas.
Yeah, we can get that. Won't take long either.
Alright, yes. Equipment. Should we get you a...
That's the same one I use too.
That's a lie and you know it.
Yeah. that'll go
Oh, I didn't
real
want
well with
that.
the saddle.
Fuck. I just spent $20 on that. I didn't want that. Oh.
Yeah. That's a smart choice for your saddle.
God damn it, I'm broke. Can I get a refund? Horse reviver. $9.50. Horse medicine.
This'll work wonders.
Okay, I'm... Yay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
No, don't steal my horse. Okay. Okay. We probably have time for one more mish. No horse deaths. And then we're going to be doing Scamline.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen Scamline, you will enjoy it. I would think it was saved up bringing the wagon back before we went to the barn. Real. It's kind of like Dark Mario Party in the sense that there's party games, but you're stuck in this room for 10 rounds and there's all these lying based games. It gives you a description before every game. I'm doing the story, Raz, but I would like to play online again. Are the cheaters still rampant or is it okay? And then after Scamline, we're doing Gartic or Battle Golf. I feel like Battle Golf will win there. And then after that, Chris and I might play some Fortnite. And then after that, I'll do some Ark. But if Chris doesn't want to play with me, I'll do Ark earlier. I feel like this is a trap.
Come on. Lord have mercy.
Shit.
Horse Reviver, thank you, sir. Rest in peace. I lost thing for that. He died. What do you want me to do? Not rob him? Not continue his family tree? A lot less volatile. Oh, okay. That's nice. I like this horse already. That's crazy. Well. So what? I just borrowed some horse reviver from him. He was about to rot. I did that guy a favor. Go Rusher. I would like to play though. That'd be fun. We could all just get it on. Get on the server together.
Hey, who's there?
It's me, dickhead.
I'm coming in.
Welcome back.
No, I love him. Oh, a little kid.
What are you doing, Jack? Throwing rocks at you, Driscoll? Why?
I love how they protect the child. That's so fair. I wanted to push the kid over. Down the mod stuff and use it to stop the modders messing with you. Real. Hello. I have something for you.
Mr. Morgan.
Shush.
Done.
Let's get on.
Good. And you?
Got everything we need.
Good. I think we need another man. Charles?
I'll go get him. Meet us at the wagon when you can.
Sure.
See, Arthur? Ain't that dumb.
Next time, let the wolves eat all your brain. Then you'll be a genius.
Oh, Arthur, you little silly goose. You silly bloody goose. Oh, hilarious, hilarious. You want your honor? Okay, I gotta say hi. You're right, you're right. You're right, you're right.
Who did you call a goddamn drunkard? So shit.
Hey, Arthur. Come here a minute.
Hi, Abigail.
Can I ask you a favor?
Probably
Oh,
not.
great.
Very funny. Would you do something with Jack? He seems kind of down. All this upheaval can't have been easy on the poor kid.
Why? Because I'm your preferred nursemaid?
Because he likes you and, well, you know his father's useless.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm not interested right now. Where did I have to go? Wasn't I meant to go to a wagon? Where's the wagon? Or is it not ready yet? Or is the wagon here? Damn. What's Jack doing? Hello, Jack.
What you up to?
Playing,
Anything fun?
I guess.
You want to come fishing with me?
Fishing?
Sure. You're... It's about time that you started to earn your keep.
I fish with my gun, though.
Let's go get your pole in. Now, you do have a fishing pole, don't you?
Bobby, enjoy your lurk.
Uncle Jose made me
Guys,
one.
we have
Good,
friend
well,
slop
let's
in
go
like
get
25
that.
minutes.
Go catch us some fish.
Heads up. So, like, I don't have a fishing rod.
I'll mount up and lift you on when you're ready.
Oh, okay. Okay, okay.
All right. Hold on tight.
So, where are we going?
Just down to the river near here. We shouldn't go too far from camp.
Oh, okay.
You feeling better? I know you was a little sick.
Oh, I'm fine.
You're a brave kid.
Aww.
So, just like
Tara,
you.
yippee!
Well, I don't know about brave. I ain't much of a kid no more. Though your mama might disagree. Her and a few other women.
Guys, I could do a great impression of Jack. I mean, Arthur.
I'm just talking silly.
I'm talking silly.
It's been a tough few weeks up in that snow.
Snow?
I like the snow.
Yes, but not like that.
When are we going back to the other camp?
The one near Blackwater?
Yeah.
Well, we're not. This is our spot. For now.
Hey, Red. It's actually old.
I forgot a
Oh, why you
storybook
don't?
there. We left so quick.
Well, I'm sure someone can get you another storybook.
Really? When?
Well, we'll see. Got fish to catch first. All right? This looks as good a spot as any.
Papa.
Where should we stand, Uncle Arthur?
Ooh,
Down by the
Pilates.
shore. Come on, follow me.
Stunning. We have scam line soon as well. Hee hee. Alright, let's go.
I can't wait to get started.
Where's my fishing line? Oh.
First,
Papa.
we need some bait.
Cheese.
I'm gonna use some cheese.
Cheese?
Smellier the better. Now, cast your line. Swing the rod back over your shoulder and bring it forward in a smooth motion. Use your wrist, not your elbow.
Like that?
That's it. Good. All we do now, Jack, is wait for a fish to take the bait.
How do I know when I've got a bite?
Well, if you feel the tip of your fishing rod just twitching, don't yank it yet. That just means one's nibbling. If you feel a hard tug, that's a fish going for the bait, so yank hard to hook it.
I think you've got a bite. Look!
There, got him.
I see. I see.
Give Arthur a hard tug, yeah.
See him fighting there, Jack? That's when you gotta be careful. You'll break the line. Best to wear him out first before you try to reel him in.
Yeah.
Look, Jack, it's a chain pickerel. It's almost as small as you. We should really throw these smaller ones back. Give them a chance to grow up a bit.
Can I take a break from fishing? I want to make something.
Okay.
No, you keep fishing. This is why I do become a man.
I'm gonna pick some of those red flowers. I'll be right back.
You picking some flowers, you pussy. I'm kidding.
See that cast?
Very cute. I'm joking. I just, you know, sometimes... Oh, shit. That's what the manosphere would say. Did anyone watch that, Louis Theroux thing? That was crazy. There were so many times I literally paused it to get my thought.
Got one.
We're gonna
Seems
find
like he's
out.
taking a rest now. I'm gonna try reeling them in nice.
Don't be
and
Dutch
steady.
as a dadiacho. No, yeah. It was something.
This one's a rock bass. Not bad.
Show me your flowers. Aww.
Fishing sure is boring, Uncle Arthur.
I know. Boring as hell. But then, something happens. And you can get food for days.
Really?
If you're lucky. But until then, you just sit, wait,
The flowers are cute.
try not to worry. It's good for you.
It's good for you?
I guess.
Huh.
You're the cheese.
Hey, look at this.
And what?
This necklace I made.
Aww.
Necklace?
For Mama.
Sure.
What a fine young man. And in such complex circumstances. Arthur, isn't it? Arthur Morgan?
Who are you?
Yes, Arthur Morgan. Vanderlyn's most trusted associate. You've read the files. Typical case. Orphaned street kid seduced by that maniac's silver tongue and matures into a degenerate murderer. Agent Milton?
Name 5
Agent Ross. Pinkerton Detective Agency. Seconded to
killings
the
I've
United
done.
States government.
I don't know.
Nice to finally meet.
I like your hat.
You
I
know
can't
a
wait to
lot
wear it
about
when I kill you.
Do you?
You're a wanted man, Mr. Morgan.
Hi, Crash.
$5,000 for your head alone.
$5,000? For me? Can I turn myself in?
We want Vanderlyn.
Old Dutch. I haven't seen him for months.
That's so. Because I heard a guy fitting his description robbed a train belonging to Leviticus Cornwall up near Granite Pass.
Oh, ain't that a little old-fashioned nowadays?
Apparently not. Listen. This is my offer, Mr. Morgan. Bring in Vanderlyn, and you have my word you won't swing.
Oh, I ain't gonna swing anyways, Agent,
Milton.
You see, I haven't done anything wrong, aside from not playing the games to your rules.
Spare me the philosophy lesson. I've already heard it from Mac Callender.
Mac Callender?
He was pretty shot up by the time I got to him. So really, it was more of a mercy killing. Slow, but merciful.
You enjoy being a rich man's toy, dear?
I enjoy society, flaws and all. You people venerate savagery, and you will die. Savagely, all of you.
Oh, we're all gonna die, Agent.
Some of us sooner than others. Good day, Mr. Morgan.
Goodbye.
Enjoy your fishing, kid, while you still can.
Okay, loser.
Who are they?
No one to worry about, no one at all. Come on, let's pick up your things and get home.
Where's the
It's getting late,
necklace?
Jack. Your mother'd be worried. Let's head back.
Good day, mate.
I don't like it here anymore.
You're telling me.
Yep.
Why did you lie about where Uncle Dutch is?
Because, well, because those are disagreeable men, and I don't want them to hurt him.
What did they mean about Mac? Is he in jail?
No, I don't think so. I hope he's just fine where he is. Like I said, don't worry about them. The world is full of disagreeable men.
Man.
That's why you got all of us, to protect you. Folk like them. Now, how about that necklace you made? You still got it, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Good.
No.
Did you like fishing?
It was okay, I think. It's a lot of waiting around.
It is.
Give her the necklace.
There you are. How you boys getting on?
Great. We caught a fish, and I made you this necklace.
Ain't that pretty? Ain't I the luckiest? Did you thank Uncle Arthur?
No need. We had a good time.
You gonna tell her?
What's wrong?
Tell her.
Nothing. Just met some folk. I better go speak with Dutch.
Okay.
Hey, you did real fine, kid.
Thanks.
Isn't it crazy
We
how
got a
Arthur's just
problem.
busy all the
What?
time?
I just met some guys out near the river. A fella named, Milton, and, I don't remember the other fella's name. Ross. Milton and Ross. And they are employees of the Pinkerton Detective Agency. And they know about the train, and they know we're here.
Were you followed back here?
No, they know we're near here. And they want you, Dutch. They offered me my freedom in exchange, they did.
Why didn't you take it?
Very funny. Well, what do we do now?
I say we do nothing. Just yet. They're just trying to scare us into doing something stupid. We have turned a corner.
Can someone turn this radio off?
We survived them mountains. We just need to stay calm.
Like Arthur's hat? Little bowl hat? Alright, so not good, guys. Not good. That was not ideal. Oh, that's where the wagon is, I think. I don't think we have time to do that. Or do we? I don't know. We talk to someone else? Because I'm going to switch over in like 10 minutes. Less than. So...
So you saw Pinkertons, did you?
Saw, met, and got the full message.
What did you think?
I think we're in real trouble, but the only way out is forward.
I know. That Blackwater business seems to have finished us.
I think you're losing your touch.
Well, it's been at least 6 months since you killed anyone with your cooking.
Crazy. You know what? I need to pay off my bounty. Oh, wait. I'm broke. Can I talk to Lenny, my goat? I miss Lenny. What's this?
Lenny?
Hey, Arthur.
That knife's sharp enough, ain't it?
Depends. Why? You feel lucky?
Do you?
Oh, before me, at least 6 generations were born in chains. And for the last 3 years, I've been running from every lawman and bounty hunter west of the Lanahassee River. So yeah, I feel lucky. I'm the living embodiment of luck.
That is one way of seeing things.
But I'm also skilled.
Oh, great.
And in this game, you got to have luck and skill.
And stupidity.
The Outlaw's Trinity. Luck, skill, and just a
Yeah,
dose of stupidity.
yes.
Come on. You ain't too old and too slow just yet.
After you.
As you wish. You know, we should head back up that mountain sometime and make Jenny a proper grave. Some night.
How do you do it?
Don't worry. I already sent a wire to the doctor for you.
Ah. How do I do it?
Okay, here we go.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. So it's W-A-W-A. That's scary. Does it change?
All right.
Or is it just WA? I don't want to zoom in on Lenny's hand. This is like my nightmare.
All you.
Is it just WA? Oh, it's not.
Oh.
Okay. It changes. Fuck! Oh, he's fast this time. What?
Holy shit! That's 437 bits!
Is that Mikey? Yes.
Oh, I see you've played Knifey Finger before.
God damn it.
Oh my god. Mikey! How are you, doll? 20 cents. Let's do another one. Holy shit! Then he sets the time to be easy.
You're aiming between your fingers, right?
Oh, is that the wrong finger? The wrong letter? Okay. Oh my god, crash reel. Plays until you got your bounty money, true. I didn't realize it changed, the letter changed. You know a thing or two about those fingers. Okay. Okay. W D W D W D W S W S W.
Ooh, there.
I don't know. I think it's bugged maybe. Unfortunately.
Oh.
I'm gonna win this 40 cents before I go to Scamline. Hi, Cass. How are you, doll?
Oh shit.
The hell? Shoot. Oops. Oh, shoot. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god. Scamline. With the same crew as last week. So Whiskey, Banth, Sandwich, Crispy, Chris, and Sammy. We do this with a pencil?
Not getting any easier.
Go get clean as a whistle. Yeah, I'm so excited. Okay, we'll do one more of these. I'm so excited. I love that game. Oh, okay. W S W A W D W A W S W. Fuck, that one's hard. I want to like lie more today, but I'm also bad at lying. But I want to win the phone. I want to. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta post my recap. I gotta be better. Oh shit. W-A. Fuck. W-A-W-D-W-S-W-D-W-A-W.
Impressive.
Damn. That's hard. That's hard. Yeah, I want to try and do...
Later.
I want to try and lie more, because last time I lied very little. Apple pie? Go get apple pie. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go sleep. Are they in the thing yet? I don't think so. I'll double check. No. Okay. Let's sleep. Do I have any snacks? Gonna get 4 hours sleep.
Excuse me, you listen to me. I ain't got ideas above my station. I just ain't doing that no more.
Oopsies. God, they started talking at the worst point. Thank you for the lurks as well. Let's this red, this dead, this
Put your
red.
ass away, child.
Josh.
Joshua Grovold just subscribed. Let's the red this dead this red. I'm not good with words, but here I am, Carl's Jolene.
Why are you so afraid of a pair of gelding tongs?
Guys.
I thought you were the horse expert.
I'm gonna play some poker.
Who's gonna join me for poker? Sure, I'll play.
Yeah, I can't kill these people though. Josh, thank you for 22. How are you, doll? Friendly but firm models. Sounds like my Friday night. Show me my cards. Ooh, okay. Ooh, what's for dinner, doll?
How about
Poker
that?
with the gang.
You got Jack and Squat. Okay. Huh.
I am playing Red Dead 2. Yeah, I started a few weeks ago.
Check.
Two pair.
I'ma play slow.
You think I'm stupid? I know you got something. Fold.
Ramen sushi. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, actually, Julia rated when I was playing it. And I said, you gotta play it. And I guess she listened. So, guys, you're welcome. You're welcome. It's good. It's good. It's really good. The story's amazing. Scrunchy, the way you said that. I do want to check it out. Probably as a cap today. We have to play Scamline first, but I definitely want to play it. For sure.
I know. Ain't too exciting.
Oh, what are you scared of, huh?
How about this?
I'm going all in.
Go all in.
Wow.
Oh, first person smart daydream.
Let's see you.
That's cool.
Ain't that sweet?
3 2s?
Yes, that's it.
That ought to treat you right.
Ah, come on. That should have been mine.
Full house.
Well, you son of a...
3 days. Oh my god, I'm doing the long run. Hi Kyle, how are you? Yeah, I do want to play some Ark later.
Didn't even get my feet wet.
Okay, bye.
By the way, has anybody seen my compass?
My compass?
Didn't know you had one.
Yeah, I had it since my first day in the Navy. Can't believe I'd gone and lost it.
That was a good hand.
Well, keep my eye
Yeah, I think
out
it's
for
going to take
another
me a
one.
while to beat the game, but I kind of like the way I'm playing. I'm doing a lot of side stuff. I'm only doing poker right now because we have to switch game in a couple minutes.
Here we go, then.
I don't think I have enough time to do another mission. So I may as well win some money. Ooh. Close to a straight, but we have a 2 pair. Hair's on fleek. Thanks, doll. That's really nice. It's a wavy week this week.
That's what I got.
I don't know. I really love Arthur.
How about we increase the stakes here?
I have a lot of love for Arthur. Which I know a lot of people can say the same. He's my goat.
Shit. That's a bluff if ever I seen one.
Oh, damn you.
That's it. By the skin of my teeth. Ugh, damn.
Ace high, except if there's a straight. Ooh.
Now this is all right.
I win 6 cents.
Oh, now that's
He wins more because he has an ace. Is crazy.
Nice tip! Yeah! Get that pussy out, girl!
Work for that rent. Oh, I'll work for that
Cat
rent,
arrive
alright.
hide doll.
Thank you, doll. What the who? Oh, and Lenny. I love Lenny too,
Well,
yes.
Good for you, I guess.
Am I saved? Eb! Thank you, doll. How are you? Hello? I'm going to... Oh, do I make a tea or something? Oh my god, wait, Eb. You're built different. Ooh, maybe a hot chocolate. A hot chocolate or a tea. And I'll go pee. And maybe they'll help me lie better. Right? Right? We'll play more Red Dead soon. That was a good little sesh. I like to think. Let me get out of this so I can... I'll make hot chocolates for everyone, Ray. Yes. I didn't mean to go again. What do I have?
Uh-huh. That was fun.
Oh, there we go.
I think I'm calling it quits.
Take care now. Guys, who wants a hot chocolate? Let me know. %. I am honestly taking my sweet ass time. Whoopsies. I'd probably play the first Red Dead after this one. Yeah. But after this, I have promised to do Resident Evil. So I have to do that one first. But, yeah, I would love to play that one day. For sure. Alright, let me get everything ready for Scam Line. And then I'll go pee and make a hot chocolate. We're slaying. Yeah, I haven't played that in so long. Scamline. If you haven't watched Scamline, guys, it is so much fun. Oh my god. Alright, beautiful. I'll play an ad as well, guys, while I'm going to pee. So you get the start of Scamline. Don't worry about my wallpaper. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Dylan, real. Dragon Age Origins. Wait. Yes, Crash, do it, do it, do it. Could a depressed person do this? Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna go pee, guys. And I'm gonna make a hot chockey. Because I'm a naughty girl. And then we're gonna be so back. Guys, I can't tell you how excited I am for this game. If you haven't seen it, trust me when I say you were gonna love it. It's so great. Ooh, tacos though, yum. Hi gamer. Oh. Wait, hot sauce on tortilla chips? Wait. Okay, I'll be back. Behave. And then we have Scamline. I'm really excited. Yippee! Yippee! So rad. I don't have hot chocolates, I wish. Hi, Moxie. How are you?
Random and funny.
Hello?
I think it just wants us to get her back.
Hello.
And last but certainly not always, we've got Carla, the thunder from down under. The thunder from down under.
From down under. How are you guys?
There she is.
There she
Can you
is.
believe it?
Oh, it says I'm banned from guest star. Hold on.
Oh, shit. Who wants to have their cam on screen with me today? Anyone?
Nope.
All right.
Carla, I tried that. They told me to kick rocks.
People cheat. Last time I played, when you do like the anonymous voice, everyone looks like guest star.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Chris, when we did that with
Didn't Julia go, wait, I can see you talking to me.
Yeah, immediately. And so I was like, what the fuck? Because I was trying my best to not look, and then everyone was.
Gotcha.
Okay, I got the link.
Wild. We could do cameras for other stuff.
That's okay. I was just, don't worry about it.
I put the link in the chat.
My God.
Let me know if it works.
My God. Wanna go to Sev?
Bant, you can't say weird that sounding like you're in a tunnel, bro. Come on.
What do you mean? Do I
Wait,
have to
sound
be
like
up here?
Ooh, you sound kind of rizzy. Hit that again.
Ooh, wait, one more time.
Do I have to be up here?
Bro.
Ooh, the bass on the enunciation is real nice.
Wow.
He's different.
Shut up.
That's a new
Hi, Mickey. Hi,
Okay,
Texie.
I see you guys
Hi,
here.
Lexi.
Bro's diff now.
I didn't kill anyone, I swear.
Diff.
Hi, Elle.
Cool.
Cool.
Hey, what do you guys want to play today? Warzone?
Oh, I'd love to play
I was
Warzone.
thinking Search and Destroy.
I'm thinking we play PUBG.
Who's ready for Valorant? I'm loaded up.
I'm weirdly down. Actually, you know what someone said today? Actually, dozens of people said today. Sammy, I heard a little birdie told me that you've been fiending to play Zort again.
Okay, I don't know if fiending is the right word, but I said that I'm
hell,
probably
Sammy?
the only person who would load up with you. And
I'd play Zort.
I appreciate it. Zort
Wait,
is
hold
actually.
on.
I'd play.
Zort is a genuine.
Zord is back. Zord is
I
back.
wanted to play Zort for so long.
Carla, we played it one time for my birthday. It says Crispy has a hype train. Crispy, I'm about to join this shit.
I don't even have a hype train, bro.
Well, I want to join.
I literally don't have a hype train.
Chat, you gotta see this.
Give
Chat, you gotta
Crispy
see
a
this.
hype
Look,
train.
look.
Oh wait, I do. Oh wait, I do apparently. I do. I'm sorry. I'm
Bro
sorry.
doesn't even know he's having a hype train.
Bro, there's a pinned message. I can't see it.
Whiskey loves jumping on a hype train.
Message that means nothing.
Carla, I gotta get my
the pinned message
bag.
literally
I get
is
that.
silly.
I
Get
don't know
rid
how to
of it.
pop up. That's all
Wait, I don't
join.
even have an invite to the guest star. All good.
The link-
No. It's
Sammy,
the DM,
Sammy.
the brother.
Oh, I thought you sent individual ones. I was waiting.
Sammy, that's so
Oh.
funny.
Twitch, I can't join through this
Where's
thing.
my
I'm the only
invite?
person not in it.
Get in here.
The voices.
I'm a clown, bro.
No, you're not.
The voices in my head.
Yo, is Sam joining us or no?
We're not
Yes.
sure yet.
Unclear.
TBD.
Happy Trans Day of Visibility.
TBD.
Yeah.
Yep.
Amen, Chris.
True.
You could say that again.
Retweet.
Hey, that's an ally right there.
Yep.
Thank you. Very. You're not. You guys, you're visible.
Crispy,
Every
you
day,
hosting?
though. How about that?
Yep.
Oh yeah, Crispy should host.
I would not trust Crispy. I can't trust
the game called
anyone.
again? You're right,
They
you're
all.
Scale
It
line.
says the session may be over or the link is disabled.
Bro, who's that?
Wait, for real?
Oh,
Yeah.
There's no way.
We're in it. It says. Hey, Sammy got in.
Can you send it through like Twitch?
Yes.
No, you just click the DM in Discord and it works.
I'll
He said he
invite
did it.
Ben.
It didn't work.
You have
I
to
mean,
be on. You have to be
that's
on.
the
You have
lobby.
to be on Chrome.
I
or
sent you an
Firefox.
invite.
I go.
Wait, Ben, you have bass in your voice now.
Yeah, Ben
Yeah.
is Bathy.
Bro said whatever.
Bathy?
Non-
Bathy.
Nonchalant.
Bathy.
Bro's nonchalant.
Bethany.
Lob
Like, if the
lob
invite's
code
cool,
in
if I
the
don't,
old
then
slob
whatever.
code.
Lob.
Bro,
He's so
stop saying
nonchalant.
that. He doesn't
He's
give a fuck
nonchalant.
about anything. That's awesome.
Bro's different these days.
I'll be there in a second.
Wait.
Bro, he's moving different.
Bro's not even rushing with stuff.
Beth, I invited you. It said the action has already been taken.
I can hear Crispy thanking his subs.
Yep.
No one was in there. No one was
he
in
has a head
there. Noah's in here. To be fair.
Dude, I
No,
don't even have a
crispy,
note.
get
being, like, so
crispy
Guys, I need
Nation,
this.
get at least a level
doing
10
this
hype
thing.
train right
Thanks,
now.
Abs.
Wait, crispy nation is wild. Imagine if I
Also, hello,
was saying
freedom.
Crispy
If I didn't say hello
Nation.
before.
Oh, that'd be
I know I was doing
How many
horse
rounds do you
stuff
think this
before.
game
Come
one's
on,
gonna
no,
get
that
through
kind of hits
before,
though. What up,
our
Crispy
friendship starts
Nation?
Circle
to
jerk.
Crispy! Crispy my god!
Bro, what's wrong with Crispy Nation? Like, I'm kind of rocking with
Whoa,
it.
what am I, Fred Durst? Like,
The crispily bus. Crispily
yo,
bus.
Crispy
What's
Nation,
up?
Let's get in this. No,
Oh,
Sammy,
I
you're
think
cooking,
that
actually.
eats,
No,
low
you're cooking.
key.
Wait, it
No,
does.
no, you're cooking.
Wait, they're clamoring, bro.
Sammy.
They love Crispy Nation.
Crispy Nation.
Why is Whiskey just cackling in the Discord? What's going on?
Yeah, that's funny.
I didn't deafen. I swear. I swear I didn't.
Sammy,
deafen.
Sammy, come over here.
Okay, hold on. Turn this
Wait,
on.
Carla, hold on, babe. I gotta turn you up.
Okay.
I think he just doesn't know that he's not muted.
All right, got you.
So, Shayla Alliance or?
I mean, like, I would love to have a long-standing Shayla alliance, personally.
All right.
Like, I would love that. I would love and actually appreciate that a lot.
I can't wait for that.
But why does it sound like you're gonna betray me?
Because it sounds like you're gonna betray me.
No, Carla, listen. I poured myself a sipper for tonight.
Really?
And
So-
I'm on a sipper and I'm honest Abe tonight. So like you can trust me.
Okay, so we have
Wait,
a
what are you guys-
Shalliance.
What are y'all sipping?
I made a Baja Blast with vodka.
A Baja
Wait,
Blasted.
Are you actually? Am I the only one not getting?
I have a hot chocolate. It's
belligerently
12
drunk
p.m.
tonight?
Okay, don't know about all that. But
Sammy, aren't we getting
can't hear
silly
you,
beyond
Chris.
recognition tonight?
bro, you just said you're not. Like that's crazy.
I can run to the store low key.
Low genuinely?
bro, it's lobby time. It's too late.
Sammy, blue moonuinly. I can run to the store right now.
Can you guys hear me now? Hello, test.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Wait,
Okay.
that hit plus
Wait, Carla, get
10,000
some
actually. That
Kahlua.
was really good.
Kalori. I wish I had. Oh, that Kahlua in Japan was
Kahlua.
so good.
Wait, we had Kahlua in Japan? No shot.
Yeah, I did.
Kahlua?
At the
Oh,
Hawaiian
without me,
bar.
thanks.
You were there drinking
Oh,
your
the
own
one that I
thing.
You went to a Hawaiian bar? Wait, in
never
Japan?
went
That's
there.
wild.
You were what?
cross?
Crispy, I wasn't there.
You were.
Whiskey, where
shut
were
the
you? Is
fuck
what I
up.
want to know.
You were taking that sick pic. That hot pic of you.
No, that was
Wait, the aura pic?
No,
Yeah, the aura
no,
pic
that
is
was the bar
the-
where I
Yes, it is.
ran
The
after the
Hawaiian
vocal.
bar.
Yeah, and you
No,
fell on your
I ran
ass.
after the vocals. Yep, and I slipped and I almost cracked my skull open to the tune of Shan calling my name for 30 minutes
you?
outside, wondering where I was.
Sorry, it's not funny. I'm glad you're okay.
It is pretty funny.
Yo,
Wait,
chat, how
concussed,
we
but
doing
also-
tonight?
You know how we knew? You know how we knew he hurt himself? We were trying to find him. We opened the door and a neat dude beanie was on the floor. Like, oh, something
wait,
happened.
If there's a
Floor.
neat
On the
dude being
ground.
on the floor,
Yeah.
it's like a snatched
Neat
wig. You know,
dude.
you just know.
Neat
for,
dude's
like,
got it.
computers,
Neat
like,
dude's got it.
Dude.
You fell in the rain
Mace,
lost
thank
that
you
a
for the
sec. That's
I
beanie.
just knew.
Who
Where's
wrote I love
Bam?
boobs?
That's lovely.
Who do you think?
Thank you.
I don't know.
Yoink.
It's got
If I
Chris
may.
Mel written all
If I may
over it.
yoink that.
Today I found out what a
Sammy,
plunge
why
bra
did I
was.
write
I'm curious.
Because I saw you writing it, bro. Like, caught.
Bro, all I wrote was the I. I love boobs with someone else.
Bro wrote the eye.
Okay,
Who
now
wrote the
who
I?
drew the elephant head?
Whiskey.
Elephant head is wild, bro.
I'm deleting the penis.
Wait, it's the last day of March, guys.
It's April here,
Happy
guys.
last day of
March.
Sorry.
Thank
Wait,
God.
March was
Wait,
kinda
Carla,
cool.
happy April, happy
April
April
Fools, guys. There's no
September.
rules for me today.
Just me.
Hey, man.
April Fools.
April
Alright, guys, I
time,
was late.
Aries
I,
season, Shan's birthday.
Just, I had a meltdown a little
Dude,
bit,
Aries is
but
low-key the
that's
best
good, and we're
star
so
sign,
back.
right? We can all agree.
No, you're
my
literally
gut.
so back.
You're my gut.
You're in.
Besides,
Listen,
everything.
a wise prophet once said, last night I took an L, but today I bounced back. So.
Holy
Yeah,
wisdom.
2 hours
Generational
Whoa,
quote.
Sammy, you could say that again.
Generational
Chris, that was
quote.
large
Plant the
chunk.
seed, it's not the day you harvest the fruit. I liked this TikTok that
Say
was
less.
like, can we start using frat guys captions
Sean,
for
of
our
course.
video captions? And I was like,
Yeah.
I don't really know what that means, but can I read you a
Large
couple of the
Jonathan.
inspirational ones?
Yes.
Oh, someone drew like a really.
Okay,
like
here's
a,
one.
Like the teacher from Arthur down here.
Um,
Look.
Disney
Remember when
can't
you
even
would swim
capture
and
how
you'd be
hard
like,
these pics
you
are.
look like a shark fin?
No, it's the teacher from
Oh.
Arthur.
Wait.
Oh, there
I'm
he
like
is.
a Ring
Oh.
doorbell because
Wait,
it
the
said
double
motion
reverb
detected.
pants is kinda-
Ooh, I like that one.
Wait, ooh.
Wait, I like that
hold on.
one.
Feeling myself
Say-
like I
say
lost my
something-
keys.
Say something sultry.
That's a good one.
Okay,
Wait,
I
I'm gonna
read it.
use that.
Passed all my classes
say the
except
quick brown
recess
fox
because I
jumped
don't
over the
play.
lazy dog.
Wait, Sam. My next selfie on
like
Instagram is going to
I'll
be
do
the
whatever I
Kings
want.
one.
Bro.
Watch this
So we
face.
set an alarm for those that are
that was
sleeping on me. No, fuck, sorry. Okay. Exactly, trying to do it. Never played tag because I knew I was it.
Wait! Oh, these are good. You gotta send
Why do
these
you
to
have
me.
ugly teeth?
Why am I
Tokyo,
loving
but
these?
You catch my
We're
drift?
low-key talking in two different chats right now. It's my brain is exploding.
So fly the birds must be walking.
Oh.
I don't like that one that much.
Wait,
Is Sam
y'all take your
joining,
time.
or
I gotta
what's
pee.
the vibe?
Wait.
Someone just
Join-
forced
join
it.
Lob
Code
Sam.
is, in the DMs.
Oh, perfect.
That was a
I don't know,
nuke.
but I heard a snail in my ear say drink a blue moon, so I'll be right
Hi,
back.
Ethan.
Oh, what?
Bro still has the
Blue
snail
moon.
from Japan in his ear.
Same.
You Whiskey, you know what else Blue Moon is about?
Hit me.
Headquarters is in Colorado, brother.
Is it actually?
Yeah, it is.
We out to CO.
Ooh.
I mean, what's like the average?
Crispy,
Like,
do you have the mini game set up, by the way, like the ones that are good?
Oh no. Let me do that. Oh wait, no, it's
we're so back.
reset already. It's saved.
Sandwich.
Okay, sorry guys. Sorry I was
Sam.
discording. You know.
Wait, Sam, can you walk us through the details of your crisis that made you late?
Yes, of course.
Oh, good.
1 second. Let me do this. Okay. Well, here's what happened. Okay. First of all, my upstairs neighbor was like waxing the floors or something, which that was a whole thing in itself.
Oh.
That's
interesting.
Then I was just overall sweaty and hot. Also PMSing, so that just kind of like added to everything. Car alarm went off outside. Then my entire Twitch was in Comic Sans, and I was freaking out because I couldn't figure out how to undo it. So it was just like a lot of things happening all at once.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fair.
So what you're saying is we should push your buttons tonight and lie to you and like really drive you up a wall.
Yes, of course. Because then after we play, then I can crash out and just hit end stream and make everybody concerned about me tomorrow during my day off. Mystery viewership through the roof on Thursday.
That's a good thing. Sam, you ever like text? You ever text all your contacts "Thanks for everything" with perfect grammar, and then put your phone on vibrate and go to sleep?
I've never done that. I can do that though.
No, Sammy, it's a guaranteed way to wake up to a bunch of notifications and dopamine. W is
Whiskey, that is the craziest thing I've ever heard you say, and that's a big call.
Wait, you love attention, actually.
Sam, who doesn't?
I know, but you especially.
To be fair, Sammy, Whiskey will text me Carla with 10 eye emojis, and I'll go, hey, and then we won't talk for 5 weeks.
No, that's Carla. Hold on. You got to tell the whole story.
Dude, no,
you take
Whiskey
3
would
days
DM
to
me the
reply.
No, I'm
bro,
better
like
these days.
10 dots and not say anything for 6 hours.
No, I'm better. I'm better.
No, he does.
You're
the,
not.
Honestly, I had a bad night last night. I didn't have my phone, Chris. It was so bad.
He says, "Can I keep it a buck?"
Well, you had a bad night? No.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
what
can I
he's
keep it a
doing.
buck?
Can I keep it a buck? And then he does a dramatic pause, and then we wait
Okay.
for 5 minutes
I'm down for
him
that.
to say what he wanted to say.
All right, cool.
Once.
All right, we all get
We just sit there
we
and
both get
suspense.
one line.
All right, Crispy,
I'm
start
ready
the
whenever.
thing.
All right, start it up.
All right.
Good luck,
Money-
guys.
money
Love you
McDonald.
guys.
Man,
Which
stop.
thing's
Whiskey.
gonna-
See ya.
We're just gonna wing it.
Whatever.
Yeah, what's up?
I love you.
Man, stop, bro.
I'll tell you the truth.
Do you love me too then? Is that
I
the
can
truth?
stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Four years is crazy. Georgie, that's awesome. It's gone quick. All right, guys. Round 1, room call. All right, I have to alter my voice. Okay, I'm room 2. Hello? Hello. I gotta sound like Sam. Hey, I'm Sam. Hey. I'm Sam.
Hello.
Hello. What room are you in?
Hi. I'm in 2. What room are you in?
You're a lying sack of shit because I'm in 2.
Hello.
What room are you in?
I'm in 2.
You're not in 2! What room are you in? What room are you in, Sammy?
Hello.
What room are you in?
I'm in 2.
Say another number.
I'm in 10.
Fuck.
Hello?
Hello, what room are you in?
Hi, Carla.
Hi.
Hi, I'm in room 4. What are you in?
I'm in 2. Who's this?
This is Crispy.
Oh, okay, sounds good. Oh. I can't believe Sammy. Hello? Hello?
Hi, is this Carla?
Yes, who's speaking?
Hi.
Who's speaking?
Hello.
Hey, Chris, what room are you in?
I'm in 4.
Crispy said he's in 4.
That was me before when you before, bro.
Okay, alright, fuck you. I'm in. Alright. Damn it. Alright, what's Sammy in then? It does, Word, it does. Wait, 6-day weekend?
Yep, stop.
Hi, Whiskey.
Let me keep it a buck.
Okay, Banth, yes. Banth, what room are you in?
I'm in room 5.
Alright, I'm in 3.
Okay, wait.
Bello!
away, child.
Carla, talk to me.
Hi, Whiskey.
Savannah Nicole _ just
Oh, Sam.
subscribed.
Fuck.
Carla, you got this, babes. Carl's hug. Carl's period.
Hello?
Hello?
Who is this?
Carla.
What the fuck? No, it ain't. Let me say something, right? Like, what room you in?
I'm in 2.
What? Again?
Yeah, crazy, hey. What room are you in?
I'm in 2.
But I'm in 2. Ben! What room are you in?
I'm in 6. I'm in 6.
You said 5 before. Fuck! You lolly oddly.
Yo, who is this? Keep it a fucking buck.
Stop swearing at me, Ben.
Keep it a buck.
It's me, Carla.
This is not Carla.
Whiskey, what room are you in? Please tell me, I love you.
Wait, why do you sound like that?
What room are you in, please?
I'm in number 3. Wait, who are you?
Carla, 2. Okay, Whiskey. No, Daydream. It's completely like, that's why it's hard. And it distorts your voice. Savannah, thank you for 15! How are you, doll? Did I get a point? I don't think I got a point.
Carla, thank you so much for your help. So, let's tell each other the truth.
Well, I want to do that. Will you be mean to me like last time?
No, I would never do that.
Come on, let's have a pact. Just
okay,
me.
I agree.
No, please, because it makes me happy when we told you the truth. And then I'll be a bitch to everyone else.
Okay, I'm down.
Okay. Oh, wait. Hey, Whiskey. Hey. What did we just say? Hello?
Yo.
No,
Hey,
Sammy! Sammy! The She Lions! Oh, she screwed me! Babe, the She Lions.
Just hand it back, hand it back.
Oh no, I hope she doesn't get blown up. No. Oh, thank God. Sorry, Crispy.
Yo,
Isn't this crazy?
it's a lot, and I think Vance is gonna try getting me.
Really?
Yeah, don't. Oh, Sandwich died.
Oh, shoot.
Don't get me
Okay.
if you have it.
All right.
Sammy just gave it to me.
Oh shit! Don't give it to me.
What room are you?
I'm the last one on the right. Don't give it to me. Oh shit. Hi, Maddie. Why am I terrified? Happy April Fools!
Hi, Shayla.
Sammy, that was so funny.
I was cackling the whole time. I gotta be honest.
I love how you're like, give it back. I was like, shit, I
I
didn't
was
know
like,
you.
give it back, give it back.
I didn't know you would be in here.
All right, good luck.
All right, bye, babe. All right, you can't press the button with the same player twice in a row. If pressed at the same time, okay, we got this. Hey, Whiskey.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so 148.
Okay, and go.
Stunning.
Thanks.
Hey, King. 132. Nice. I can't hear them. Hey, King.
Yo.
118. Or
When
one...
it says 118.
Yep, nice.
Yeah, 118. Yeah.
Stunning.
Fine.
Hey, King.
All right, Carl. We got this.
109.
When it says 7.
No, shut up.
No.
Bella.
When it says, Bella, when it says, 55.
Girl. Did we just do it?
Shayla, when this clock says 35.
Okay, have I done it with someone before? Let's see.
Now.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Fuck. I need another. Hey, babe.
What do you want? No, you know what? Girl Alliance.
Okay, when it says 21.
Okay.
But yes, go Alliance. I'm trusting you.
Okay.
Yellow when it says oh wait. Stunning. Do I get a point? Got a point. I have to be in the running to win. I want to lie to people with the clown thing. Hi, Trace. Oh, not the bomb. You can try to defuse a bomb, but there's a chance it will explode. You can pass the bomb, the next player will have a higher chance to defuse. Okay. Alright. I have to get points. Desperately. I'm scared. Lots of lion. We lock in. We lock in. I gotta get some points on the board for the other games. To get a fighting chance. I'm gonna pass it to all the people who deceived me last game. Lion. I'm trying to lie more, because in my head, I want to be nice and be like, oh, we can all tell the truth, but I have to be a little bit, you know, yellow. Yeah. Okay. Lion. Since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time.
I'm so moving on. Yeah,
Okay. Bello.
Hi, I was gonna ask if you had it, but I guess my question was answered.
Oh, yep, no worries.
That's okay.
All right, babe.
My Shayla.
My babe.
Alright, babe.
All right, babe.
See you later.
Bye, babe. All right, prepare for the round. Each player has a symbol on the board to we need to choose all correct symbols.
What do you got?
I got a moon, babe. What do you have?
I have a tilde.
What is that?
Espanol.
Is that like little squiggly?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, stunning. Learned something new. Yellow, what do you have,
I'm a
babe?
Shayla. I've got a raindrop. What do you got?
I got a moon.
Moon.
And while I have you there, if you don't know, it's a squiggly. Oh, never mind. Well, I'm good. I got another point. Thank you for the clips as well. Hey, babe.
Hey, what do you have?
It's moon, squiggly, and teardrop.
Moon. Thank you.
No worries. Do you have all three?
Yes, do you?
I do, yeah. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah, nice.
Perfect.
Oof.
Thank you for checking.
No worries, Pookie. Alright, there we go. Squig. I didn't know it was called that either. I too learnt something new. We gotta lie to Chris more. I know. I hate that I love him so much. It's so easy for me to want to be a nice guy to Chris, but you know what? I will. Pardon me. I'll lie to him during the face one. You know how it's like, what face are you? I'm gonna say I'm a frog or whatever. I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna lie to everyone that game apart from Whiskey and Sammy. I gotta lie more. I gotta be a dirty cheat. Word draw. One player chooses the word. If everyone guesses it, or no one guesses it, he loses. Okay. Hey, King.
Did you say guess or write the word?
Guess.
Okay. Let's be honest with each other 100% for this one. Got it?
All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Bye. Do you have the
Carla,
word,
talk to me.
King?
I don't. I'm a guesser.
What are you eating?
A little wrap, some chicken, some
Damn.
bacon, some good stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
rich in life. Love that.
Okay, rich in love too. You know,
That's
rich
what I'm
in
saying.
everything.
Love and life. Enjoy that rap.
Live, laugh, and love. All right.
Yeah.
Later, man.
All right, babe. Hey, King.
Come on.
What's the word?
I have no info. I called Anthony. He didn't know jack shit.
Oh, any money Banther's just withholding.
No, I doubt it. Did you talk to anyone?
No, well, Chris is the guesser, and so is Crispy, and he's having a chicken wrap. That's all I know.
Well,
Yeah.
chicken wrap could be a good clue. Here, I'll call you back at 1:30. Okay.
Okay. I need to talk to Sammy or Chris. Nice guy. Ah. My Shayla.
You got any intel? I'm just a guesser and I have nothing.
Damn, then it has to be either Banth or Sandwich.
It might be Sandwich.
Alright, we gotta get the Girl Alliance. Damn. I gotta get Sandwich. I need Chris or... Oh.
Yes?
Girl Alliance, what's the word, babe?
Backrooms.
Actually, one word?
Yep.
All right.
100%.
All right, thanks, babe. It's not. I don't know why I don't believe her. What do you know? Do you have any info?
I know something, but I want to see if you have been told something or nothing.
Give me the letter of the first word if you've been told something.
Wait, but have you been told something as well?
Well, yeah.
Okay, my first letter is a B.
Same.
Now we looking at banana or back rooms?
I think you know what we're looking at.
No, it's either or. Personally, I've been hearing a lot of talking.
Well, who did you hear each from?
Just tell me what you have, Carla.
I have back rooms.
Okay, cool. So same. Good shit.
Oh, it's either that or back shots.
What?
Crazy. Crazy. What if it actually... Hello?
Carla, talk to me. Carla, talk to me.
Put back rooms in. I don't know if it's right or not, but type that.
Carla, I've heard 3 things. I heard the number 7. I heard mushroom and backrooms. What?
Well, I've been told back rooms, and if that's a lie, it's a lie. That's all I have. I've been told back rooms. One word.
So you're writing backrooms.
Yeah, either that or back shots.
That where did you hear back shots?
I should have said that to everyone that called me. Hello?
The backrooms, no space.
That's crazy. I got that within the last second. Write a number on the board, the middle one wins. Okay. Oh my god, Girl Alliance for real. Whoa. Hey, King.
Hey, so what? Yeah, last round it was the back room.
Yeah, so what happened was Sandwich, I'm not even kidding, called me within the last 6 seconds and said the back room's no space. And I quickly changed it. So that was like,
God damn it.
I know. What are you doing for this? 999 or 1,000?
Why does everyone always write those two? Is that like the strat?
I don't know, it's like to guarantee points or something, but I don't know if that's what people are doing.
I'll probably just go 999.
Okay, same. I have that written.
Alright, later.
Alright. Why are you laughing?
The number you've reached is on paper and cannot be picked up.
Carla, talk to me, bud.
Is it 999 or what?
That's what I'm going with.
Alright, sounds good.
I'll see you over there.
I gotta ask Sammy. Sammy will probably say 1,000. Whiskey and Sammy are chopping it up right now.
Hey, Michaela.
Hey, babe. Are you doing 999?
No, I'm going 998. I'm switching it up.
What? You crazy? Sneaky?
Yeah, do it with me. Let's go 998 and shake up the game.
Okay. Damn it. Alright, that's what I get. That's what I get. Alright, we're still on 4 though. We're still on a decent run. I want to get the mask one. Suit. Hey.
Hello.
What do you have?
A good old club. Wait, for you or for me?
For me.
Oh, for you a club.
Is that 3 balls?
There's multiple. There's 2 of them with 3 balls.
Like 3.
It's yes. It's heavier.
All right, you're a diamond.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey, you have a spade.
Is that 3 balls? Or 2, or upside down heart?
No, it's yeah, upside down heart.
All right, you have the same, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a spade.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, bye.
Thanks so much.
Carla, I've been lied to by. I got 3 different answers. You have a spade.
Is
Do you
that
know
upside down heart?
Yes.
Yeah, you have the exact same. And I swear on everything.
Okay, so Sandwich and Crispy are lying, so be careful.
Oh shit. Okay, gotcha.
You have a spade though. Just so you know.
We have the same. Okay, cool. The music's too good.
Spade.
Diamond in the sky.
Yeah, sing that, dude.
Yeah. All right, so everyone's telling me the truth. All right. The music is so good. So when you call someone, Ethan, the suit on the phone is what they have, and you have to tell them. Hello.
Spade.
Okay. And then you have to figure out what yours is, because they can only see what yours is. And then you have to lock it in. But people could be like, you know, except Banth called you a club. True. But I got the point, and I said he had a diamond. So I wonder if he didn't get the point. I'm trying to do both. Give me the odd outfit. Okay, yes. Okay, the odd outfit, guys. What am I? I'm a clown. So if someone has the odd outfit, let's see. Hello?
I'm a hideous clown, Carla.
Same. Fuck.
Actually?
Actually, hideous clown, yeah.
Okay.
I kind of want to lie to people, though.
Just in case.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, dude. Hey. Dude, yeah, do you...
Alright.
What's up?
What's up? What's your face?
I'm a Carla. I mean, I'm a cousin. I'm so sorry. I'm a clown. I don't know why I said Carla.
Hello?
Hello, what do you have?
I'm a clown.
A clown? Great.
You're not a clown?
I'm a frog.
Are you really?
Yes. Is someone else a frog?
Okay, well, Sammy's a lion then.
What's Sammy, a frog?
She says she's an emoji and I'm a clown.
What? Oh, okay. Hello, Leodley.
Hello?
What are
You
ya?
a frog?
How'd you know? Are you a frog?
I'm a frog.
Oh, perfect. Cool.
Awesome. We're both frogs.
Yeah, nice.
I'm a frog one. Alright.
Bye. All right, what do you know? I've
You
lied.
find anything out?
Okay, so apparently...
Crispy and Sam are both clowns, and then Whiskey's anxious.
Okay, that's great. Same. So Crispy said he was a frog, and then apparently Sammy said she was an emoji.
Wait, Crispy said he was a clown to me.
Yeah, so Crispy's lying out of his teeth.
Oh, what a piece of shit.
I know.
So Sammy might actually be it.
It's either
She's an
Sammy or
emoji.
Crispy, I think. Okay.
I'm gonna tell her I'm an emoji.
Okay. What do you know?
Okay, Carl, I want to apologize for calling you a clown.
That's okay, I am. What do you know? Because Crispy's lying and Sammy's lying, apparently. Sammy said she's an emoji and Crispy said he's a frog, but then he said a clown to Chris.
Okay, so Crispy told me that he was a clown, and Sammy told me she was a clown.
Shit.
Wait, what are you?
I'm a clown, like genuinely. So is it Sammy lying or is it Crispy lying?
I don't know. I haven't talked to Sam or Banth yet.
Okay. I need to talk to Sammy so bad. Sammy, get off the phone. It might be Sammy. Hello, is it Sammy?
Did you say Sammy? Did you say Sammy or Sam are emojis?
Sammy said she was an emoji, but this is according to someone else. I don't know.
Oh, from Banff.
Yeah.
Because she told me she was a clown. So maybe it's Banff.
Fuck. It's always Sandwich with the unique mask. Sandwich always gets the unique mask. Damn. I should have gone Sandwich because I didn't hear anything about them, I think. Sorry, my eye. Alright, this one's annoying. If you both press green, both of you get 3. If one presses red, he gets 5, the other 0. If both press red, both get 1. Here we are again.
You literally weren't a frog. You literally weren't a frog.
Oh. What are we gonna do?
Wait, my buttons are like on the other side of the room. Like, what the fuck?
Do they?
Okay, I'm going green. I'm going green.
Like
Why am I
actually?
on the other side of the room? Yes.
Ben just
There's
screwed
my
me over.
Shayla.
Hey, babe.
I'm not going to do that to you, so let's go green.
Okay.
Although I will say the Sam alliance means nothing to Sam, by the way. I've
No,
been duped,
Yeah.
dragged through the mud.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll see you later.
Okay. Can't
I'm
trust
actually
Ben.
down to go green with you. I'm down to go green with you, and let's not lie, okay?
I'm down because
Because
Ben.
you need this, and I need this.
Ben screwed me over. I don't know why I trust Ben every time with this round.
No, genuinely, don't trust anyone. You can trust me, but like, you even shouldn't. I'm going green though, regardless. I am going green. I'm going green.
Oh, nice.
See, look at us.
Nice.
I wouldn't ever do anything wrong to you ever.
I know you need the points, but it's better just to have 3 than 5. And you always screw me over this round, and
I'm
I
hitting
understand.
green. I'm hitting green.
Sam, I know you're
I'm hitting green.
PMSing,
I'm
but
trying
please.
to turn over a new leaf.
Leave
I'm turning
me.
over a new leaf.
Leave me. Sam. Oh, yay. Okay.
Oh, look at me go.
Yay. Hey, babe. Come on.
Carla, I'm willing to go green if you want to steal from me.
I don't want to steal. I think we should just both get points.
You reckon?
Green. Both green.
Okay, alright.
Are you down?
I'm green, so yeah. But we have to catch up to Ban somehow.
What's Ben? Oh, fuck. He's a liar. Okay.
Carla!
All right. If we both go 3, like green, you still beat Banff.
It's true, and everyone else, but you could do some damage here. So I don't know. What do you
I
think?
promise I'll do green because I don't want to be last.
All right, I'm going green. Let's go, my goat.
Nice. Okay, cool. Banff isn't winning. Go red for... You know what? He has screwed me over, but not today. So, I'll take a point. I'm not last. Do we all get points if we're not last? Oh, no.
Whiskey's so dumb.
Girl.
Whiskey just huffed in the mic for 15 seconds and then just said red.
What do you mean huffed?
He just went...
Well, that's fair, to be honest.
Wait. Great.
Tell him. Carla, Whiskey just did me so dirty.
Actually? That's crazy.
No, like my jaw was open. Okay, let's go
Really?
green and be good people.
Okay. What did he do?
He said he was gonna go green and then he went red.
What?
Played in my face.
Nice.
Thank you, Carla.
Carla!
Christopher, what are we doing?
If we both go green, we're sitting pretty.
I would like to sit pretty.
Okay, we both get 3 each, and you're looking real good. I'm looking real good. If you lie, I'll remember it forever.
I'll personally cry in the shower if you lie to me. Nice.
Good for us.
Hey!
Hey, Sam. Nice 5.
Hey, high five, right?
Yeah.
Give me 5.
Do you want me to give you 5?
Can I have 5 points? Is what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you this.
Thank you so much.
That's okay.
I don't
Enjoy
think
that.
you're gonna do that. Yep. Okay, yep, that's what I thought.
What? Sam, you were meant to click green, babe. I wanted to give you that. What the hell? Why'd you do green? Oh, I was meant to do green. Oh, I'm so sorry. I actually fucked that up. I did it round 1 wrong way. Oh. Hello?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I accidentally fucked over Sam. I didn't mean to. I went to give her 5, but I clicked red.
Carla, you went red on me.
I didn't mean to. I was on the phone. I'm really sorry.
Oh, you didn't mean.
I didn't mean to. Fuck. I actually didn't mean to. I fucked over Sam by accident, and then I accidentally fucked over you. Don't use crickets. I didn't mean to fuck over a sandwich. Hey, I want you to know I actually got the colors mixed up, and you have 1 free slice on me because I feel bad. I didn't mean to do that.
And I owe you.
Dude, let's go. I think I had 2 points.
Wait,
the game's over.
Can I keep it a buck?
Yes.
Well, Carla gave me an IOU, and then the game ended.
To be honest, I
You're
thought
all dead to me when you didn't mean the dirt.
I didn't know the game was about to end.
Sammy, I thought you were gonna screw me over. I got scared.
I'm just a good guy every round. I just.
Crispy,
oh, really, Crispy?
Back it up.
So, Crispy, why
Back
did
it
you
up,
stab me in
Crispy.
the back?
No, guys, I'm just playing the game. I'm just a good guy.
Do we get aura
Dude,
points?
if you're a good guy,
added to
then
the
I'm
end?
a monkey's
I
uncle.
wish we got oral.
I'd win in that
I was the
battle.
only one closest to the average. That's crazy.
Wait, Chris,
Wonder
because
why,
I thought you were
Chris,
lying to
wonder
me.
why.
Hey,
Always
coming back,
lie to me
kind
in
of.
that mode.
Ooh.
Ah, coming back, kind
Four-way
of.
tie here?
Knives is about to go crazy.
Oh!
Wow, exciting.
Oh, great!
If I just went with Chris on the
Stab me.
numbers.
Ow.
Chris, I'm busy that day. Chris, wait, I don't ping.
Carla, was it worth it? Was it worth it, Carla?
What?
Was it worth
We got 2 hours left of Women's Month. Here.
It's not working. Oh, there it is.
Got a big.
Wait, I think Chris should just want to make the one.
Wait, Sammy, hear me out. This is for us.
No, you're the only one with a knife.
I don't want to kill Sammy. Sammy,
You have to.
You have to do it for the
I love you.
Do it.
Stab
Do it
me.
for Michaela.
It takes 5 seconds for me to kill.
Oh, no. Oh my God, Sammy.
I'm stuck in the wall. What was that?
It takes me years to stab.
Roulette.
Wait, speak on that.
The music's really good. Crispy!
Wait, someone still needs to die.
Ben! I actually just wanted to win once. Woo!
Very good, very
I'm
good.
glad it came at my expense.
Oh, wait! Yep.
I'm getting more of my drink. I'll be right back. 1 second, guys.
I'm gonna get
Okay,
7
remember
blue moons. I'll be right back.
Wait, I actually wanted this so bad. I'm
Everybody's
stoked.
drinking?
Bro, what was that?
Guys, I wanted to win. I said that I wanted to
I don't know if you
win.
want to add that to the equation right now.
Yay!
I don't know if it'll make things better or worse.
Yippee!
Oh,
Just gonna
there's
do
like
one
a
of these.
That's like a complete gamble.
Drunk, PMSing. You know what?
Same.
I can fix me.
I'm happy. Good night, Mikey. I
I'm a
appreciate
strong,
you.
independent woman. I can fix me.
Have a good sleep.
Uzumaki.
Let me message.
I'll be right back.
This. I'll be right back too. But I'm just gonna be here. I was gonna respond to this message because it's about camping.
You know what? I feel bad. I really did try to call you at the end of the back rooms to tell you that it was the back rooms. I just really wanted to
It's okay. Sam,
throw
listen,
people for a
like,
loop.
I believe you.
Thank you.
I knew.
Like many others might not, but like I believe you.
I'm just afraid, you know, I'm just afraid of there being, maybe we need to do a pact next time that any bad energy does not cross over into the next time we play Scamline.
Oh, true. Like every round is like a new beginning.
Yeah. Maybe we all go around the room and say something nice about each other first to make the energy good. We can start with me.
Mikey.
Oh yeah.
That's okay. Enjoy your anniversary.
I actually
we'd
had
be
to
fucking.
BRB.
Oh, okay, no worries.
No, like not related.
Oh, no.
Sam, I cannot stress enough how confused I was when it went down. I felt terrible because I actually wanted to give you that point.
That's
like,
hey,
I know
it's all good. I'm
I know.
not gonna
No, but-
internalize that.
No,
and
like
hold
I
on to
am
it for the next couple of years.
I'm internalizing it, and I'm gonna toss and turn. But I just wanted to let you know that I would never do that.
Toss and turn, dude. It's bad for your back.
Well, guess what I bought because of you?
What?
Rice cakes.
Oh,
and I
wish
got
had that.
jam.
If I had anything at all.
Wait, we're going around the room saying mean things about Sam?
No, I love Sam.
Oh.
We already said mean things. Now we're doing nice things.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Sam, I love how much you live in
Okay,
Los
that's too
Angeles.
much. It's you don't have to just cake in it on too thick.
Whiskey.
So, are you guys into any like
where you live.
groceries specifically? Any specific groceries you guys like right now?
Wait, we're not doing the thing like the nice thing.
All
about
I
me?
want to say, Whiskey, is you better be glad we don't live in the same town, because I would be like, hey, want to hang out every night. So just count
Carla,
your lucky
you stabbed
stars.
me in the back several hundred
No,
times
I
last
didn't.
round. What
That's
do you
actually
see?
a lie. Don't you lie to them. I was so lovely to you.
You pressed the red button.
That was an
chat
accident.
dumbfounded.
No, because I wasn't looking, and I forgot to change
You
the
guys
button.
doing stream together without me?
Wait, why does that sound like?
Oh
you
yeah,
doing
Sam, we
it?
are.
Then
Whiskey, I would never intentionally. I'm really sorry. I would never.
Did I click the link? They probably
Click
sent me
the
the link and I
link.
didn't click.
The link is in the Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, we did send you the link.
Well,
That's okay so much. That's all right.
okay. Okay, no worries. I got it. I'm coming in hot. All 6 spots are taken. Dang.
Wait, I'll leave. I'm Australian. Wait.
No. It's good.
I'm Australian's crazy. I'm Australian.
No.
I left.
Join me. What if we haven't? What if we make like another team?
Yeah, there should be 8, Sam.
Should be 8.
I already left.
Oh, I'm in. Perfect.
There you go, sweetie.
W.
See,
Carla, go back.
I sometimes you just have to.
Hey, you know what,
be
Carla?
lovely.
You offered, and I'll remember that forever, and it'll completely undo the other really mean thing that you did like 15 minutes ago.
Exactly.
profound.
Exactly.
I'll do what I want. Come here.
What's up?
Banth isn't streaming.
Guys, I'm
at a new
the gut.
You said you'd raid me, man.
Wait,
Yeah, he's not streaming.
Why are you over?
He rated me.
Mm.
He went live from Luxy's account for 3 seconds.
Oh.
I did not do that.
Banth, you sound like literally like a new individual.
Yeah, who is that? That's a new bro.
He's not even live.
That sounds like I have a new friend tonight.
Let's see if I can join back.
Same old guy with a new tone. Look, start it up whenever you're ready.
Bro, this is like so
Holy shit.
crazy. Like I actually can't believe this.
This guy just straight
I
personality
just
swap.
heard Chris open like several beers, by the way. Chris, what's up? What are you drinking over there?
Wait, where's your blue moon?
Don't even worry about it. No, tell me.
Oh, guys, I left the stream together thing on accident.
Oh my
I forget that you have to leave the window open. Lisa's so good.
I did probably. He hasn't drank a Blue Moon since then.
Brew moon.
It's
Brew
so
moon?
distracting.
I mean,
that
technically
I can't
not
think about
correct.
everything else.
Sammy, I didn't have time to run to the store.
We're ruined.
I'm down to Stark.
Let's see.
Yeah,
No
start it, bro.
blue moons. All right, we can start. Wait,
I
is Carla
joined-
here? Yeah.
Yes,
she always is.
She's in my heart.
Yep.
How come you guys all have snacks? What the heck happened? Where did I lose?
We're snack guys.
Sam, go
Plot.
make yourself a vodka and Baja Blast, like me.
I don't have either of those.
Vodka, Red Bull vodka.
I haven't
Yeah, that's what I'm
eaten
drinking.
anything.
That's what I'm drinking, Crispy.
Come on, Sam.
That's the most
Pretend
you thing I've
pretend
ever
we're
heard.
haters and
and
shit.
then-
Come on.
No,
No,
go make one,
guys,
Crispy.
come
It's really
on.
good. Trust me.
Pretend we're those guys.
But I hate
Come on,
vodka.
Do you want me to invite him? Do you
You
want me?
hate
I can send him an invite.
vodka? Oh, we're
I'm not a vodka
ruined.
guy.
Pretend we're that.
Wait, tequila might actually taste
No,
fine.
we're not perverts.
Come on,
When
alcohol
are we doing
preference.
tip to tip Arkansas?
Ooh,
We gotta reroll real fast.
I was saying block to block Los Angeles.
But
Tip
Wait,
to
I'm
tip
gonna put-
Arkansas would
I'm
be
gonna put-
crazy.
Oh, I forgot to watch Tip to Tip today. Damn it.
Tip to tip.
I watched it last night.
Do you think that they've explored each other's bodies?
Oh.
That's
Okay,
episode
well, on
7.
that,
probably.
let's-
Episode
No, that was
7. Okay. I think I'm going camping still, guys. Oh, sorry. Oh, thank God people are deafened. Alright, I don't think I'll win again. Chris was really nice giving me that win. Oh, room call again. Okay. I'm 1. I'll try and be Sammy.
Hello?
Bello!
Hello?
Bello!
I am here to say hello.
Hi, Sam. What room are you in?
2.
I'm in 1.
Who's this?
Carla.
Okay.
Okay. Alright. Who? Bello!
I just spoke to Sammy.
Anthony, what room are you in?
Who is this?
Who is this?
I'm in 3.
Is it 4 or 3? Tell me, is it 4 or 3?
I said 3. What are you in?
I'm in 1.
What?
Yeah. Wait. Oh, fuck. Was that whiskey?
Hello, room 5.
Hello, room 1.
Room 1. Who's in room 1?
Chris.
You're not Chris.
Oh, Crispy. Okay. Are you in room 5?
Oh, you're Carla. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
in room 5 now.
Okay, nice. Alright, so far, so then it must be... Hello?
Hey!
Hi, Sammy.
Hi, Carla.
What room are you in? I'm in 1.
I'm in 7.
Nice. Thanks, Pookie. Who am I missing here? Whiskey. Hello? Hello? Well, I don't know if this is right, but I want it to be right. Everyone's on the phone.
Yo.
Chris, what room are you in? 6?
Carla, what room are you in?
1. What are you? 6?
No.
6 or 4?
4.
Are you actually 4? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Whiskey, what room are you in? 6?
I'm in 5.
But Crispy said they're in 5.
Okay, Crispy's lying. Wait, actually?
Yeah, so are you actually in 5?
Yeah, but what are you?
I'm 1.
But who is this, though?
It's Carla, sorry.
This is not Carla.
Yes, it is. Wait, is this not Whiskey?
Say something Australian.
Oh, hello, mate. Carla's under from down under, Vegemite.
Okay. Well, you don't say Vegemite. This is Chris.
No, this is either Whiskey or Sam. Which one is it?
Okay, Carla, I'm room 6.
Are you actually?
Yeah, and then Sammy's room 7.
Yeah, okay. I think that looks pretty good. I should get a point. I should get a point. Should. That's the first time I got it all right. Hi, Lucinda. That's my first time. Wait, we might be goated. Huge. Spikes.
Hey, missed ya.
Missed ya? I have a crown.
You have a crown because you're a queen. I have a diamond because...
You are priceless and very sparkly.
The diamonds are actually, you know, pretty common and, you know, replicable.
Well, you're a real one. That's worth a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Talk to me.
What do you have?
Crown and a diamond from Sam, apparently. What do you have?
That's what I have. The band said circle, but I think he's fucking lying.
Fuck. Talk to me.
I have a circle. What do you have?
I have a crown and a diamond.
Wait, where'd you get diamond from?
Sam. So it's crown, diamond, circle.
Did you already enter it?
Yes. Hey, babe, do you have...
Carla, people are lying to me left and right.
It's crown,
I need help.
diamond, circle. Crown, diamond, circle.
Crown, diamond. Oh, Marshaila's my literal goat. Marshaila's my literal goat. I was seconds from death.
Babe, you being stressed makes me so sad. Oh, I've never seen you so stressed.
I was seconds from death. Carla, I will remember this forever. That's my Shayla right there.
I got you, babe.
That's my Shayla.
I got you. I've never seen Sammy so stressed. Holy shit. It's good to see you, Lucinda. I've never seen Sammy so fucking stressed in her. I have never heard her so stressed. She wasn't even that stressed in Japan. Oh my god. Hey, babe.
Carla, what do I drink? What do I drink? What do I drink? I'm freaking out.
I don't know. I don't even have anything in front of me. What do we do? Hey, babe.
Carla, the blue is good.
Blue is good? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Apparently blue is good.
Oh. Bro, Whiskey just called me and said don't drink blue. Is he fucking around?
Oh, shit. I didn't talk to Whiskey. Maybe
I just drank blue and I survived. What a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit.
Okay,
Over.
well, you're welcome. I don't have blue. Fuck, I screwed myself over. I gotta keep my mouth shut. I'm gonna have to lie to Whiskey and tell him that I didn't hear that. Not Sammy. I'm so sorry. What happened?
This isn't my round, babe.
Well, you're a heart.
You've got a heart. Wait, we're both hearts?
Yeah.
Hey, that's cute.
Cute.
Aw.
All right. Sorry. Hey, babe. You are 3 balls, or I think it's called a club.
A club.
Maybe. Yeah.
You are a heart.
Aw, thanks for saying that. So what am I? I'm kidding.
You're a heart, yeah.
Thanks. Hello, Leodley.
Just a spade and a heart looking at each other saying exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, you are a spade if that's an upside down heart.
You're a heart. You're in my heart.
Yeah, and you're an upside down heart because I'm from Australia, but you're still my heart.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have a little tail.
Cute. Okay.
Heart.
Upside down sack. Or heart, sorry.
Oh, true.
Sack with a butt plug. That's you.
That's my favorite. Okay.
Perfect. Heart. Sammy, I mean, Ben, what are you doing? Is everyone lying to you or something? Talk to me.
Everyone told me I was a club, then a spade, then a diamond.
Well,
now
if
I'm
you
a
want
heart.
points, you're a heart. Okay?
You're a heart.
Thanks, babe. Alright. I can see him liking that. Sack with a butt plug. Oh, wait, I haven't seen that, Nat. But basically, yes, I can't see what I am, but they can see what I am. But there's different mini games. So that was round 3 or 4, and that was that mini game. Wires will appear in your room. Find out who's the instruction for your wires. Okay.
Carla, can I keep it a stack?
Yeah.
My button spawned upside down and I tried to turn it over. I clicked it, I lost points.
Did you have a red button?
It's a black button, I think.
Awkward. Do you have instructions for the wires?
Yeah, cut red.
Is that yellow black as well?
No, it's green white.
Alright, thank God I didn't cut red. Okay. Yellow!
Hey, babe. Do you have yellow, white, or black wires?
I have red, yellow, black.
I don't got you.
Do you have a
What
button?
You got on your board. I'm buttonless.
Alright, babe.
Later.
Talk to me.
My Australian pal, what are you rocking?
I have a red, yellow, black wire.
Crap! Close. Do you have a button or a wire?
I have a red button on on my board.
Crap. That's crap and black.
So we
Okay,
can't. Okay, fuck. Do you have a red button?
Carla.
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Press when timer shows 5.
Wait, do you need my help?
Do you have what's on your board?
White, red, yellow.
No, thank you though.
Okay.
Hello.
Carla, what you got?
I've got. Oh, I survived. Never mind. Oh, wait, never mind. Wait,
okay.
sorry. No, I need you. I have red, yellow, black wires.
I need yellow, white, black, unfortunately.
Oh wait, I think Banth has that, or Sammy.
I got 3 wires. Can you help me?
No, but can you help me? I have 3 wires.
Are they green, red, or black?
No, damn it.
Damn it.
Who? Hello, can
Did
you
you
help
get your
me?
Did you get your instructions?
No, someone's lying to me.
Chris is lying to me too.
Because
Carla, I'm at 0. I got
Oh.
negative points.
No, I have red, yellow, black.
Wire? Did you talk to everyone?
Yeah.
Oh! You talked to Sammy?
Yeah.
What did she say?
I don't think I have that. I'll check. Someone's lying to me. Hello, someone's lying to me.
Wait, what were your wires again?
Red, yellow, black.
I'll cut the black. That's my bad, dude. That's my bad.
Oh, thank you so much. Great.
Yeah, dude, sorry.
Okay.
My brain got confused.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Alright.
Okay, cool. I was like, what? Where's my point? Hello? Okay. Nice. I really thought I was dying there. That's huge news. All right. Hot potato. Potato appears in a player's room. The player can pass it on the player by clicking them. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, Alicia. You're my goat. Thank you. You're a hot potato. Yep. Something is still in something's been in my eye for 4 hours. Anything for you, Queen. Thank you, Pookie. It's like... Is it my eyeball? It's like a speck of something. I'll take the whole ball out. Whiskey exploded. Yeah, I might do it after my break because it's been here for 3 hours. It feels, it doesn't feel like a hair taxi. It feels like a speck of mascara or something, maybe. Sorry. I'll check after this game. What happened, Em? I'm scared. Everyone's exploding. Oh, Bant exploded. Let's wait, see if my phone. Can't see anything. Oh wait. Yeah, the music's really good. Oh. It's my day today, apparently. Why do I have so much luck today? Oh, the bomb is back. Okay. Hello?
What you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk inside that trunk? I'ma get you drunk. Get you love drunk off my humps. My humps. Oh, God.
That was so clutch. Wow.
I met a girl down at the disco. She said, hey, let's go. I could be a lady, you could be my honey, and I...
Timing press, okay. Mix your milk with my Cocoa Puff. Chicks. Okay. Hey, babe.
1:45.
I don't have... Oh, shit.
What?
I don't have a view.
Carla.
No, baby, I don't have a name. I don't have a name. I don't
You
have
don't
a
have a
name.
name.
I don't have a name on the thing. Oh. Hi.
All right, ready? 124.
4.
Good job.
Thank you. My bad. I got them mixed up.
Carla.
My
Hi,
bad.
Carla. When the clock says 10.
Fuck!
Oh, did you press it too early?
I did accidentally, not on purpose. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You're my Shayla. You're my Shayla.
I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do that. 56.
And go.
I'm really sorry, Pookie.
Ayo.
49. Yippee!
Nice.
42.
Yo.
Nice. $31. Hey Pookie, 31. 31. Yeah, we can.
I can't do it with you. I can't do it with you. No, no, I already.
Hello. 24.
25.
Or 5.
Or 24.
4.
24.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
I fucked over Whiskey and I didn't mean. I genuinely got the button games mixed up. All right, ready? 9.
I can't do it with you.
Why?
No one will do it with me.
Babe, I'm really sorry. Oh. I want to state for the court that I thought it was the other button game and your name wasn't up. So I was like, what? We're not together. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
No, I fucked you over twice. Oh, here we go. Now we have the button game. You,
Okay.
When we're connected, I'm giving you 5 points, okay? I'm really sorry.
Tamam, da fan turen chan.
Hi. Hello?
my bad.
Alright. How about we just both pick green so we're safe? I mean red.
Okay. If we also just get points by going red, or do you want to go green? I'm going green.
Well, please go green because you never do.
Yes!
Great. Yay! Alright. Press. Oh, wait, it sent me.
You're not mine.
Hello?
Just 2 Shaylas hitting green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm getting the button games mixed up, Sammy, and I accidentally screwed over Whiskey last round.
Oh no! Oh, he's never gonna forget
Nah,
that.
I know. Fuck. I'm washed. Hey, babe. 2 pals hitting green.
Everyone's lying. Let's both hit green those and lock in.
Will you actually hit green, or are you gonna hit red because you want points? You
No,
can tell
I'm hitting
me.
green because if I hit red, if I hit red, you'll be sad for like the whole night. So I'm gonna hit green.
I'd be disappointed.
Because I'm a good guy.
All right, but
yeah,
I'm.
and I would be really upset with you too. So I'm going green.
Okay. Great.
Perfect.
3 points. Green.
2 Cocoa Puffs. Milky Cocoa Puffs. Hitting green.
They say they wanna sex me. The boys they want to sex me. They
always standing next to me, trying to feel my
always
listen to my
looking in my lump.
You can look, but you can touch it. You can touch. Whiskey, I need you. All right, hit green. I'm going red. I'm giving you 5 points.
Wait, if you go red, Carl, if you go red, it's the other way around.
Oh,
Carl,
sorry. Press red. I got green. Sorry.
No, are you
Press
sure?
red. Yes. Please.
Okay.
Amazing.
Carla!
Hello. What are we doing there, sir?
Oh, whiskey's on a tear, dude. Should I just help you?
I mean, I wouldn't be mad. I gave him the 5 to be fair, because I fucked him over accidentally last round. But it would be funny if I beat him still.
No, yeah, do it. You're good.
Okay, that's hilarious. Thank you.
GG.
Well, technically, I still helped Whiskey. Do we all get points technically, though? That's kind of funny. This might be my day, though.
Carla.
What are we thinking?
I mean, if we both go, I think we have to just be in the top like quarter of like the people. So if we both go green here, we're 1 for 1 in this round.
Oh, okay. So we both go green.
Green.
Right.
Carla.
To be fair, he screws me over all the time. Hello?
Just 2 Shaylas hitting green.
I agree, babe. I agree. I just fucked over Ben because he always fucks me over, and I got him back for the first time ever.
That's good. Wait, you're playing devious this round.
Well,
Okay, Shayla.
Only to Ben. He always screws me over.
No, you're fair. You're fair.
Thanks, babe. Hello.
Hey, can you let me have this one?
Yeah, sure. What do I pick?
Really?
Yeah.
You pick green, and then we'll be perfect.
Oh, and then you pick red? Yeah, cool. I fucked over Ben for the first time ever because he always gets me. It was a really good feeling.
Wait, did it feel kind of nice?
Yeah, because he screws me over constantly.
Really?
There you go.
And now we're tied. You're a good guy.
Nice. Milky, right? What do you want to do?
I met a girl down at the disco. Did I already do that part?
You did, but I like that bit.
Hey, let's go. I could be your lady, you can be my honey. Let's spend time, not money. Mix your milk yeah, that's
with
the part
my
that circles around the
milky cocoa.
I'm gonna have to morph into Fergalicious probably.
I agree. Oopsies.
Or glamorous even.
G-L-A-M.
Oh.
Okay. Talk to me. Two people doing green or what?
I'm down to do green.
Okay. Nice. Talk to me.
All right, what's your offer?
Well, I mean, do you want to just...
You have 10 seconds to make a good offer.
Here, you press green, I press red. I beat the boys. And then I'll help you later on.
Sammy's there too.
I'll help you later on. Alright. Fair. I mean, I'm not last. I'm third. That's not bad. Whoa. I got a point. Wait, I'm killing it kind of, guys. Can I say that? I'm on 8. Odd outfit. Okay, let's go. Odd outfit. I'm a clown. Hey, twin.
Hello?
What are you?
What are you? I'm a frog.
Are you actually a frog?
Yeah. Oh my god, are you something else?
I'm a clown, like you said I am.
What? Okay, I'm a frog though, but don't get Carla. Don't tell anyone.
All right. Well, don't tell anyone. I'm a clown until we figure it out.
Okay.
Okay. Just guess sandwich true.
Hi, Michaela.
Hi, what are you?
What are you first?
What?
Because last round it was. Oh wait, it wasn't you. It was Sam. I take it back. I'm a frog.
Thank you so much. I'm a clown.
Are you actually?
No, I am. But don't tell anyone. If it turns out that I'm dressed weird, don't tell anyone. Get the point for yourself.
Okay. That sounds like a plan.
Amazing.
Later.
Bye. Is it me? What do you see?
Yo, I'm a horse. What do you see?
You are not a horse.
I see a horse, a big old horse head.
I've never seen a horse head before.
Me either. I don't know if it's new or it's rare.
Are you being like serious?
Yeah. What do you have? I have a horse. It's like a fucking mouth is open.
What? I'm a frog.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a horse.
What?
Hopefully maybe there's horses and frogs.
All right.
I don't know.
Is he lying? Sorry.
Wild hangout.
Sorry. I think Chris is lying to me. What are you?
Well, I'm a frog.
Oh, he said he's a horse. Well, I've never seen a horse in this game.
There's no horse. There's got to be Chris, right? What? Chris told Whiskey that he's a clown.
Oh.
And Whiskey said he's also a clown, so I don't know.
Oh, everyone's lying out of their teeth.
Pretty much everyone's lying out of their teeth.
All right, well, I'm an emoji.
No, you're not.
What? Okay, fine. I'm a clown.
Yeah. No, you're not.
I'm genuinely a clown. I'm not even kidding. I'm actually a clown. I swear, I've only told 2 people. I swear. Swear on your heart.
All right.
Clown.
I'm gonna be honest, I think it's me.
Really? What are you?
I'm a frog.
I'm a horse.
I'm a horse.
Chris said you're not a horse. Chris said he was a horse. I don't get it.
Yeah, he is a horse. They patched the game.
Nah. Okay.
Carla, this is some bullshit. What are you, please?
I'm a clown. Chris said he was a horse, and I think he's lying. It might be me.
So
Girl, is it Chris or me?
I think you've got them all fooled. I think you've got them all fooled, straight up. Yup. W point.
Yup. Hey, babe. Enjoy your point.
Wait, I can't believe you told the truth. I can't believe you told the truth.
I said I owed you one, yeah.
Fair enough.
All right. I think I
couldn't. There was a thing over the name. I don't even know who was different.
Guys, was anyone actually a horse? Keep it a buck.
Yeah, Chris said he was a horse.
No,
That's
Chris
so
was
funny.
lying like
Wait,
his shorts.
no,
off.
There was a horse.
Like it's his job.
Chris and Sam are on crack, bro.
I believed him for a little bit.
You guys were not horses. Keep it a stack.
Horse.
If the button thing screwed me over here, I'm gonna crash out.
To be fair, I think I told Sam I was Santa Claus. But, hey.
Yeah, you did.
Van fucking got me here like a little ass. For no reason.
I think that I might have this in the bag.
Wait, Sam.
Wait, Sam, you won.
Sam,
Wait,
The fries, I mean, the fries in the bag. I think I lost. I don't think I did well.
No,
Carla
Carla
has
has
7.
7. Carla has 7.
No, I don't.
Wait, you guys cooked.
Yeah, you do, because you get 1 point here at the end.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Wow.
Holy
Carla.
cinema.
Wait, is it
Carla,
my
you
day
won.
today?
Hey, Carla, cool.
Is it my day?
Wait a second.
Oh my god!
Wait, yeah. Look at my
Can I have like 25%
trip.
of those winnings? Or no?
God, she's
Yeah,
got
away.
She's got away.
This is actually crazy.
Banth, why are
Wow,
we doing the
I'm
thing
really
from
proud
Party
of you.
Animals on
Alright,
Castle
Carla
Lane?
believers, get your points.
America too.
The
Australia.
Shaq Carla
we're doing
believers are eating
20
so good.
rounds. No, I'm kidding.
We should do the
That's
we should do a long
wild.
round.
Okay,
I
let's
think
do a
12 is
15 rounder. Nah, come on.
Wait, it's such a huge day for me. Back-to-back wins.
The doors
What?
one is on.
Guys.
Actually, Carl, you
It's
had
just
a good amount
it's
of
a
votes.
random pool. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Wait, you can only 12 rounds. 12 rounds is the highest you can go.
Guys, is it my
Quick.
lucky day?
I'm
What's
gonna have to
going
run
on?
outside and get my bean and cheese burrito in
Wait,
3 minutes. So if I disappear and it's the
Two?
potato game and one of you hands it to me, I am going to
Two
be
wins
really
in
upset.
American
Sam, where are you getting
lobby.
a bean and cheese from at this hour?
Not the bean and cheese.
Wouldn't you like to know?
I should
I'm
put
actually-
some
I'm like a
chicken
very-
Kievs in the
I
air
have a
fryer.
good map of like all the Mexican spots in LA. So hit me. What's
The
it called?
greater LA area.
I just know a guy.
You know a guy.
It's me. I'm hand delivering it.
Crispy actually
Crispy,
did just
set it up
know a
with
guy.
I just have like a text number and I'm like,
with a
yeah.
12.
Bring me one burrito, please.
I only lied a couple of
12?
times last
Should we
round,
do
right?
12 highest it goes? Okay, yeah, do a 12 banger.
I lied a couple
Mm.
times,
Get rid of the
but
bomb
I was
game and
pretty
play something else
nice.
Instead. The bomb one
Which
isn't
bomb
fun.
game?
Yeah, the diffuse
The
bomb blows.
diffuse one. The diffuse.
Oh, yeah.
Can we get rid of that?
Jalapeno
Ooh,
hilarious.
I would have a toasty.
The buttons one when there's both.
Button one, yeah, both buttons blow.
What are you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty.
The
like,
the
green.
wires are cool. The disguised voice is
My
cool.
Shayla.
The gun.
I
is
can't get over how
cool.
distressed you sounded during the spikes.
There's a gun when
No,
we
like
can
I
shoot
was
each other.
second. I need you to know I was 0.5 seconds from death.
I could
when
hear you
saved me.
clicking
Oh,
with
my
all your
internet
might.
is out.
No.
No, don't
Oh,
say
no, my
that.
internet's out.
No, we
Chat,
can
is
hear
my
you.
internet out?
Bro, no. Bring it back.
No, no, my chat is gone.
No.
Whiskers,
little bear?
stay in line.
Whiskers.
Whiskers, no.
I could put some
Whiskers.
Kievs in the
Stay in
air
line.
fryer.
Wait, the
No, we're
beans
here.
one is
We
Chat,
can't
chicken,
pick a number
too.
between 1 and 38.
14.
21.
It's
It's
12.
been blurping all night. I did not do it for
Do I have
attention.
any
bro. My internet
other
dropped. Guys, tell me when you see the Trader Joe's gift card.
That's crazy.
love
Doing it
attention.
for
That's the
attention is crazy.
You love attention.
No, send me my chat wishes death upon me every other like 2 minutes.
No,
I have chicken
Whiskers.
Kiev.
This is
Oh,
my
I do have
dog.
rice
You have
cakes.
to be
I could do
nice.
a
Okay,
peanut
wait,
butter
I
and
think
jelly
we
rice
fixed it. I think we
cake.
fixed it.
And
W
save my
teamwork.
chicken for after stream.
W teamwork.
Chicken.
So you guys into any like specific groceries or anything?
Sam, do you shop at Erewhon?
I've been fucking with.
I've
frozen
actually
pizza.
never stepped foot inside of one.
You should do it. Just like blow
I wanted
like
to
a
go get
huge
the
bag.
Sabrina Carpenter
she's
smoothie,
got
but I didn't.
away.
What?
Huh?
Oh, Sarah,
Bro,
thank you.
Bro always yells as he's walking out of the room, like we're gonna hear. in the
Dude, he's trying to have
Rice
the
cakes,
last word
fuck.
always.
You know what? He's gonna come back with the cat, so it doesn't even matter.
I know, he
True.
says things and then he just says, "Oh, look at the I got a cat."
Sam,
and
where
then
do
he
you
gets
shop?
away with it.
Yeah, he just gets away with it.
Ooh,
If I had
some
to guess,
food?
it's
Why are you trying to
probably
triangulate my groceries and burrito place?
I think I'm just hungry.
I know, what
Wait, Whiskey Loki just ordered Taco Bell. You're good, bro. You're
Sam,
good.
you're
I'm gonna
giving,
put something in
you're
the
giving
microwave.
like
It's
shops
4
at Trader
minutes.
Joe's like really mysteriously like with AirPods in.
Wait, Sam definitely goes straight to the scallion pancakes. Like that's.
What's a scallion
those are-
pancake?
They're really good. They're
Sam,
really
you
good.
can't say that. Come
No,
on.
the scallion pancakes are really good.
Oh, they're so
Bro,
good.
did you make
Is
that
it
up? Is that
potato?
a real food? What is that?
Sammy,
Sammy.
no, not both Sam
Sammy,
and
you know what's
Sammy.
What are
you know what's
Do you guys
scallion
make that
pancakes
up?
are?
Look, this is a generational
Guys.
L,
Guys, I put
Whiskey.
mayo in my
Oh.
mac and cheese when I run out of milk. Like I don't do good. No, I do good.
Sam,
I'm
are you
fine.
Caucasian by chance?
It turns out
Sam, are you actually?
I have the affliction, yes.
Mayo, mac and cheese,
Are
and
you
no
fucking scam-
high?
You guys fucking stink. You know scallion pancakes?
Oh,
What are you
Sammy's
talking
ulting.
about?
Sammy's ulting.
I can
You're,
hear
you're fibbing. You're fibbing.
Sammy, I heard your laugh from the kitchen. What happened?
I am battling it, yes.
What do you mean? They're
It's
phenomenal.
terminal.
From Chinese food, dude.
That
Look it
was
up.
crazy.
Yes. No, finally someone who knows what the Trader Joe's scallion
Pancakes
pancake is.
Goated.
No, Crispy, someone in my chat said that they're
I'm
they're
not
good.
okay.
They're so good from Trader
This
Joe's.
is good. You
Carla,
guys,
you know what
my
scallion pancake is, right?
burrito's here basically.
You guys ready? I'm ready to vibe.
No.
Sam, are you
Be
vegan?
ready now.
Bro, take the dogs out.
Fan. You know what a scallion pancake is, Elise?
I forgot Ben has
Yeah,
dogs.
Is it
What am I,
potato?
uncultured?
Is it potato?
Yes.
No, thank fucking God.
No,
I
it's
could
like
hear
a,
Sammy
it's like
laugh
a
through my
pancake with
headset
onions
from
on
the
it.
kitchen.
Oh, scallions.
Chris, you send
Yeah,
me
it's
the
like a
ad and I'll send
scallion.
you one.
I don't know
Next
if
time
I
you guys
like
order
that.
Chinese food, get a scallion pancake. You're welcome.
My microwave meal is in the microwave.
No, like literally. like,
Okay,
like, oh, this-
guys,
this-
Remind me.
I gotta go get my bean and cheese
4.5
burrito.
minutes.
So,
Bye.
That was way more than
All right,
3
time
minutes.
to start the game.
We probably have time. Bunch of them.
I'm excited to eat it. I wanted to make something else, but I was like, this is the easiest thing. Microwave. Room call. 2. Mayo and mac and cheese. I haven't tried that. 2. Ooh, I love blue cheese.
Yeah.
Hey, Whiskey. Oh. I was muted.
Hello?
Sorry, I was muted. Hi, Whiskey. What room are you in?
I'm in 4.
Or I'm in 2. I think that's Bance.
Hello?
Hello?
What room number are you?
Whiskey.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Whiskey.
Oh no. Can you say something so I know it's you?
It's me, Whiskey.
Is it?
Yeah.
Say something only us two know.
Glit.
Alright, sick. What are you in?
I'm room number 3.
Okay, I'm 2. Since you've been gone. Hello?
Room service.
Room service?
Oh, it's Carla.
Hi, Chris?
Yeah.
Nah, that's Sam.
Hello?
Hi, Sammy. What room are you in?
I'm in 6. Where are you?
I'm 2.
Alright, thank you, Miss Shayla.
Bye, Shayla. Alright, so we gotta just do this for now. Figure it out. Yoo-hoo! Hello?
Where's this? What room?
Crispy, what room are you in? 5?
Wait, is this Carla?
Yeah, what room are you in?
What room are you in? I'll tell you if you tell me.
I'm 2. What are you?
Oh wait, we already talked. I'm in 5.
And this is Crispy.
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay. Alright, Sandwich and Chris. I don't know. I don't know what Chris and Sam are. Sam was busy though. Maybe room 1 was Sam? Hello?
Oh, there she is.
Chris, what are you?
Rory.
What room? So, okay. Alright, I think that's pretty good then. Unless someone lied to me. I think my food's done. I think I'm gonna lock it in. Oh, shit. Hello.
Who is this? It's me, Whiskey. What are you?
I got a point! Hello?
Yo.
Wanna be my pair?
Were you on the... Yeah, were you on the phone with someone else before?
No, I went to get my food. I swear.
Oh, okay.
Do you wanna be my pair? I'm down.
Yeah.
But like, actually
So
though?
don't... Yeah, I'm just gonna keep your name on my board. So don't, tell anyone else that you're gonna be their pair.
Okay.
Okay, so what's up?
Nothing. How's your day?
You doing a banger stream today or not really?
Oh, I'm doing a banger, babe.
Really?
Would you check out the new Ark update after Fortnite or like no?
What do you mean after Fortnite?
Oh, we're still playing Fort or no?
I'd be down to maybe go just straight to Ark.
Oh, perfect.
Depends though how I'm feeling. We'll see.
Yeah, if you're awake, we should do Ark after everything. Do you think we're gonna do golf? I reckon we're gonna do golf.
Oh, I think golf will be funny with Sammy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Should we let's talk to other people and see what they're up to.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Wait. Should we try convincing one other person to put our name? And
Yeah.
but we keep each other's names on the board and then like just see what happens.
Yeah, but they're gonna be really angry.
You're right. Maybe we don't.
Well, let's see where the wind takes us. But I'm not gonna move your name. I'm eating a honey chicken meal or lemon chicken meal thing. Really? This is a good round for me to eat. I'm actually really keen just to see the ARC update. Hey, King.
Carla, you gotta write my name, Carla. You gotta.
I have some oh no. I feel bad. I feel really bad, but I promised and I didn't want to break the promise. He should have called me first.
Let's go.
Should I do it? I've already won. Let's do it. I should stop. Right? You can win and lose in this one, so you can lose points. So, you can gamble as much as you want in this one. Last time I lost 2 points. Yeah, nah, exactly. That is the most foul thing that's ever happened to me. I'm so sorry you had to see that. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. I'm 30 years old. I should just not talk with my mouth full. I'm a streamer, I swear. No, it's not your fault at all. That was me. It happened to all of us, though. True. That's hilarious, though. Okay.
Carla!
What are you writing?
I don't know. You're literally the first person I've talked to. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, I wrote 1,000.
1,000 again?
Should we not do that?
I don't know. I just feel like Chris is gonna go 999 again.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you what he tells me. I'll call you back.
Alright, fair.
Come on, Chris. Come on, Chris. Get off the phone. What are you doing?
Yo, we're all going 1,200.
Actually?
I don't know.
What are you writing? Tell me what you're writing.
900.
Tell me actually what you wrote.
900.
Oh, you're lying to me. Okay.
Carla.
He said 900, but I don't believe him. I don't know what to do.
He also said 800 as well, so he's just lying.
Oh, okay. I'll do 1,000.
Classic Chris. He's playing for the win this round, you can tell.
All right, I'm doing 1,000.
All right, me too.
I knew it. I did 999 at the start. I knew it. Oh no. One player gets a gun and can shoot themselves. Another player... Or another player.
Yeah, I don't really get this one.
Guns.
Oh, 17%.
Here's the thing, guys. I'm gonna shoot myself unless everyone says something nice right now.
You're a really good
What?
friend.
What? Sorry, it was on her tunnel.
with you in Japan.
Anyone else?
I said my piece.
Anyone else?
I like what Sammy said. That made me feel good on your behalf.
Do it.
Anyone else?
I'm underneath the map.
Chris said do it. That's crazy.
I like that you're holding.
Carla, do you mind telling the others that I'm underneath the map?
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
you
guys,
actually hate to see it.
Band is underneath the map.
Bro's got blood on his
Band
hands.
is underneath the map. He just told me.
Not mine though.
Guys, they all did that to me.
We can hear you
No,
still, idiot.
I'm glad. I'm glad that I died.
Whiskers, what's up?
Chris, don't talk to them. You don't deserve their attention.
Yes, I do. What a one
You guys did that to me.
Wasn't that nice? It
Chris,
was
me,
good.
shoot me.
There was like a sauce
Put
in
me
there
down.
that.
Send me to the farm. Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
wait,
I
Sam.
thought.
Generational move.
Wait, I'm starting to think that you guys are like low-key bad
Wait,
folks.
Sam, that was like brutal. We were friends once.
Once.
You know, you get one bean and cheese burrito and it changes you, bro.
Oh,
Ooh.
Oh, is that what karma feels like?
Yeah.
Wait, is
Band is underneath the map. I don't know if we're gonna or not.
I decided what we could add
No,
to
Bant-
the burritos we want to
Bant
make.
is
Karma.
Okay.
Wait, Sammy, do you have
Bant
the
is
gun
feeding
or
the
no?
A
dogs,
little bit
I
of
think.
salt.
Do I have the gun?
A little bit of
I don't
karma.
think so.
Bant has the gun.
Okay.
and
Chris, I'm getting word that you're scaring your viewers.
Wait, shoot yourself, Band? Maybe. Sorry, that sounds crazy. In game.
If they're whisker maids, that's fine. I don't think they're. I think
Maybe
No.
if you
No,
shoot
my
yourself,
my
it
viewers
passes
They're
it.
Shaq refugees. They're scared of you. They're saying.
Wait,
Do you
is Chris
think
on
if
a
all of our
generational,
viewers were in a
like,
poetry slam,
Batman
whose
run?
viewers do you think would win?
Not mine.
Chris is on a generational.
Wow, you really said that quickly.
Sinister guy. Right?
Twitch.tv/sandwich. They wouldn't treat you like that.
No,
It's really
Chris,
hot.
you're hemorrhaging viewers.
My AC on.
We'll get them back. We always do.
Okay, wait, Chris, that's the Zoloft talking. Chris, W confidence.
Guys, come
So loud. Wait, he shot one.
Shoot again.
I'll
With
give
love.
you VIP, guys. Come back. I swear.
Nah, he won't.
Wait, Sandwich
You're
is
right.
dead?
Chat, am I lying?
Oh,
you
fuck
guys,
you.
guys, none of you know poetry.
I know poetry.
Wait, what'd you say,
You
Crispy?
guys, my chat.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. All right, my
Wait, so
one
did
mod
Bant
knows
fall
how
under
it
the
goes.
map? Is
Chat,
that what,
I know you
what's
guys would have
happening?
won in the poetry
I
contest.
think Banth is taking out a dog.
I've heard your lyrics.
Oh.
Let's try to write a
Wait,
poem
li-
together right now.
Wait, why is the
Here's
Shaq
something
so scared?
poem
Chris, what's going on?
Let's check my AC's on.
Hannah, welcome back. Yes.
Wait, Chris, you on?
You didn't really
Chris,
fight
you
for
un-
us there? 'Cause
It is. I'm just hot. One player gets a gun. Oh no. Uh-oh. Yeah, true. Maybe I was just really hot. Yeah, there are so many games. It's actually pretty impressive for the price. Why am I so hungry today? Oh my god. I'm a snacky girl. I'm joking. Oh my god. Okay.
Hey, Carla.
Hello.
What are you rocking?
You have a diamond.
And you have a spade.
Is spade the balls or the heart upside down?
It's the ball. It's the ball's heart upside down.
The ball's heart upside down. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Hello.
Spade.
You have 3 balls or a club.
I'm a club ball guy. All right.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Hello?
I know you won't lie to me.
You're a diamond.
Okay.
Okay.
Spade.
Amazing, thank you. I'm a ball guy. Oh, it's only been 4 hours this stream. Damn.
Hello.
Oh, what's funny?
I'm sure you'll find out on the phone soon. You are a spade, by the way.
And what does that look like?
Like an upside down heart with a stand.
Amazing. You have a heart, babe.
Thanks, babe.
Thanks. Shaping, if you can hear this, these are my favorite thing on earth, and I thank you once again.
Hey, Carla.
Hey, Witchy. You have an upside down heart.
You have the same thing.
Oh my god, you sexy bitch. Chessmen have my heart. Hello.
All right, we're making a pact. Everyone against Chris for the rest of the game.
Oh my god, okay. It's like, like a butter biscuit or a scotch something. Do I help Chris?
Bello.
Bello, I have a heart. I mean, sorry.
Raindrop.
Sorry, I have a star. I don't know why I said that.
Wait, what? You have a star?
I genuinely have a star. I don't know why I said the wrong shape.
Okay.
Sorry.
You have a raindrop.
Sorry.
Or I have a raindrop.
See, we're all doing it. All right, bye.
What do you got?
Hey, I have a star and a raindrop. What do you have?
What is this, the fucking sky? I got a star and a cloud.
You got a cloud? 1 second.
Yep.
Amazing, thank you. The last one's a cloud.
Raindrop, star, cloud.
What is this, the sky?
What is this? Outside?
I just stole Sandwich's joke. I'm dead. I want to say the same thing to Whiskey. If he picks up.
Carla, hello?
Hi, it's star, raindrop, cloud.
Cloud? No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
What is this? Okay. Hello, the oddly.
Carla, sorry, I was freaking out. All of my monitors went black for a second. I was losing my mind.
What
But
is
you
that?
were correct.
What is that? The sky at night?
Yeah.
Okay.
What color do I drink?
I don't know, but sorry you went through that.
It's okay.
Bello.
Bella, what color are you drinking, you know?
I drink purple and lived, so... But I don't know if that means that all purple's okay. Like, I don't know the tea on this one.
Alright, gotcha.
Later.
Hi, O. Purple. They have really good music in this game. Can I snooze this ad? Sam was poisoned. point, I guess, yeah. Doors. Oh, you can open the door and go into the hallway. If an even number of players open the door, they all get -1 point. If an odd number opens the door, they get 1 point. I want to go out. I want to be free. We should
Carla.
go out.
We're gonna blow this popsicle stand.
All right, you should go out.
Like right now, or like at the end?
Well, we should just go out, but we got to figure out a way to just get an odd number out there.
Wait, let's go out and then just yell at people to come out with us.
Will they hear us?
Spread. Oh, hi.
Hey. Hey, guys. Hello.
Already out there. Oh, hi. I didn't know if you were already out there in the hall.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out. Screw it. Whiskey and
I
Sam
am too,
too.
babe.
Yeah, fuck it. Come out.
I'll see you out there.
All right.
Wait, you guys sound like my uncle.
1, 2, 4, 5. Oh, we have 5. We have 5. Oh, fuck. We have 6. Wait, what if we all go out? Is that 7? We all win.
Fucking
Bam.
morons.
I
1,
trust.
2,
I'm gonna stand in the
3.
hallway.
1,
Come
2,
out.
Banth.
2,
Banth, come here.
4, 6. We need
If
Bant.
you're that guy, that's a generational owl.
3, 6. Yeah. Bant, come out.
Generational L is crazy.
Someone
Wait,
call him.
Bant,
Someone
Bant.
call him.
Why'd everyone go outside
Bant,
immediately?
come out. Bant, come out.
If
Come
you're
out.
gonna come out, that's
Definitely don't stay in.
Like Duke versus UConn last week.
Someone call Banth and tell him to come out. Chris, call him. He'll listen to you.
Guys, you can't just force him.
2,
No, I'm too lazy.
4, 6. All right, I'll call him.
Hello?
Come out, Banth.
So wait, what if we go back in?
Banth.
Are you going out?
Banth, come out. Come out, and we'll win. Come out. I told him to come out. I don't know if he will or not. Okay. Unfortunate. I think people went in. Just come out. Alright, that's okay. Hot potato. Sorry.
I'm getting a potato.
Oh, hey. What are you doing here? Oh, fuck, babe. No!
Damn, that sucks.
Great.
Here, you just lay in the middle of the room. They'll think there's a dead body in here already, and I can just.
Smart. Smart. Okay. Watch this. Watch this. When they open the door, I'm gonna, like, scream my leg. And
Yeah,
I'll
just be
leave.
like.
Yeah. Perfect.
Start spreading the news. What's the rest of the lyrics?
I'm leaving today. I
I'm
wanna
leaving
be
today.
a part of it. New York.
New York. Do you think my neighbors like me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Help!
It worked. Oh, fuck yes, let's go. I like that you're doing this for me, even though I came into your room, used you as a human shield, and then hid behind the
And then I proceeded not to give you the potato, which is crazy.
And now you're saving me. That's good. That's your girl's girl.
Mm-hmm. Someone open the door again. That's funny. Help! It worked again. It worked. They look and they turn around.
It's perfect. It's a perfect ploy. I like that you're just spreading going.
I'm showing Clam.
No, it was tragic. She exploded right in front of me. She's all over the walls.
Come on, open the door again. Please, it's so funny.
I should hide behind the door and then I'll go.
Oh, you'll get got. Oh. Help! Well, that's funny. That's really funny. Because I kept running into Sam and Whiskey and Sammy, and I don't want to... yeah. I want to be the odd one again. Come on, give me something odd. Frog. Hey.
Keep it a buck, my Shayla. What you looking like right now?
I'm a frog.
Wait, I'm an emoji going
Ooh, Okay, Megan.
Going
Alright, Queen. Let's see, I might be the odd one out. What are ya?
You know, Carla, sometimes in a man's life.
There you go. Great. I know you want to win, but what are you?
I'm a clown.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
I feel like you're lying to me because I've heard different faces, so I think you're lying.
You've heard different faces or phases?
Both. Tell me what you actually are, and I won't put your name down.
No, I'm genuinely a clown. What have you heard? I heard frog from one person.
I've heard emoji and frog.
Okay. Who'd you hear emoji from and who'd you hear frog from?
Me, emoji, crispy frog.
Okay, I'm clown. So is there 3 in play or someone lying?
I don't know. You tell me.
Alright, let me call more.
Alright. I think Chris is lying. What are you?
I always say Chris is lying, but you've been the imposter for this one like 8 times in a row.
Okay, to be fair, it's only happened once to me, but Sandwich is always the imposter. I'm Frog. What are you?
I'm Frog, and
Okay.
Whiskey's Frog.
Okay, well, Chris said he's a clown, and Sammy said emoji, so someone's lying. And I think it's Chris. He wants this win so bad. He's clamoring. He already sent a message to Kush.
Bet.
Yeah, okay.
Carla, keep it a buck.
I'm a frog. What are you? Be honest.
I am a frog.
Okay,
and
well-
Sammy told me that she's a bear, whatever that is.
Oh, so she's an emoji. Chris said clown, so I think he's lying.
Of course he's lying. His name is Chris.
True, I think he's a frog.
Oh.
Well, I think
then-
Sammy has to be, right? Because you can't have an emoji and a clown.
Yeah, but Sammy could be lying to me.
Yeah, but Sammy wouldn't lie to me. And she heard the emoji as well.
Okay, alright, I'll go Sammy.
Okay. I've kind of thrown it. I think Chris has to lie, right? Yes.
So, are you really the only emoji?
Well, I don't know. But are you really a clown? Because I think you're lying.
I am, yes.
Okay.
You're the odd man out, by the way.
No, I'm not. I'm a frog.
You are. No, you
I'm a
you
frog.
are.
I'm a frog.
No, you're not. I know you're not a frog.
I'm a frog. Yep. Yep.
I still have 4 points.
That one's crazy. Not one person told the truth.
Sammy told the truth to me. No, 3 people told the truth to me.
I did not do good.
You lied too, you clown.
Every
You
single
literally
person
said
got
you're a
chosen
clown.
except for me that round. Should I blow my head off? No, Bant, rewind.
Honest game. Chris, you didn't even call me, bro.
Bant, did you see that though?
Time I tried.
They're hitting my line.
Everyone got voted for except for me. Like genuinely, I'm leaving the Discord call.
No.
Please stay.
No, don't. Chris shot me in the next round.
No, like
Watch
if you
this,
think I'm
watch this.
sleeping tonight, then I'm a monkey's uncle.
Bro.
Uncle, bro.
Crispy.
Why is Chris having 10 points?
Crispy looks like Ludwig.
I with everyone, dude. I look like Ludwig. Oh, wait, I do look like that one Ludwig picture.
Wait, Vance, we suck.
Chris got
God,
10 points,
bro, I'm
probably.
so bad.
Oh.
-1. I didn't even know you could go down.
I cooked
You're a
everyone
DJ,
this
Calvin.
morning.
That was a generational.
Beth, you
fail.
did
That was
cook
a-
us
that
all.
was a
Yeah.
joke.
I'm mad at you for that.
W Carla this round, by the way. She was hooting and hollering
Yeah, I died
while I was
to
hiding
lag,
behind the counter.
unfortunately.
A three-way tie?
Knives time!
This is about to go wild.
Uh-oh.
Decisive choice.
Wait,
What is this? Choice? What is
What
this?
is
We get to choose. We get to choose.
Oh, we get to choose.
Oh, that's tea.
Oh.
Well, I haven't won today.
I haven't won either one round. Sammy always wins.
No,
Never
I
won
didn't
a
win
round,
once
ever.
today. Carla won twice.
No, Sammy wins never, a lot of never other won a times. round ever.
So I didn't win
Crispy's
today.
never won a round ever. I'll just
Okay, but Crispy's never won though.
Crispy's never won, guys. Never won, guys.
Yeah, but Crispy's never won.
I'm just standing here minding my own business.
You know what? Give it to Sam. You,
Wait, now they're gonna
Wait,
they're
I'm
gonna
not
fight.
even in the running.
See, they voted Crispy. W Crispy.
right.
W
Let's
Crispy.
go.
First win for Crispy.
Hold on.
I had to give Crispy a win because he hasn't won
Win a
yet.
fucking Wait, I can't believe this is my second win.
Wait.
Oh.
We should have seconded his hype train earlier, bro.
No, I'm just kidding. This is my first win. This is my first
Wait,
Yeah.
wait, Crispy, that would actually be diabolical.
That'd be
That's
a
so
diabolical
funny.
lie.
That would be such a, like, That'd elevated. be so silly. It's not even funny.
Nah, dude. Still a W. Put two L's together. What does it make?
Hey, wait.
A square, if it's upside down.
box.
No, dude, you put them.
Makes a U.
You put them side like they're two
It makes
V's.
a U.
Oh,
No,
you're
you-
so
and then-
right.
and then
Yeah, I'm familiar.
You saw the division.
I'm joking, sorry.
Wait, Band and Whiskey, you guys had 3% of the votes. Crispy had 11.
Why are you saying
Wait,
my vote
Major
cuts less?
Shack upset.
Wait, no, I'm saying Shaq doesn't there was believe 3% it. believers.
I think we're
in
gonna
you
do
that's whatever.
golf
Sammy
I'll
if
remind
people are
you.
down.
4% of believers in my channel.
Guys,
What
I
the
haven't
fuck,
even
Sammy?
won
And then
once
op
today.
cap.
I'm
Anthony,
off
thanks
Crispy,
for the
my
actually.
raid,
game.
man. I appreciate that.
Sammy.
You're doing a raid?
Anthony rated me.
Who rated
W
you?
for W.
Band raided you?
I'm not even live, you know. Don't even have my OBS set up here.
Guys, I'm a small streamer here.
I don't even know I have the
Wait, who has a harmonic?
It's Whiskey.
What is
No,
being
two.
drawn
Wait,
here?
harmonica. Have a
Wait, it's
harmonica.
two!
Wait, why do you guys all
It's
have
for Shayla as
harmonicas?
well!
Wait, I feel I have a train whistle.
Why do multiple of you have harmonicas?
What? Should I get like a whistle or something cool? Why don't I have anything sick?
I don't know. I saw it.
I'm confused
I saw
at
it
this
online
moment
and I
about
bought
why
it.
multiple people have harmonicas.
Oh my god! And a
I
train
got a
whistle?
harmonica, but I don't want to get it out right now.
Bro, I
Since it
don't
goes to
have
another school.
anything!
Sammy, you know what you have? Your
What?
voice. Great. Sing it, Queen.
Look at
And
this stuff.
she's got
Isn't it neat?
away. She's
We're gonna
got
keep my
away.
collections complete.
She's
This
got
is my church.
Guys, I just lost
All right, guys, that was my last one.
No.
No!
We need to
One more.
golf. You need to kill me in golf.
One more.
Wait,
Wait,
Sam,
what?
wait,
Even
are you
drink a
done or
blue
do you have
moon
one more?
I don't have
Well,
any.
yeah, I got one more if you guys want to do one more.
I'm
Let's do
down
a
for one more. I'm
five-rounder.
down for one
Sam, I
more.
thought you had to
six
go because you
rounder.
had to do like a big sponsorship
quick
for like an
six-rounder.
undisclosed amount of
Wait.
money.
Ugh, just billions maybe.
Wait.
Gross.
No, I tried to do a
Billions.
sponsorship today and turned
Yeah,
out I
get
can't
to
do it
go?
too. Tomorrow.
No, I don't think up. I got to take the dogs out.
No, personally, I'm down for another round.
Bro's got the microphone real quick.
Give me like 3 minutes.
Okay.
All right, Anthony, take your time.
We'll do a quick 6-rounder. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're doing golf after this, and then.
Thank you for the
Wait,
31
nope,
months. I
they laid back
appreciate
down.
that.
So it should be at least 7 hours today.
Just
If we
slow
have more, we
down,
have
yeah.
more. Who's to say?
Living in a lonely world.
You know?
So who here has the nicest car?
You, bro. You drive a
Sammy.
Lambo. Like, stop capping.
Oh my god, this guy.
Sammy, besides me, obviously.
Well, you're forgetting about his Porsche as well.
He's
Do you guys ever have a
Porsche.
bad stream and then like you just start driving like down the road with no direction?
Yeah, it's called
No, I don't let it get to me.
Drive home whiskey.
That's crazy.
Beth, you know what's my
That's
favorite
actually
Florida
wild.
story? You.
I just drank water and almost spit it out, by the way.
Oh damn! Sorry, didn't mean to disturb your hydration. Bant,
It's
when I was in
okay, man.
Florida and you sent Bant was streaming his first birthday, and he sent me to Wawa to get us dinner because we hadn't eaten in 3 days, and I genuinely had never driven in Florida before, and he didn't tell me any instructions. So what
He
happened
acts
was
like he was in Japan.
Banth. So it was the dead of night in a swampland, and I accidentally stole your.
Was that Hurricane Katrina?
Yes, there was a hurricane happening. I accidentally stole Banthony's father's company car and drove on the wrong side of the road for 15 minutes, genuinely to Wawa to get a bowl of mac and cheese, which ended up decomposing in Banth's bedroom for the next 3 days.
That was a great
And then Banthony's father texted and said, "Why is Whiskey driving the company car?"
on my parents' anniversary.
On his parents' anniversary, and he set me up, bro. It's like I'm gonna be not a part of Facebook.
You've got a bad reputation now, like.
No, my reputation's solid.
Why does everybody love Wawa so much?
Because it's fun to say.
Honestly, it's pretty good.
I've never had
It's
it.
pretty solid.
Sam,
What
just
is
say
it?
Say it. Just
It's
say
no
Wawa.
Family Mart.
I just said it.
Oh,
Speak
it's
on
no
that, speak on
losses.
that.
But is it like? I thought it was like a gas
What if it
station.
is that?
Did you guys
No,
see
it
the Femi
is, but
Cheeky
it's like they have
slippers?
food too.
There's slippers?
Yeah, there's like slippers that
Really
look
good
like Femi
breakfast
Cheeky.
Have you seen the
Ew,
magnet,
that
the
one
light up
looks-
magnets you can get?
They have everything.
Yeah, they have a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
So
you
think
can
of-
get like a
think of
sub sandwich at Wawa.
Let's
They're
go
pretty
back
good.
You know when you
to
walk
Japan.
into a gas station like store and they have like rows of stuff, maybe some coolers. But imagine if they had a deli counter where you could get.
Yeah, speak on that,
Sometimes
Christy.
they do. What is
Okay,
a
but
deli counter?
imagine if they had like a lot of stuff.
Oh, 7-Eleven
I mean,
taquitos
it's like
though.
Target.
There's our guy.
Oh, I grew up on those.
He's back.
7-Eleven taquitos.
Japan
Alright,
part
let's
2.
start.
All right,
Make it a
6 rounds.
3-rounder. I have a
6
sponsor.
Bro.
All right, 6 rounds. Cutthroat.
Anything
no one
goes.
tells
Let's
Why
do it.
Banth calling
Anything
you on
goes,
Discord?
bro.
Hey,
Da, 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 da.
I would honestly do Japan part 2, Electric Boogaloo. I feel like going to Japan again, now that you know your way around, would be fun. It was a vein, Stinky. That's so bad to say out loud. Oh, Whiskey and I were on something.
Hey, twin.
What are you drawing? What are you drawing?
I don't know. What should I draw?
Draw something I would know it's you. I'm drawing a guy that's like, he's just not impressed, not smiling.
Okay. I'm gonna draw a race car.
Okay.
Carla,
What are you drawing?
I'm drawing a Pokeball.
Nice. I'm drawing a disgruntled man.
Wait, how are you drawing all that?
You'll know. You'll know. I need to see Sammy. Although I can pick. You know what? Unless someone calls me, I'm not worrying about it. I should have drawn Greg, Tammy. But Chris has done that before. Hey.
Carl, do you have any info?
I have nothing. Sammy. No, not Sammy. Someone said a skateboard. Damn it. Hi, Nightmare. How are you, doll? Whiskey. What did Whiskey say he was gonna draw? I forget. Was Whiskey drawing a skateboard? Is that a skateboard? Or a race car? Alright, I think, sorry, race car. My bad. I think I got all 3 right. I think. I don't know. Hello? I should have got a point. Yippee! I'm glad you're good. You guessed 2. I don't get a point? Where's my point? What the hell? Doors.
Carla.
Yes. What are we gonna do? You gonna come
Get
out?
Sammy in an alliance and 3 of us stay. And so it's 4 of them to go out.
Okay. Good idea.
Carla, huge news. Me, you, and Band are gonna stay in the room.
Yep.
And everybody else is gonna go out in the hallway.
I agree.
Like, genuinely, like, Band and I and you were sat in here.
Yeah, I'm not leaving. Are you gonna answer the phone?
All right,
what are you gonna do?
Beautiful. I'm gonna talk to Band and tell him that you're on board.
Okay,
This
perfect.
is huge for us.
Okay, great. How do we get everyone to go out though? Do I have to lie? Hello?
Everyone's still in. What's going on? Are we leaving?
I think we're trying to get some people out. Is anyone else coming out?
I think literally everyone's still on the phone.
Really? Oh shit. Okay, let me call around. I don't know how to do this. Honestly, I think the streaks are kind of balked though. I think you have a 100 streak. Can I get Sammy? Alright, how do we do the phase 2?
We have a wrench in the plan. Crispy, Chris, and me were supposed to stay here. I think everyone's gun checked because I screwed everyone else up on the last run. So I think you, me, Sammy, low-key go out. I don't think anyone's out there.
Alright, let's go out then.
My eyes are closed. No, I don't think I've ever eaten at Del Taco.
Del Taco's actually
My heart
not
is
bad.
open. My eyes
They're all gonna
are
come out.
closed.
Nice.
Carl, I didn't even go out. I honestly helped you there. I was trying to explain everything to Sammy that I just told you in like 5 seconds time. And like, I just couldn't get the words out in time.
Sick.
So I couldn't do anything.
That's okay, we tried.
So,
I'll
alright.
get you a point.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay. I'm getting a point. One more to 100's crazy. Triple didge. Crazy. I was -2. What the hell? Instruction. Okay. What do you got?
I got a button.
White?
It's green.
Damn. Okay. Do you have any wire instructions?
I do red, yellow, black.
Yeah. What do you have?
Cut the black.
Thank you. Huge. Someone has a white button. Do you have a white button?
Hi, Sheila.
Hey.
No. Do you have a
Alright.
black button?
No.
Okay.
Okay. I gotta see if someone has a white button. I kinda wanna answer last minute. Got a white button there, dear.
I don't. Do you have wires?
I've already cut mine, thank you though. Yeah, I could wait till someone calls me. How is everyone? How are we? Sorry if I keep twitching my eye. I can't see anything in my eye, but there's something in my eye. It's been in my eye for 6 hours. Do you have a white button?
I have a black button.
Ah, damn it. Well, all right.
What do you have?
I've redone mine.
Ah.
Oh. Hello? Hello?
Hi. Sorry, I forgot we already talked.
Oh,
My
okay.
bad.
Sick. Chris has a black button, I think. Do you have a white button?
No, I have a green button. No one's been chomping for it.
Damn, well. I'll be here if you turn white. Crazy comms.
Carla, I need a favor. I need you to tell Sammy that you have a black button, get the instructions, and then tell me, and then you get points.
Okay. Hello?
I have a diabolical idea for Super Golf later.
Yeah, what is it?
Turning off weapons, but adding hitting other people's balls.
Ooh, that's fun.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye. Babe, I actually have a black button. I'm an idiot.
Wait, do you really?
Yeah, what's the instruction?
Oh, babe. Are you serious?
Nah, Whiskey wants me to lie for you.
Oh, yeah. He's been lying to everybody.
So you don't want to give him the instruction?
Well, he told me he has green, so I'm just not gonna give it
Oh,
to him.
Banth has green.
Oh.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah. Whiskey's gonna call me and I'm gonna be like, I don't know, man. Hello?
Carla, what gives? What
So
gives?
she wouldn't hand it over.
So but she doesn't get points for that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, baby. I'm the middleman.
I got points for giving Banth instructions, so.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh yeah, Moon. I gotta tell him about the hook. True. What's
Hello?
your shape?
You cannot just ask me that.
What's your shape, King?
It's like a lumpy.
What shape is that?
It's like where my stomach is. It's like a bunch of like lumps.
So it's a cloud?
No, it's a crown.
Okay, thank you. I have a moon. What's your shape?
Oh, what do you have?
I have.
I have a moon.
I have a moon too and a crown. That's all.
I still
What's your shape? What's your shape?
Cloud.
Okay, do you have it?
No! What's the third?
Crown, crown, moon, crown, moon, cloud.
Oh my god, you just say my...
Are you safe?
Hello. I'm safe, babe.
Alright, babe. Are you safe?
What's up? Yeah, I've been safe.
Alright. Are you safe?
Please lie to... Yes, please lie to Whiskey.
Why? Why is everyone hitting whiskey this round?
Because he's just playing music in his things and he's lying everywhere.
Not the music.
Even
Okay.
Sammy said go for it.
Okay. What? Even Sammy said go for it is a crazy thing to say. Because, I mean, and that's true. If Sammy's over it, Sammy's over it. Yeah, true. I mean, I'm always on whiskey's side, to be fair. I might be dead, but I drank pink.
You drank pink?
Yeah.
Wait, okay.
Dude.
I drank pink
Yo.
and survived.
Okay, so pink's good?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alrighty. To everyone but you. Oh yeah, true. I have a strong alliance with whiskey. I drank
We're covered.
pink. I can't fully go for whiskey because we've had a long-standing alliance. I can't fully go for Sammy, but Chris is free reign. And then Sandwich, she goes for me sometimes, but I'll also lend a hand as well because women. And then Banth I've been nice to, but he fucks me over a lot because I'm gullible. Crispy, I think I've helped him more than I've hurt him. I try. I don't know. It's hard. Hello, Leodley.
It's like, what are we waiting for? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
why aren't they drinking?
Like, all good. I'm just, you know, just waiting here.
Like, we're just two girls who drank pink bottles, just like waiting.
I think they're being little wussies.
Wussy!
Oh shit, is there another color you know of? I have green and yellow.
Yeah, there's always multiple, but like, ID cat.
Oh shit, okay. Did you drink
Hello?
anything other than pink and survive?
Yeah, I drank blue.
Fuck, there's no blue. Okay, I might die here. I'm gonna go green. Ah! I survived. Okay, cool. Middle's blue. Oh, so yellow might be poison. Oh, is that blue? Oh, it looked green. My bad. Maybe from my angle. Hello, Leodley.
Hi, blue or pink? It's like a fucking gender reveal over here.
Are you picking one or what?
No, I'm just telling you, those were the two.
Okay, cool. I had both. Thank you.
Okay.
Alright. Like a gender reveal over there. Oh, they're gonna love that whiskey was poisoned, but I don't love it. They're laughing.
Bro, I don't understand.
Revenge is sweet. I love it.
Sammy, lose my number.
Oh!
Oh, that was revenge for earlier for lying about not having
what
a
color
black
did you
button
drink, Whiskey?
and causing me to not get a point. So.
Wait,
Whiskey, what color did you drink?
Lose mine first.
Sammy, you weren't gonna give me instructions.
Lose mine first.
Ooh.
Lose mine first.
Wait, what?
I wish I went out for the doors.
How
Sandwich, no shot in the next
You
game.
doomed us, bro. Man, you doomed us.
Bro, look at me go.
Oh, wait,
Nowhere.
man. W dogs, bro.
Did
W taking
Vance
the dogs.
lock
out.
in?
No way!
Whoa!
One
W.
I got 1 point.
Bro's got the hat.
Bro, bro took out the dogs and
Bro's
became a
got
different
the
guy.
What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say?
They'll leave an asterisk on this one.
No,
mom's
they
Asian.
won't.
What?
Come on.
Don't say that.
Vance, you're getting into the thumbnail of that one, dude.
Wow.
Wait, really? Bands, congrats.
Oh, wait.
Hey, does the jacket look okay on me?
It looks,
Guys,
really
call me
so
inertia
good.
the way I'm in constant state of motion.
What?
Sam, you good?
Oh, man, you're just killing RN.
Cut the crust off my sandwiches because nothing comes between me and the bread.
That's crazy.
Okay, wait.
Wait,
Say the key
Write that
one.
down,
Say
write
the
that
key
down,
one.
write that down.
Amazon, because I'm
I
in
thought I
my
won.
prime.
Write that down. Write that down. Write that down.
Guys,
write
write
that down.
all of
Write
these
that
down.
Write that down. Write that down.
Took my shoes off. Still don't see defeat.
Write that down. Write that down. She's
That's
got socks
still
on.
good. I'm writing that a little bit slower and kind of like chicken
Write
scratch.
that
No,
down.
that one
That was
hit.
trending,
That one
What
hit.
the shit?
No pen, no paper. Still drawing attention.
That's right. That's good.
All right, we're back on. We're so
All right,
back.
come on, Sam's chat. Let's go. Any other ones?
Write that down. Write that down.
I think I'm gonna save them for the next game. I don't wanna.
No, come on. There's no more
Don't
games.
drain the well. You
No,
know?
next week, bro. Next week, Tuesday.
Friend swap. We're
More
gonna do
games.
it
Next
again.
week. More
No,
friend
no,
swap,
I
more
can't.
bars.
That's Shan's birthday. I can't. Oh no!
Wait, friendslop Wednesday. Friendslop
Why is Jen having
Wednesday.
a birthday?
It's your birthday. I gotta bring you a lovely dinner. What the hell? Tell move it.
All right, friendslop Wednesday.
Yeah.
Lock it in.
I can't, Carla. They're gonna be peeling my nose back on that day.
Oh no, friendslop Wednesday.
so full of life?
Monday. Wait, Monday?
Monday. I can't play Monday.
Monday morning.
Can't play Mondays.
Chris, can you put a good picture of Anthony for the thumbnail and not the one with the goatee?
Oh wait, that's funny.
Everyone
You
need
put a picture
thumbnail
of me where I
ready.
look like a fucking horse ass. Horse ass, you know?
Wait, all
Okay.
that?
Chris, to be fair, the only picture I have
Your
of you.
best thumbnail ever is your 2023 shop, and it's just Chris's face.
Doesn't have to.
Glamrock Chris, though. Alright, see you guys on Super Battle.
Super battle.
All right, cool. See you guys in the battle.
Okay. All right, super battle golf, guys. If that's okay with you, I gotta try and win some super battle golf.
Guys.
She's got away.
Guys? Who's golfing over here?
Golfing.
Who is golfing over here?
Super battle golf.
Yeah, I know that's right.
That's pretty
I know
impressive.
That's right.
Nice one.
Super
Just heard
battle golf. That was really bad, sorry.
Wait, Whiskey, I'm on your
No, that was
ending
good.
screen. Your ending stream screen. Wait, Wild Cobbs. He's still muted.
Bro,
With my
wait,
piece of shit face.
Wait,
Oh.
the truth is being told.
No, Band, he does your fucking, he does you on like speaking seriously about your graduation and then does a fuck ass voice for it.
I'm taking notes.
Good.
Damn, it's all coming out. It's all coming out.
I don't watch Whiskey's end of his stream. I'll leave before that.
Who just said super battle golf?
Super battle golf.
Whoever just said it just before, it played at the exact same time. Oh my god, it played during my animation, but my thing was muted, so you voiced it perfectly.
Hey.
Yeah.
Fancy seeing. Oh, there's still a picture of Anthony on my overlay. Hold on.
Oh, boy.
Wait, Whiskey, you got exposed, bro. You've got ops.
You just have pictures of all of us being weirdos on your shit.
What are you talking about?
Oh, someone snitched that you're on Chris. That Chris is on your ending screen. Someone snitched.
You guys would know that if you tuned in.
There's also the.
I'm there every night, personally.
You end at 5 a.m.
So, Chris, if I end at 5 a.m., then I'm a monkey's uncle.
Shut the fuck up.
No, dead
I invited everyone.
What are we playing?
Battle golf.
Super
Battle
golf.
Sleep with one eye open.
Super battle golf.
I'm off that vibe.
That was awesome.
He's leaving. Whiskey's leaving.
What?
He's a dog.
Sound like Sammy. It did. You're
You're
right. Hi,
right,
Weezy.
bro.
How are you?
Oh,
doing?
man, play one round.
Me?
One
I'll play a round.
Band can't. He has to
W.
feed the dogs.
No, you said I'll play one.
I'll play
Wait,
also
you
there
turn
you
on
go.
hitting other people's balls.
Wait, let's
Timmy.
not do that. That sounds really annoying.
No, I want that on so bad.
No, let's like
Wait.
not do that.
If I have to play one round, we're playing that.
Wait, Chris, you're only playing one round?
Sammy, no, Surely We Alliance. Surely We Alliance.
Uh-oh. Here it
You
comes.
say this, and then you kill me every time. It's like, what's
Whiskey
the
and I.
joke?
Sammy, I've never lied to you ever.
Band, thanks for the biddies.
Ooh.
What?
Does anyone know how to change the
Okay,
fucking rules?
streak.
Okay,
lot of streaks
God,
today,
slow
guys.
down.
Wait, that was
Me
funny.
trying to get over 100 viewers.
Crispy, I got you
Crispy, you had
tonight.
108 today. Shut up.
Crispy,
No,
got
I
you tonight.
know. Yo, Whiskey, I'll be off.
Shut up is crazy.
I'll be gone.
So are we playing Super Battle Golf or are we playing Peak?
Super Battle Golf.
Peak
We're
next
playing
week.
Peak. I'm an uncle's monkey.
No, peak next week.
I'm an uncle's
Peak
monkey.
next week
Wait,
with
if you're
the
Uncle's Monkey and I'm a monkey's
Peak
peak
uncle,
next
let me
week
know.
with the new thingy.
Ooh, Carla, I can't because they're peeling my nose back.
Can you stop saying
and
peeling
Oh,
your
real.
nose back?
Well, I'm actually
Wait, I
excited
need-
to
I
do it.
need
You're gonna
all-
make $1 million.
Wait,
I need all the deets after that happens.
with your nose peeled back.
Ooh, that's
If I-
views.
If I find out that you guys even went live while I was in recovery, there's gonna be hell to pay, bro.
Oh my god, wait. I would never.
Well, I guess
No,
I'm picking
don't be
up a new
sad.
residency
Amy will
in
be there.
hell.
Wait, how long is your recovery?
It's gonna be 3 weeks.
Whoa.
Guys, you gotta take the time off in solidarity, bro.
Ooh.
No, bro will be streaming by day 5.
Easy.
Crispy, can I keep it a buck? No shot.
You don't think?
The first 3 days I'm not sleeping for sure. By
No,
day
what
7.
symptoms are you gonna have after the surgery?
Jan said, I guess friends can't work when a friend's recovering.
True.
Yeah.
Wait, Shen just laid down the hammer.
Whiskey's
Wait,
getting a
Shen's
nose
valid for that.
job.
Are you guys actually on golf? Or I'm a monkey. My monkey's on.
Wait, I started. Are you not in here?
Well,
Are you not in
we
here?
started.
Bro, you're a monkey's uncle. We're in here
Oh
right
my
now.
God, we're literally
playing.
we're playing already.
We're playing a quick one. Where are you?
Can you restart?
Yeah, I can.
Wait, I'm winning. Don't restart. Oh.
What's the name? What's the name of the game?
Dude, a girl wins for one time.
Don't worry,
and they
Jane, I'll
restart the
feed you
level.
in a minute.
You're not even close to winning
Lexi's dogs are starving right now, and you're playing. Like, get in
Come on,
here.
man.
I'm hearing them yelp in the background.
What's
not
the
the
code
yellow.
of low key?
There's no code. Just go live
Low
on
genuinely.
Steam
Steam
for
invite,
1
bro.
second.
If I go visible on Steam, I'm gonna be bombarded with invites.
Oh my
Just every goddamn time.
bro. I'm gonna be
You know what?
bombarded with game
If
requests.
you're gonna
dude.
get bombarded, then that's a you problem. You gotta figure that out, because that's not a big
Too
deal.
much aura. Too much aura.
Bombarded. He's getting his
And if you're the one
nose
person who
peeled
has
back.
ruined his fucking Steam experience, fuck you. If you're
I'm
the one
bald.
person who invited him every single time he went live, what the hell, man?
Every time I go live on Steam, people go to Discord general chat and they say, playing DBD today, huh, Whiskey?
Oh, that's what it is. You're embarrassed about
Why don't I hear
TBD.
Bans twice?
Oh,
he's
he's doing that
talking
thing.
Just
Oh,
to
okay.
Talking
meet him
in-game.
in game.
He's doing that
Oh,
thing he
gosh.
does.
No,
you're
Ben, don't
good.
shut
You're
up.
good,
You're cool.
Ben. You're
No,
good.
you're too sexy. Don't deafen. Oh, he deafens. Great.
Should I get a new hat?
Wait, can you hear
Nice
me in
stuff.
game?
No,
Yes.
yeah, I muted you.
I
so
muted
you're fine.
you in game.
Yes.
But
What kind of hat
How
should
do
I
you
get?
mute
Oh.
people? How do you
Already
mute
download the
people in
game
game?
on
No,
this
oh.
PC.
Oh,
Fuck me,
TBD
I
in the Big
guess.
2-6? True.
Yep.
GBD's so back.
She's
What
got.
is it?
Yeah, it's always been back.
No.
If DBD is back, then I'm a monkey's uncle, bro. I'll
Oh,
say it
these
right now.
these
Say it one
one-liners
more
kill me.
time.
Crispy, he said bird shit 100 times an hour in Japan.
Oh my god, Japan, it was like you didn't hear anything else other than bird shit.
But it was
No,
awesome,
and it was
though.
funny, bro, and I laughed every time.
It's the brain rot,
Sammy,
man.
good
The
save.
brain rot is
It's
upon
not brain
us.
rot. I think it's just like, it's
No,
a disease.
why is
Carla,
this
why do you say
on,
my
Chris?
ball?
It's not brain rot, but it's just a
Chris,
disease.
you're actually kidding me. You're actually kidding me. Why'd you turn
Wait, I
this
can tell.
setting on?
I can tell
Carla
Sammy
just
is
said
mad.
crash
You
out.
can,
So
you can hear
close
the
to the
violence in
fucking-
her voice.
Yeah, I
bro.
kind of
fucking
helped
hole.
Chris.
The
Fuck's sake.
violence in
No,
her
I'm gonna
voice.
crash out. I'm actually gonna crash out.
Sammy, I can hear the violence in your voice.
Bro, this is
Carla.
my
The
last
violence
straw.
in your voice.
Carla,
Sorry, babe.
you're not sorry, but you're gonna be. Wait, who hit my ball mad far? What the hell?
Man, that was you just me. like Chris. That was me.
You just like someone launched my ball.
I
an
just
hour
hope
away.
Chris win.
Chris, get your hands off me.
Wait,
I'm
what
not even
setting
here
did you turn
anymore,
on,
man.
Sammy?
Guys, hey,
What, man?
hey.
You
it's
wanted
like,
this
hey.
turned on.
It's like-
Crispy,
it's
you
like,
wanted this
hey.
turned on.
This game mode is ass. Carla, move! Stop dancing in front of.
Oh, that's not me.
Did he mess with settings?
That was me.
Oh, sorry, Sammy.
Sammy, you got
Oh my
second. You're
God.
literally better than.
I got third.
Third.
Third. I didn't even get second.
Wait, Crispy got last, and you like this mode the most.
Okay.
I know. Peel back.
All right, if I don't win, it's gonna be like things are gonna change around here.
Guys, having 3 weeks off because of his nose.
Change.
Let him win.
What?
You guys touch my ball, I swear.
Sorry, I'm taken.
Done. You
Hey,
fucking
get
done.
fucked. Get fucked.
Yeah, can I be honest? I low-key forgot the jump button. Wait, good hit, Carla. Good hit.
Thank you.
Sammy, why are you still?
Why'd you miss?
Ooh.
I didn't miss.
Ooh, Chris,
I
you
didn't
gonna
miss.
take
I just
this?
saw her still.
Chris, I know you are, but what am I?
Dang. Speak on that.
I've never seen Banth run so fast.
That just locks in.
Just go to a Spider-Man premiere with him.
I'm planning to.
Good.
Wait,
Fancy
really?
seeing it,
That'll be
Loki, or no?
nice.
Gotta go. The most.
Chris, get out of here, man.
Bro, you hit it first.
Chris, what are these settings?
Idiot.
I
It was going in.
I
I stopped it
hit
from
Crispy's
going in.
ball back and he didn't notice.
Like in first.
Bro fell in the hole.
I joked. Stop it.
Oh my god.
It was
Crispy,
worth it.
I know you did not just hit my ball that far out. Crispy, I know
Oh,
that you did not just do that.
Oh shit.
Wait, you two Sammy, like, no, honestly, next time. Yeah, Bam, yeah, it's funny, and there's no weapons.
Yeah, it's funny, bro. Yeah, it's funny. Like,
It's
we're all
not
laughing.
funny.
Crispy! No, like, it's
not
funny.
funny.
No, like, it's funny. Like, we're laughing. Like, we're all laughing right now.
I'll take fourth one
We're
on.
laughing.
No, like, it's so funny.
No way.
No, like, it's actually so funny.
You're fucked, Crispy.
It looks low-key evil.
No, Sammy.
Hi, Fred.
Oh my god.
How are you? Sammy going, no, that's so funny. Sent a shiver down my spine.
The next time we visit Wisconsin, Sammy, she's gonna make sure there's no guest ketchup, and then she's gonna have the last
I think I'm
one,
actually
Chris.
gonna be dead tomorrow.
No, and you might have to be.
You're gonna find my body in
We
a
played Scamline today.
freaking ditch
It
somewhere.
was so good.
Anthony, the dogs are doing you good.
So good.
What the fuck?
The dogs are doing him good, Ochi.
You're the weirdest
Maybe
person I've ever
midnight.
met.
What? That's a compliment. Thank you.
Thanks, Fred.
Guys, we can blame John Noob
This
for
is a
this.
very
He said
old
this mode's really fun.
thingamabob. I never wear it anymore. I said your lord.
Huge.
Penalty.
Okay.
Wow, wow, wow. I got you, Carla.
Thanks, Whiskey. That's really nice. Thank you.
Wait, I'm just helping my friends out.
Wait, W.
Like I
I
just,
wish
I just
my
gave Carla
friends
like
would
a
help
huge
me out
boost.
instead of hitting my ball 10,000
No, like, I got you.
feet away.
Wait, that's an idea.
Sam, if it makes you feel better, I can cap Chris in the dome right now with a gun.
What? Nah.
Cap.
No, like I can cap him right now. Wait, I might home and win this.
You've hit the ball 3 times.
That's a good point.
That's funny. I hate that I laugh like that. What the fuck was that? It really tickled me.
Oh, okay, Chris. Okay, Chris.
Ooh. Guys, you're scaring me.
Oh no, I hit my ball way too far.
Damn it.
Wait, whose ugly ball is this?
Carl, what the hell is your problem?
Wait, my ball is so
Can you
far
stop?
away.
I'm trying to walk past.
Wait,
Bro, you
dude,
jumped
John
on
was
my
cooking
ball
when
on
he
purpose, man.
recommended
No, I
this.
wasn't
The
on
old Lyndon
purpose.
B.
Wait, give John New my best.
Can't.
No way, no way, bro. Carla, let's be nice to each other here.
Carl, there's no way you were walking to your ball. You jumped in front of mine.
No, I swear I didn't.
Scout's honor.
Yeah,
Well
look,
done,
I'm
well done.
number 6. You think I want this?
They have scouts in Australia.
Yeah, but they're called flarks.
They call it fucking
Oh,
sloth.
what?
Slots?
Hey guys, why am I in
No, flarks honor.
Flox?
Flark.
am I in loss? How am I part of this?
Alas.
Chris, stop doing a rich person laugh. What are you doing?
Bro, you're being funny. My bad.
Rich
Chris is
person
doing a
laugh is
homeowner
wild.
laugh. It's pissed me off.
A
Hey, my
homeowner
bad.
laugh?
What,
Did
a
you
guy
say
can't laugh?
homeowner laugh? That's hilarious.
Yeah, a homeowner laugh. Whiskey, that's mine. Oh, come on.
I already had an item. I couldn't even get it.
Dude, sorry.
What, a guy can't have a mortgage and laugh anymore?
Wound.
No shot. If you have a mortgage, then I'm a monkey's uncle.
Oh my
You have to
god.
have a mortgage when
Bro,
you get a house.
if
But you
I've
have
got
to
a
have a
mortgage,
mortgage.
then I'm a monkey's uncle.
Sammy, you're
Hold
not,
on,
you're
hold
not
on.
monkey's
No,
uncle.
I'm in the
then.
water. I'm in the water. No
Okay.
penalty stroke.
Oh my god, dude.
Carl, to be
What
fair,
world?
I don't know why I did that. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you do. He knows exactly why he did it.
No, I don't. No! Oh, great. Now she's breathing. Damn it.
No, she's
She's not allowed to
breathing.
breathe?
Damn. Yeah, matter of
Gonna
fact, Carla,
breathe in
hold
this
your
economy?
breath.
Strict program out here.
I'm saying.
Program.
Ban.
Ban!
Bitches-
I saw Ban did
Chris.
some fucked up shit. Get him, 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 get him. Yeah,
Wait, where's
yeah,
my
yeah.
ow?
Where's my,
Wait, what's it-
where's my
what's it
ball
fuck-
at?
What's it fuck me for? Oh my god.
Where's my
Flarks
ball?
and they solve vapes. I'm making that up, yeah.
Oh, this game is fucking crazy.
Beth, you're a bad guy.
Oh my god.
He's fucking with me, man.
Oh, yeah, bud. Whose joke is this?
You fucking dick.
Bro, your body
Dave, you're
rolling
dweeb.
around is crazy.
Oh my god.
Hold on, no, don't touch, no, please, I'm so close. Chris, get this fucking detritus out of here. Look at this ugly ass ball.
Oh my god, let me fuck off! No way. No.
No, Chris, like we're all laughing, bro. Like we're all laughing. Like this moment's so fun.
No. No.
Stop, don't touch it. Don't touch it.
Bye.
No.
Safe.
What the fuck? Don't touch it. Oh my god. Where's my ball?
Far as fuck.
Longest
Where's your
round
ball?
ever.
Oh, my ball's here. How do you do that? Wait, your ball's far as fuck.
Yeah, I'm out.
You just hit Anthony for no
Overtime.
reason.
Still third, not bad.
Hitting each other's balls is crazy.
All right.
Hmm.
If you're hitting my ball, I'm a monkey's uncle. I don't.
Every dude
it
in
doesn't
middle
sound
school?
nice
No,
when
wait,
I
no,
do it.
Carla,
No,
you
Carla,
sound
it's funny when you do it.
No, you sound American. Wait, is that?
Man, it's
what
not fun when you win, man.
Carla,
You're too
you
good at this
laughed
game.
earlier in Scamline, and I said it was the most American you've ever sounded.
What? I didn't hear that.
Wait,
Was it
wait,
first
Oh,
game?
it was so funny, Carla. It was so funny.
Do you know which game it was? Was it first, second,
Right,
third?
that's a Pokemon.
No,
that's
I'll
weird.
find it though. I'll find it.
Bring it
Okay,
in,
that's
guys.
so funny.
What's up, Pandemonium?
Hand up!
Panda Nation!
Hand
Hi, Hannah.
Boing, boing,
Boing, boing, boing.
Have you guys been having nightmares lately?
Yeah.
No.
No.
I'm living it.
Really?
All the time.
I'm not
No,
really
I've
a
been-
nightmare.
No,
man.
Crispy, legit, I had 17 nightmares this morning.
You hit mine
morning?
first.
This morning?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's like a lot of nightmares happening.
If I don't like take an edible or smoke weed before I go to bed, I always have a nightmare.
Really?
What?
I wake up. That's
so
my
sorry.
ball, you
That
fuck.
stinks.
I don't like remembering my dreams. I'm gonna keep it
What the
a
hell,
real
whiskey?
big stack.
But what? Carla, can I be honest? You
Sad.
looked
Like,
a lot
I feel
like.
bad.
Wait, Anthony, how are you winning?
Because he's locking in.
His
Because
ball,
we're fucking
his ball
around.
wasn't
He's
tampered
locking in
with by
blind.
you.
It's because the dogs
His
are
ball wasn't
changing
Tampa
him.
Bay.
No, you have the boost on for the
Tampa
leader.
Bay,
for
the
whatever
Lightning?
reason.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Chris, really?
Wait, Chris, crazy strat.
Crazy hell.
Wait, but it's kind of like cheating, low-key. Fuck ass shield, Carla.
I didn't do that.
Sammy. How did you take my gun to the head?
Let's
You're welcome, Crispy, I
go.
got you.
Thank you, man.
Oh,
Wait, so Chris turned on
Yes!
host cheats, okay?
I have
You turn on host cheats?
I'll get random, like I'll have anxiety dreams,
There it is, the homeowner laugh.
and then wake up I feel
Bro, God
anxious,
forbid a guy owns a home.
even though I know the
And
dream
then,
wasn't real. I hate it.
I'm not
Hitting
cheating.
other players' balls
I'm in
is
fucking
wild.
dead last with
I think
whiskey.
I'd rather
Me and whiskey can't even
like
break
a
300.
scary dream than an anxiety dream.
Like,
Look how many fucking strokes he has.
Yeah,
speak for yourself.
I have
Bro,
a lot of
barely
anxiety
that's
dreams. I hate waking up anxious. It really
Look at my
pisses
face.
me off.
Hope you guys
I'm
have a
like,
good
I'm
night.
happy.
Chris,
Don't
they're
make me
really, they're
anxious.
very fond of you. What's up, Whiskers? Make some noise.
Panda Nation.
All right, I'm locking in. No funny.
And, why is Ben so fucking fast?
He got the leader boost.
The leader.
Yeah,
He's
you
got
got
a
the
boost.
thing on.
Yeah.
Not fair.
Cheating
This is
behavior.
my
The winners
least favorite.
Anxiety life.
Ow.
Sammy,
Yeah,
what
I'm already
Can
dead.
I keep it a stack? Whiskey, I thought that was my ball, and then I saw your name on it.
Carla just cooked me.
Sorry, we're even now.
My ball's in the wall. My ball's in the depths of. Look, I'm at this.
I
I'm
can't
at
even.
the.
I can't even
Bro,
get to my ball.
this
I
map
can't even.
sucks. I
I
actually
can't even
hate
get to my
this
ball.
one.
I can't even get to my ball. My ball's
This map is-
genuinely underneath the fucking bridge.
Say it with me. This map is detritus.
Detritus.
Monkey's uncle.
Detritus. Bro, I can't even.
This
I
map
can't even
is
get my
the
ball.
monkey's uncle.
This is my uncle's monkey for real.
Uncle's monkey's something different.
Oh, okay.
That is true.
I bet.
Oh man.
Hey man.
Blows.
Like
My
yeah.
ball's under the bridge.
This
I'm
sucks.
gonna
This map
restart the game.
sucks.
If you restart the game, Chris,
The
then
game.
I'm not gonna say it.
Then that's gonna be
Bro, you
detritus,
know
and I'm
what
gonna
he's gonna
pill
say.
my nose back.
Don't pill it.
Pill it.
Oh, we got up.
Pill. Huge.
Pill.
Crispy, unfortunately, since my ball's gone, I have to just bother you.
Wait, you guys are bothering each other? Wait, Crispy, end him.
Wait!
Oh, interesting, Keith. Guys, I'm getting word that detritus is taking off.
It was in. Oh wait, never mind. Maybe it's a spoiler. I can't say it anymore.
Sammy, it's in
I'm
the
sorry. No, it's not.
It's in
I used to remember my
Night of the Seven
dreams all the time, and it stopped.
But it was in
John.
certain media
Damn,
recently, and I was like, oh my god, they said detritus.
It was in a certain media
No way he
recently.
watched that far.
Oh my god, Abby.
Yeah, the way you have to give up is so
Hi,
funny,
Jared. Okay, found a badge. How are you?
Pit.
Good to see
It
you.
wasn't the pit. Sammy, do you watch the pit?
I can't. It's too medical. I get scared.
Yeah, wait, actually, low-key real take, me neither. That's why I haven't watched it.
I can't watch. I want to because everybody says it's really good, but I seriously don't think I
Is
can
it gory?
stomach it.
Yeah,
It's just
gory.
really medical.
Gory.
But like, is it like?
For me, Sammy, it's just, I'm gonna start thinking I have every disease in the world is the problem.
Ooh,
Okay, WebMD.
Crispy's going on a hike right now. Bro's gone.
I'm trying to get items.
Well, you know what we should do this summer is go on a camping trip and one person gets left behind, but we don't know.
Oh, we all split up at 1 a.m.
Fun.
Yeah.
Hey, lost.
Jared.
Man, why do you keep calling
Full
me on
time.
Discord?
How exciting.
Bro just wants to speak with you.
Congrats, doll.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Carl, how do you have a boost?
I'm just maybe better, I think.
Whoa.
Wow, Chris.
What?
Wait
How did I
for
hit
a
you?
response.
Ow. If I fall off the You guys are bad people.
You
Fuck
asshole.
off. I'm Australian and
Come on
last.
there.
That is actually fucking loser of you. It's truly. Like, that's actually so shit. That's actually like, that's so bad of you.
Wait, I can hear the anger in your
That's
voice.
crazy.
No, Bam! Oh my god.
That's actually so mean.
Bam, that almost crashed out.
Carl,
Genuinely.
that was the meanest thing I think I've ever done to you.
I literally was minding my own business.
That's probably the meanest thing I think I've ever done.
My life flashed before my eyes when you did that. I actually got so upset. I got so
That is so, like, cruel. I wouldn't have been first either. Like, I just wanted a hole in one.
Who did it to you, Carla? Speak
Oh,
up.
who do you think did it? Who do you think did it?
Bro, I don't know. It's the monkey's detritus, I think. Like, I have
Hey,
no
I'm not
idea.
even. That didn't even make him beat me in points.
Sammy, the monkey's detritus is prime. Sammy, that's like if you took whiskey, put him in a machine, and
I
churned
didn't
out like
even
a
touch
busted
anyone.
AI.
Bro, someone said it in my chat, and I actually haven't stopped thinking about it. I can't even take ownership of it.
No, Sammy, I want you to know that's gonna go triple platinum in my vote.
Triple platinum, he says.
Oh my god.
We needed that. Ow!
my
What is
God.
happening?
What is going on?
Why am I mentioned booning?
That's loser review is so funny.
No, that's loser review is gonna stick with me.
Wait, I just helped your balls.
Oh
Stop.
my god, dude. Bro, no, you didn't.
I helped
your
someone's ball. Whose
balls.
ball is this? Chris!
What?
You just launched my shit.
Hole in one! What?
Fuck
I just got
you!
so many points. Bro. he's
Well,
still
like,
in
I'd be
10, so
excited
it's
for
fine.
you if you weren't like nefarious this round. So.
Oh,
I don't even know where my ball is.
Guys,
Oh, okay.
guys, I hate all of you. Just kidding, April Fools.
Okay.
It's 11 p.m. for
It's
me.
it's
so
just hit midnight
it's
for me,
March.
so I'm being a goofy guy now.
It's 10 p.m. for me.
Ben, why are you angry?
Doesn't count. You're in mountain time.
So you meant it.
Crispy, if you touch me one more
Bro,
time.
you're literally the monkey's detritus right now.
Crispy,
Like,
I swear to
lock
God.
it.
Crispy just launched my shit into the stratosphere, bro. I can't even see it.
He's drowning. Carla fucking got him.
Crispy, don't. Sammy, genuinely, he teleported in front of my ball, and now I'm. No, Sammy, if the monkey ever had detritus, we're watching it right now. Crispy
Why
is doing shit that
for?
He's feeling
I'm
Oh my god! Wait, that was crazy.
I'm launching Crispy shit as far as
I love the words we say when we're pissed off in Battle Golf. I've never said that's loser review in my life.
That's loser review. So funny.
That's you trying not to be. That's you not trying to sound mean, but it sounds worse because we've never heard it.
Crispy genuinely hit my ball so far I can't even see
Oh, bro, like, isn't this mode so funny? Like, we're all laughing, bro. Like, we're genuinely all laughing.
No, Sammy, speak for yourself.
No, because the man laughing right now is crazy.
When Sammy said who did that to me, she knew.
No, like I knew. Like I knew.
Right, every week, this is this is what we're playing.
I've never seen my ball fly farther in my life.
That's what she said.
Kartik. Kartik.
Why would you want to do that to me?
Carla, how are you so
Mike.
fast?
Because I'm running away from Crispy.
Dude, I can't get over Carla saying loser, baby.
That's loser of you.
Loser of you is wild.
That
was great.
It's such like a,
fuck.
not even that mean, but so real.
Chris, like, I think that you're a clown right now. Like, that's crazy.
I love
Like, that's
how
actually
angry people
crazy. What? And then you soar my ball into the lake. Okay.
That was
Yeah,
whiskey.
no worries.
That was whiskey. That was whiskey at the end there.
If that was whiskey, then I'm a monkey's uncle.
No, it was genuinely whiskey.
Look, my ball is in the most devious spot. Look at this shit. It's so bad.
Bro, I'm so far in the back, it's not even funny.
I just want to let you know if I didn't hit that eagle, Carla's ball was right next to me.
Yeah. Oh, really? That's so shocking.
Wait, eagles give
Carla,
you so
that's
much
loser
points.
review.
Well, I didn't do anything.
I just wanted to say it.
Wait, this game's actually mad close, and whiskey also showed up.
Chris, you're at the bottom with me, bro.
No, we're all in the sixes.
Whiskey.
Do it to him, Banff. Banff, hit me. There's
Where's your ball, Whiskey? Whiskey, where's your ball? Whiskey.
Oh.
This bro dropped two
That was only the first game, guys.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, really?
It's weird. I was only in for one.
No, we gotta do one more. One more.
I'm down for one more. I'm down.
Sammy. I'm gonna change my outfit though, real quick.
Y'all have fun.
Whiskey.
No,
Whiskey.
dude.
Whiskey, if you leave right now, I'm literally a monkey's uncle.
It's
like,
detritus without you.
If you leave,
Carla,
you're genuinely
Carla, you
wild.
wouldn't even believe that.
Oh my god. It's detritus without you, bro.
That sounds like a Kelly Clarkson lyric.
I'm dead.
Wait, I'm out though.
No, please stay. One more.
One more, bro.
I gotta eat dinner.
No, you don't. Dinner's
You're already eating.
not you.
Dinner's for
Eating.
wait, Chris.
You wait.
Did
What were
you
you
just
gonna
say dinner's for not you?
Yeah, dude, because you already ate.
Yeah, that's what I
And I
said.
just can't pull myself away.
Wait, Sammy, look at my outfit. Is it crazy or what?
I just can't stop. No, you look
Wait,
cool.
Sammy.
Ow! Crispy! Crispy!
Average Colorado driver.
Wait,
Get 'em.
no, you're not wrong actually.
Oh, what?
All right, chat. Let's do a quick prediction if Sammy says fuck for the next one.
Wait.
No, don't say that, because then I'm gonna have a target on my back and everybody's gonna try and kill me.
I was gonna say, do you want to see a generational crash out or what?
Oh no.
Twin Beach.
Nah, I'm just joking.
Oh
I'm
my
joking.
god.
I'm joking.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
How does everyone have a speed boost?
I don't know.
Oh, did Chris give himself speed
One
boost?
day,
Chris.
one day when you guys teach me how the game
Wait,
works,
Chris, thank you.
it's gonna be awesome.
Wait, Chris, did you actually give yourself speed boost or they capped
No.
it?
I was drinking coffee this whole time.
Oh, okay.
How would you have a coffee?
I just got one.
Wait, you can buy the coffee?
No.
Oh, my bad. Crispy, you're evil for that.
We've
I need
been
the speed
knowing.
boost. Okay.
You've been no Whiskey. Like I could have hit your ball and I didn't. Like let's just remember that.
I thought you were Crispy of okay.
Fuck! Fuck!
Whiskey, it's going in. Nope.
It's not going in.
Nice try, Crispy.
Ow, my
That's
eye.
how you
Nice try, Crispy.
What? No,
Crispy, that went flying. That was insane.
No.
That's loser of you. Don't. Oh god.
Ow, my eye.
No, Whiskey.
Oh my god. Chris is doing evil things to me. Nice,
Ow,
made it.
dude, my eye! Ah!
Hey.
Bant, you didn't have to give the sub. I appreciate that, bro.
Man, Chris, your skin's cool. Why are you cool?
That's my guy.
Why am I cool? I don't know. Look at me.
All right.
I'm just kidding. I got it. I think for being annoying in this game.
Ooh, Grim Reaper vibes.
Yeah.
Do you guys own an umbrella or not really?
No.
I own a baseball team.
Whoa.
No,
Okay,
you don't.
Rich.
Okay, Mark Cuban.
Okay, Drake probably.
Ugh.
No.
Anyone betting on this one? With Kalshi?
You guys think I could be the world's first ethical billionaire?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, Sammy. I think you get the 500
Think
million.
the money
you'll be
would change
fine.
me?
No, I think getting a billion means you gotta be a piece of shit.
Sammy,
you
can
get the
you make
500
me a
mil.
promise?
Yes.
When you make it, can you not switch up on me?
I would never switch up on anybody, not my style.
Really?
Really?
Yeah,
Unless
I'm
they deserved it,
honest
Sammy.
Dave, bro. I'm honest Dave.
Unless they deserved it. Come on, let's be honest.
Unless they deserved it, well then I was probably never messing with them in the first place.
Real.
Damn, you tell him.
Kristen.
Cards close to the chest. I like it.
Pin. Fence just whacked me in the head.
What the hell?
Wait, I just got gold.
The guys during the gold rush be like?
Wait, that was really good, Chris. Fuck. Why is my ball lazily drifting into the river?
Fuck up, man! Boo, boo, boo.
Boo boo.
What was that? What was that?
You fuck! Fuck me. That sucks ass,
Bro's
bro.
making new sounds. Like,
That
what is
actually
that?
sucks so much, bro.
That suck.
Weenie?
Chris.
What?
Oh.
Bro said he sucks weenie. That's weird.
Weenie.
What is happening right now?
Bro, I'm crying because something went in my eye.
Oh,
Wait, really?
no.
Wait, I'm sad for you.
Dude, I'm sad for myself.
No, whiskey.
No, same. I was trying to get Chris.
Carla, get him.
Like I got you.
My God.
150.
Switching up the day
Vance,
one
are we losers,
eyeball.
Loki? Oh no,
You're
you're
losers, dude. Come on.
Implying me in this.
When are you guys gonna teach me the controls?
Vanta's always in first place.
Whiskey, you have to put your scroll wheel down. You're not putting at all. You're still driving.
Wait, are you giving good advice?
No, he's not driving. He's eating.
Oh.
He actually
Your
is
scroll
giving
wheel
good
needs to be
And
like
I
all the way
just
down
can't
at 0 degrees for it to be putting.
Throw away.
Oh, Mimikyu's on the April.
Whiskey, Jerry?
Oh shit, Mimikyu's finally in Pokemon
Vance, I
Go.
didn't hear you because Chris was yelling.
Oh, is he really?
Scroll wheel has to be
Yeah.
at 0 for
Wait, that's
it
huge.
to be putting.
So when do you putt?
At 0 degrees.
When you're at the putter
No, but
area.
oh, okay.
Like within like, I don't know,
Like near the green.
15, 20 yards, I guess.
Yards. So what do I do about Chris launching my ball into the stratosphere?
Cry.
True.
There's really not much that could be done.
Wait, that was good. Carla, evil. I like it.
No, it's just even.
No, you
Let's
just
try
shot Chris in the back of the head.
No, stay away. Stay away. Stay away. Actually, stay away. Actually, stay away.
Oh.
Cool hit, man.
No.
Yes,
Wait, Sammy, that actually worked out for me, bro.
Wait, Carla, you're
Good.
cooking.
Good.
Great.
Whiskey.
Carla, ow.
Whiskey.
You just hurt me.
Oh, thank God. Whiskey, he saw I was
Dude, that
about
was
to
a really
putt
good
in,
putt.
and then he said right in front of my ball.
No, that was a really good putt for me, I think, maybe. So when you do the putt and it lands on the flag, it doesn't always go to the flag. Ouch.
Try this.
The monkeys
Come on, Chris, you
try
got this, dude. Nice.
W crispy.
Why am I in dead last?
Well, you're not. We're tied.
Scoreboard.
You're tied with me for dead last.
Close. Not
You know
you.
what's so funny? Sandwich is still in guest star with us.
Aw.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Wait, aw.
That's
Wait, that's
funny.
kind of nice.
It's Sam. W, Sam.
Lovely.
She didn't show that on my end.
Maybe you got booted.
Sammy,
Okay.
what the hell was the idea there, buddy?
Maybe
What are you
she's trying
talking
something
about?
Bro, what was that, man? Where's my ball?
Chris, where's your golf
Okay,
ball?
period.
Wait, someone just shot.
I mean,
Where's your
okay,
golf ball,
pyramid.
Chris?
I shot for you, Carla.
Oh.
You were in my way, so.
Yes. No, Web, do it again. Guys, shut up. There's a pyramid happening.
Wait, wait.
What?
I didn't know this
Wait,
was
who's
happening.
involved?
No, you got to see this. Wait, where's my ball?
Oh.
Okay, Sammy.
Chris.
Oh, I thought you were hitting my ball.
You
That's
guys,
my bad.
Vanthus has been
fuck?
quietly winning so hard.
That's
Alright,
how
to
he
be fair,
wins
I
every
thought you broke my
time,
ball.
bro. You just silently
I'm not having a
locks it.
pregnancy. Crispy.
Whiskey, what?
You hit my shit mad far.
Carla, I feel bad.
No.
I genuinely, I thought you were going for my ball.
No.
No, I genuinely. Oh my god, Chris! Chris just fucked Whiskey over so bad, bro. Bro's just sad. Oh, bro just gave up.
Whiskey,
Wait.
to be fair, it's the nearest ball. It's not just you.
No, he actually quit, I think. I can't even spectate him. He just gave up.
No, the ball was too far. I couldn't get it.
Oh. Hey, Lauren.
Will you wear wigs? Yes, I would.
What was that?
Pop it.
Well,
It's
bro,
banned
did
to be like
Batman
a
join the
podcast
lobby?
guy.
What was that?
Man, I feel like if we had a podcast, we would die in a month.
Shut up. Stop trying
Like
to
die in
me
real
out.
life?
No, it would last for a week.
Oh, okay. All right, Chris, no faith.
No, a week is good.
That's not good. That's one
if a week
episode.
if a week is good, then I'm say it with me. A monkey's.
What?
Detritus. Oh,
A week's
uncle.
fine.
Bro, if your podcast lasts 1 week, and then I'm a monkey's uncle.
You tell him.
Bro.
Crispy, don't think that you got away with that, by the way.
Sammy, what?
He's got away with it.
He got
Bro, I'm
away
so
with
not moving
it.
to
Any,
Death
you
Note.
want to explain that, Chris? Or?
Wait, Sammy, wait. Let's talk about this. We can
no.
talk this out.
I'm so not moving to Death Note.
Wait, Sammy, we can talk this out. We can talk this out.
Wait, I did good, I think.
Bro, Crispy, did I tell you that Blaine
Okay,
is
I
mad
see.
trying to get me?
Okay.
Sammy,
Last
we're
to
both.
fucking
We'll
second,
both
by the
be
way. Look
getting
it
you
up,
there.
guys.
Come on.
True.
Sammy, think of the mountains.
Bro, you're right.
Your
Pat,
monkey's
what did I do
uncle
to
call
you?
me a podcast.
I don't get it.
It was a
Podcast.
good joke, so it's funny, so just laugh.
Okay, ha 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 ha. Imagine if Anthony had a weapon in real life.
Ooh.
No, I don't want to imagine that. It would
No.
scare me.
Okay.
Ooh.
Coach said laugh or you're out of the edit.
Haha. Oh. Fuck.
Damn it.
I can't wait to see what thumbnail Chris is going to use for Anthony's face on Scamline.
Oh, it'll be really good.
Do you think it'll be the one of Anthony mogging on the train in Japan?
Yeah.
It won't be the face dude one where it looked like I voted for the worst person in the world. That's for sure.
Why do you have to, like, I make bad thumbnails for you? My last one is literally a good thumbnail for you.
You talking to me or Whiskey?
You.
I
Why
believe
are
you.
you talking to me? Wait, I did a bad thing.
No.
Oh, this one sucks. This level sucks.
I actually hate this one. I'm preemptively crashing out.
No, don't do that.
Preemptively crashing out is wild.
I hate
Preheating
this
the crash out
map.
of
I'm pre-crashing out.
Timmy, if you hate this map, then I'm...
Crispy,
I'm the
back
monkey's
off.
detritus right
Crispy,
now, bro.
are you joking?
I backed off.
You just whacked my
Who the
fucking
hell
ball
just
back.
hit my ball 20... No, Carla, the same thing happened again, but I'm about to lose my mind.
Oh, like everybody laughed when I said I was preemptively crashing out, but look what's happening.
No.
I'm not doing that again. I just gave up.
They hurt me in ways that
I
can't
hate
even
this map
begin
so
to
much,
imagine.
and I actually got a good shot, and Crispy went, I'm going to hit my ball again. That's quite funny.
Wait, Carla, that's loser
Bro,
of you.
like actually, like
Carla
actually
literally,
boxed me out.
literally forfeited. She forfeited.
I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not going back to start just for Crispy to go, oh, the ball's back again. Wouldn't it be quite funny if I hit it
Why
back?
does Crispy sound like he's an elf?
Because he
Why
is.
does
He
it
sounds like Mickey Mouse, low key.
He puts the L in elf.
Bro. What's the F and F? Wait, you guys,
I'll take it.
wait, Carla and Sammy get like upset.
Yeah, because the guys always just have to put it far. Like, I haven't hurt anyone
Don't
yet.
fuck with everyone.
With the rage bait, Sammy, don't fuck with the rage bait.
You're fucking with the rage.
The monkey's uncle just got gifted a sub.
My monkey's uncle wanted it this way.
Fucking W.
No, not the
Wait, did I somehow finish that round? I
I'm
did.
literally the monkey's detritus.
I'm honestly detritus monkey.
Wait, why am I last place? Do I suck?
I'm the
Yeah, you
flaming
suck,
feces.
man, but like, no.
What?
This game's taking a toll
You
on
don't
us.
suck with
Taking
this.
a toll
Weird
is so
idea with
funny.
that.
Literally my friend, bro.
Taking a toll on us.
Toll. Detritus.
Wait, how do you have speed? How does everyone have speed boost?
How do you not understand?
I've been saving items.
I don't. Everyone has speed boost except for me. I don't understand.
The leftover little thingies.
What leftover thingies?
Okay, like this for example.
You just shot me. Oh, thanks, Chris W. Crispy, if you touch that ball, I swear.
Bro, I was already touching before you said it, to be fair.
I just like the
Guys,
one
stop
line
hitting my ball.
Trying to hit
Everyone's
my
hitting my
ball
ball.
is so funny.
It's crazy.
Everyone trying to fight over who hits my ball is so funny.
We're just existing and vibing, and we're having a fucking smack battle over there.
I'm literally just trying to win out here. Like, that's
Oh
it.
my god, this is so funny. The ball bounced over my head into the hole?
That's what she said.
Yeah, no, Crispy, I technically shot your ball in.
Who is that?
Oh, I was like, how did that happen?
Wait, Banty, you sound like $1 million.
No, whatever.
Sammy,
Man.
that's mine. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Holy, so nonchalant.
Crispy.
Doesn't even care
No,
about
that was
the compliment.
Chris. Oh my god.
So
That was
nonchalant.
me, yeah.
Bro.
I'm chilling.
Man,
But
Oh,
you
right.
have the opportunity to make a generational play here. Thank you.
And bro said that Carla and I were gonna get angry, bro.
Wait, Crispy, the ball
Wait,
bounced
Crispy
off your
just
head
fell
and
into
went
the
in.
hole. What? How did I go from first to
Oh,
literally
wait,
almost
what?
last?
Because you hit
How
my
did
ball and it's
not
karma.
go into the hole there. What the heck?
Chris, you got it, man.
Man, who are you?
Doesn't matter, bro. I'm whatever
Bro's voice
anyone
is
needs me to be.
different.
I'm whatever.
Anthony,
now.
knock it off. For real.
It sounds like you're on like face cam or something.
No.
Anthony, enough.
Suave.
On the eyes if you can't
Guys,
handle
I
the
think he
heat.
sounds good. Like
Oh, suave, dude.
he sounds like nonchalant.
Nonchalant.
Sounds like
Who the
Nondre.
hell
I
is
was about to
nonchalant?
crash
Why do I
out.
know that name?
Nondre.
I gotta heat up my kimchi.
Heat up
If
your
you eat
kimchi.
kimchi, then I'm a
Monkey's auntie.
What do you guys
Nothing
think the
lasts,
next
dude.
week's
You're
phrase
tied
is
with
going to be?
Bird
There's
shit
no way
again.
to predict.
5-yard penalty.
honestly.
Roughing the passer.
Is Bello over already?
Nah, Bella's still alive and
Bella.
strong.
Minion era, bro.
Bello is over party.
Bello never left.
Get out of here. No, like this is just like the beginning of my minion era when everyone doubted me.
Real.
Okay.
Wait, real? Wait, who doubted you?
get it.
I'll fight them.
Sammy, I'm just saying they called
Everybody,
me
bro.
despicable,
Crispy,
but my
that was so
money
funny to
grew.
see.
Wait.
I just fell
Plus
off straight up.
20,000, bro. That hit.
No, because Sammy, even
Oh,
at my
whoa.
lowest, I make it
That
happen.
was my ball.
Wait. Okay. Not listening. Keep going.
That's all I got.
Oh,
Crispy's
well, that's
attacking
still really
me.
good.
Crispy's hurting me in ways. Crispy's hurting me.
Wait, Whiskey. No, we can be friends.
You're hurting me.
No, we can be friends.
Wait, if you use the speakers with the things, it's kind of awesome.
Bello's forever. That's my bad.
Bello.
Like one day I will exit my minion era. Like all things come to an end. But like for now, like Bello's still here.
Man,
We'll
what the
take it.
fuck's even happening to your guy?
Bro, I'm getting screwed and served like slop shit over here.
Slop
Bro's
shit.
getting slapped
The
shit
game. This
on the
game
next
brings
mic.
out new sentences, and I love it.
That's right.
Ben, can you explain
One's
the lore
in
behind
chat
your
is
mic?
slop shit.
Guys, that's loser review needs to stay for like a week.
Get that cam out
I'm
of
gonna
here,
get a
Tony.
shirt that
Guys,
says that's
choose
loser
chat if
review.
monkeys detritus.
The monkeys.
A lot of cheese
Uncle's
gotta come in.
monkey.
Oh, Ben, someone in my chat spoiled your bit tonight.
What was his bit?
Get a bit?
That he's at Luxie's house.
No.
Oh,
We knew that.
Oh.
Wait, you guys already knew that?
It's in his
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
announcement.
account tonight.
Oh, Jesus
What?
Christ, brother.
I thought it was a big
You're
secret.
so weird.
Oh no, bro.
You have Discord, right?
Whiskey's over, bro. It's over.
Bro, saying that's so weird is genuinely the nail in the coffin.
Wait, Whiskey, it's over, man. Just kept packing
Whiskey,
in.
you're the last to know, bro. Like we all knew.
No, Sammy, he told me like last week and told me not to tell anyone.
That's crazy.
Well, I just ended up telling everyone because I thought Chris would have run his mouth.
What?
Oh, W comms actually. No, Chris, he clocked you there, lil bro.
Run my mouth about what?
Lil bro's wild. Lil bro's wild.
Chris in a Fortnite game was like.
Oh, I hit your ball, but I helped you. I helped you. I low-key helped you though.
Bro, you're the monkey's detritus right now, Chris. Get out of here.
Sammy, you went for that first, so hey, you know.
Sammy, it gets me
Bro,
every
what
time.
does detritus even mean?
Nothing.
What doesn't it mean?
Look it up. It's in,
Wait,
it's
kill
in
him.
the dictionary. It's a genuine real word.
Kill him.
I Dow. I hit X the Dow, kind of.
All right. Go,
No, if you're
go ahead
doubting
and
it,
look
then
it up
I'm a
in the
monkey's uncle.
dictionary.
Sammy, I got you here. Don't worry.
Thanks, Whiskey.
I got you.
My
Oh, it's
God.
decaying matter or debris.
Oh,
Right, you said it wasn't a real word, so.
Sammy, no way you stole my Mario Party power-up after I helped you.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, to be fair, this was rolling down the hill a little bit, so I had to cruise.
Okay, Kate Bush.
Oh.
That's running up
I
the
mean,
hill.
It's up the hill.
We're Kate Bush going the wrong way.
Wrong bush, man.
Wrong bush is wild. Whiskey, don't. Oh no.
No.
Wait, Whiskey, karma. Karma.
What do you mean karma? I was trying to protect her.
That's
Wait,
not
why's my ball?
protecting.
Why is my ball 10 hours away?
Whiskey, you need to look up the word protect in the dictionary.
Once I learn the controls of this
But
game,
your
it's
ball's
over.
going down the hill, dude. Like
Running up
Kate
that
Bush.
hill.
Miss.
Running up that road.
Miss again.
Miss. Oh, bro, hold hard and
Do
give
you know
up.
Van's at Luxie?
No, man, fuck.
This is always
Yeah.
in the lead,
Dude, if Banthas at Luxie's, then I'm
He's
going
lead
to
eternal.
Wait, the pistol saved me.
Lead eternal.
Great.
Bantha's the
Oh, it's
lead
over?
eternal.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Last run.
Oh.
That was quick.
That was just to try
I
this.
guess we gotta do another one.
No, unfortunately, that's my last.
What?
Bro, why do you look like that?
Yeah. I've
Like
been
what?
left
No way it's
for
your last.
10.5 hours.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, you made the
There's
bidet
no
sound?
way it's your last, dude.
Dude, I'm forged.
Crispy, if this is your last round, then I'm a
Alright.
monkey's uncle.
I'm
You
gonna
tell
try
me.
this on
Sammy,
Evolve.
you're
Your
Yeah,
last
say
round, and you're
that.
a weird fuck because we're having so much fun.
Chris, you
Bro,
can't just the last 5
say
seconds of the YouTube video.
that. Bro.
What? I'm sorry.
No, I gotta hang up the lady.
What?
Yeah, real.
No,
Doesn't
Tell
work tomorrow,
Jillian
so.
to play.
No, Jillian, get it.
guy,
Tell Jillian to
bro.
get in here.
Jillian, get in here.
Jillian would actually rage at this game,
Bottle
probably.
gold.
Come on, Sammy's having a blast.
Bro, like we're laughing. Like we're all laughing, bro. Come on.
Sammy, I
Wait,
haven't
Whiskey's not
laughed
even in
since,
lobby
like,
anymore. No. Whiskey's not even in
Wait,
lobby
Whiskers.
anymore.
No, one more. Come on, what?
Wait, what?
One more.
I got kicked, I thought.
No, you left because you're
Oh,
scared.
you didn't get kicked.
Whiskers.
Wait,
bro.
Chris, what?
Bro, this is wild.
You left because you're scared.
Sometimes Chris makes up his own narrative in his head.
Bro, his narrative is wild.
No, like Sammy, Chris is doing a choose your own adventure thing in his head, like at any given moment.
Choose your own adventure.
Guys, like one more
lost
round.
connection.
I simply
Matter of fact,
cannot.
I'm gonna go make another drink.
What?
Hey, all right.
All right, I'm watching Tip to Tip.
Listen,
Try this.
Oh,
not without
Tip is
us.
gonna be wild. All right.
Later.
No.
All right, guys. I'll catch y'all later. I gotta
no.
go.
All right, Chris.
I do on Forge.
I guess I
I
have
do
to
on
go with the
Forge.
Crispy.
All right, Chris.
Sammy.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to.
Crispy.
All right,
Sammy, you're
Chris.
breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart.
Sammy
Rob the
squealing like
monkeys
this,
to try
wailing,
this.
wailing.
Dude, I simply cannot. I've already gone past. I did an extra round.
So true, so
Yeah.
true.
Good night, guys. This is fun.
Bye. Sleep with one eye open.
Take care, dude.
Take care of Monkey's uncle.
Yeah, bro, for
To
real.
try.
Bro. Bye, Crispy.
Bye.
Oh, I can't believe he's gone. Like, what's the joke?
Can't believe he's having nightmares.
Wait, that's actually really true. Like, I didn't
No,
think...
wait, I should talk to him after stream. Like, what's going on with that?
Yeah. Like, I just threw the nightmare thing out like to get put the feelers out there. I didn't think he was actually struggling.
To try this.
Put the feelers
Because it's not
out.
funny. I've also been having nightmares.
Guys, we gotta stop these nightmares. What's going on? Well, you guys need to learn how to control your dreams, straight up. And he, like,
I
never
woke up
happened.
yelling next to Sasha the other night.
No way.
No, you didn't. What were you yelling about?
Bro, why'd you have a
I don't know.
nightmare?
I don't know, but she was like, it's okay.
Aww.
Imagine if she said it wasn't okay, just looked at you and said nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Nightmare.
She looked at you, said there's no escape, and then went back to sleep.
There's no escape.
Guys, are Tuesdays the new Sunday?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know, it's like my day off.
Detroit.
Oh, bro, no days off this year. Lock in.
Whoa, dude, kick it, Chad.
Wait, Sammy, you're moving different.
I had a nightmare,
Bro, we have
3 days
to.
ago.
What was it about, Chris?
I was a League of Legends main.
Oh, God.
Ooh,
It's kind
big
of a daymare.
nightmare. Big
Kind of a
nightmare.
daymare.
Massive nightmare.
It was scary, dude, and my chat was awful.
What was wrong with your chat?
Whiskey, I invited you back
So what?
to Battle Golf. What the fuck do you mean?
Oh, you are bugging out if you think I'm playing another round.
You're not playing another
Whiskey.
one? Wait, the way
My-
Sammy was like sad Crispy left, but also like 4 minutes ago she was like, Crispy, I will skin you alive, you piece of shit. You
I don't think I said
Yeah.
any of those words. 4 minutes.
Nah, ban.
Sammy,
Sammy
you
said
said,
that, right?
you said 3 of those words.
No, I don't think so.
She said that.
No, I thought.
Wait, everybody's done?
I thought you guys
No, I'm
kicked me
going.
because you
What?
said what's it
I'm
called?
here. I'm literally here.
I can do one more golf before I cap, so...
What do you mean?
Wait, what-
No, Sammy. Carl, this is the cap. We're having.
Carla,
No,
what are you-
I have a cap
what are you
cap after
capping with?
this. There's an arc rater.
Really?
Wait, Bam, go
What?
take the dogs out and then let's game.
Stop. Okay,
Carla,
I need to,
no,
I
you
need
have a
to get 5
cap.
minutes
This is
done.
the cap. And we're
No, I know
having fun.
that, but I have a cap after
Oh.
this.
But you only have one more with the cap?
Well, it depends if it's... I mean, like, usually we do 2 games, don't we?
Depends if it's fun.
I'm here, like, I'm playing another game. Sammy, I'm in. I'm still here. I've been jumping on
Sammy's
carts.
signed like me right now.
Bro, it's like nobody wants to
I'm still playing. I'm literally
Sammy,
here.
it's just-
Look behind you.
How many
Wait,
times
Sammy,
can
on a
you watch
scale-
your ball
Sammy, on a scale of 1 to
fly
Fortnite.
across the map?
Fortnite.
I'm here.
bro.
I'm right here.
I probably have a crazy update, otherwise I'd
If
be
Chris
down.
boots up Fortnite, then I will genuinely.
I don't even want to hear it, man. It's gonna be crazy.
No, like I'm waiting.
Genuinely what?
He froze.
Rose faded.
Are we playing golf or what?
Bro's faded. I don't know. Whiskey won't join.
No, Whiskey left the
Good
call.
night, Abby.
What?
Bro,
he's back.
Whiskers, throw a riot. Oh, he's back. Yo, what's up?
How long did it take you guys
Morgan.
to notice I was gone?
Instantly.
I haven't
5
pointed out.
seconds.
Really?
I noticed you were gone maybe 7 seconds.
I was only gone for 3, Chris. Eat shit.
That's crazy.
Are you in or no?
Wait, guys. Judge my Carla impression. That's a loser of you.
Why do I
That's
sound
actually
British?
loser of you. Why do I sound British?
That's actually loser of you.
That's
actually
British. That's not
crazy
me.
British.
That's not
That's-
me.
Whiskey, you can do better than that.
Hey,
do
listen
better
here,
than
mate.
that.
That's actually loser of
Mate.
you, mate.
That's
actually
loser of
fucking
you is
British
my
of you,
favorite thing
Ma.
I've said.
Wait, Carla, you should add mate onto more sentences.
You're
Alright,
not
I'll
like a
try.
mate Andy though. You don't.
Nah,
you don't
it
like. Do you say
sounds
mate
weird.
IRL?
Nah, I'm more dull.
Wait, drop a mate. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Drop a mate. real quick.
Mate is.
Hi, mate. How are you?
Oh my
No,
god.
no.
ew.
But have it feel like have it feel real.
Huh?
Oh man.
Hi mate's crazy. Like
I
more
thought he
just
was.
Yeah, 'cause no one says that.
Genuinely thought
They'd
Chris
be
was speaking
like-
Japanese when he said hi.
Hi. Mate. It's crazy.
Pokemon Cardo.
Pokemon Cardo.
Chris, I miss speaking broken Japanese with you on the streets of
Me
Shibuya.
too, man.
Bro,
I miss going to- I miss
Bantha
going to
Whiskey
7-Eleven
being
with
in
you
this
guys.
lobby.
Let's
Like,
go back.
Onegaishimasu.
Can we play?
Wait, Bantha?
Arigatou
What the fuck?
gozaimasu.
Bro,
Anthony's
it's-
done with y'all.
like, what's the joke?
Sammy,
Guys, what are
they're-
we
they're
doing?
goofy
Bro, I'm about to
viewers.
go to bed. It's like.
Sammy, don't you have like a book though?
What? A book? Wow, mean.
I don't know.
Jeez.
No, Sammy.
Sammy,
no,
he
Sammy
wants to give up on
reads.
you. He said he's done. He said he's done.
No,
He wants to
Sammy
put you to
reads
bed
a
with a
lot.
book.
Bro's like making up scenarios so that I leave. Bro's like, yo,
What?
don't
Yeah,
you
like
have a
what?
book right
Sammy,
now?
I'm on my Chris behavior.
He's like, they have like snacks in
He's
the
creating
snack
a
drawer.
narrative, like.
Sammy, don't you have like a really good dinner waiting for you?
Oh my.
Guys, what are we doing? Come on.
I don't know.
I've
I'm
had
chilling.
something in my eye for 6 hours. Are we like doing golf?
Wait, Chris
Check that out.
also had something in his eye though.
It's not
Man, there's
leaving.
no way you haven't taken the dogs out yet.
That's like
What?
contagious.
Great.
Wait, it's Gary from SpongeBob.
Sammy, would you do trios with me and Carla or not really?
What for 4? I don't have it updated since the new season.
Yeah.
Is there an
for
actual
sure.
update?
Yes. Since
my
the
bad.
season dropped, yeah.
Wait, no, that was. You have to have that at least.
No. When did I play 4?
True.
Otherwise, I would.
Well-
Like, if it was downloaded, I would, but it just is not downloaded.
I'll catch you guys on the
she's
flip.
rolling.
Wait, so we're gonna
All
play
right,
golf
whiskey,
or
see
no?
ya.
Later.
No, they're dropping out.
I mean, we can play with us
Yeah.
3 unless that's weird.
Yeah, we can have a golf
I
round.
gotta see Man About a Dog. So,
Let's play us 3 and just be honest guys.
wait, can you guys all say bye?
I went in the
sequence so I can
hole.
No, I'm not saying bye because I'm upset.
leave? Chris, come on, Sammy, can you say bye at least?
No, I'm kind of upset too.
Carla, anyone?
Bye.
Oh shit!
No,
Oh,
I'm
that was a
kidding.
bad bye.
I'm joking. Do what you need to do, but you should stay for one. You
Whiskers.
should stay one.
Whiskers, we're still live over here.
Whiskey, just play one
We're having
more.
fun and
Play one
laughing.
more.
You're out of your mind if you think I'm.
Well, why are you still talking then? Like, you may as well.
Why are you still talking? That actually set me in the mood.
Wait, this game brings out
Oh, you
the
laugh.
devious side.
But
of you
like, think about it.
Vance, are you gonna play another
Hurry
one? You have
up.
to go.
guys. Van's been gone.
He's gone, bro.
I feel
He's
bad.
already gone.
What I meant was less talky, more putty.
No, and Carla, I laughed.
Cause like I got
And I've
things
always
to
said
do.
that.
What are we doing?
Chris, start the lobby or doom us to end. It's your call.
You know what, Sammy? Let's do this thing.
All right,
I
let's
feel
play.
bad for saying why are you talking.
Don't feel
If it
bad.
makes you feel better, it got a lot of LMAOs.
Oh,
Yeah, my
thank
chat
you.
was going fast, the fastest it's gone all night when you said that.
Well, like, play with us.
People couldn't believe it. They were like, "Oh my god, she said that."
Oh, Carla, what a fucking cunt.
A what?
Right, a cunt.
Yo, Bam!
Whiskers,
way.
welcome in.
Wait, you rated you? No way.
Nah, he wouldn't have rated me after that comment.
True. Would he rate you otherwise?
Bro, he's gonna watch tip to tip. Like he's not even.
Every
getting
time I try to
offline.
raid Carla, it says you can't, and I go, "Okay,
Because
my bad."
I'm leaving.
Bro, you're leaving when you just started at this raid. I can never raid you.
That is true. I can never raid Carla.
What?
Right?
I think I've rated Carla twice in the past.
It's because
year.
we
I'm
end
really
at the same
excited.
time, I think.
How? I thought you were gonna be honest. What happened to that?
I am.
I am after bro.
Ooh.
Bro smacks me.
No, Car, don't give up already. Come on, we just. Let's give up. Ow! No! Oh, great.
You didn't have to touch
done.
my ball. Fuck off. Fuck off.
But you look like a character from DuckTales. I'm kind of
Wait,
vibing
invite
with
me.
it.
Fans, we started already. Okay, fine.
No,
New
invite
game.
me.
But
Okay,
you can
new
join
game.
in the middle of the game. Oh.
No, new game, because we were all tied.
Wait, I'm gonna.
We were all tied when I got first. It's okay.
No, you did not. What are you talking about?
I gotta
go. Man, I invited you. No, there's no way you made me end the game.
No.
No.
Guys, I'm about to play Ark Raiders. What are we doing?
What? On purpose?
Oh. I'm literally sick to my stomach. Right
Sammy,
now.
these men just won't play a game.
No, Carla. Literally, that's what I'm saying.
Why is he clapping? Why is he clapping?
Are we gonna play a game? Or
no,
are we not?
after that, I got the ick from Chris clapping, so I have to go, actually.
No,
I can't clap anymore?
Queen, don't you fucking leave that door.
What the fuck is happening?
No, Bam, because you're
Make a lobby! Make a lobby us four now, please!
I invited you, Fox, already, man.
No, you didn't!
No, you didn't! You
Oh
didn't!
my
It's not
God.
there!
Oh,
You're
invited
capping! You're literally cap!
Chris clapping made my psoriasis flare up.
You have psoriasis? Oh, great.
You know I
Wait, I think
do.
that's
Wait,
right.
you're a bad friend if you didn't know that.
I thought you had with another thing.
No.
My bad.
Where's the invite? Where's
Oh my
the
god.
invite?
Yeah, I'll bet you for a third time, Hangster Girl.
No, it's
Cut the
literally not
attitude,
there and
Mel
you're not
Burger.
inviting me.
You have an attitude too.
Yeah, and you love it.
No, I don't.
Super!
Alright, start the fucking round.
Go!
I want to.
Please. Thank you.
Fine.
Let's not forget that I got first place in that first round.
Genuinely
Let's
forgot.
remember that. No.
What?
So biggie.
Wait, Ben, what are you doing all week with this fucking sick mic?
He has a schedule, guys.
Guys, I've already read the
like-
schedule. I know it front to back.
Okay, so what's front and what's back about it?
The front and the back.
Chris, there's
He's
nothing
live
sideways.
tomorrow, bro. Because I'm a good
What's he
friend
even
and I
live
know
about on
that.
tomorrow?
He's playing. Oh, he's doing truck driving tomorrow.
Wait, should we all truck drive tomorrow or my monkey's uncle?
Bro, I'm not setting up that steering wheel. Y'all have fun though.
Babe, all I gotta do is
Bro,
plug in a
Sammy hates
USB
our
port.
guts.
What's with your wheels?
No,
No. Like,
I have to
I'm with
clear
Sammy
space
on
on my
this one.
desk.
It's the biggest bitch to set.
Oh,
I wouldn't have done it
really?
Otherwise.
Yeah, it's just like I have a lot of stuff on my desk, so it's just
Oh,
it's
okay.
kind of annoying. But like it's fun,
Fan?
like, but it's just kind of annoying to set up.
Man.
No, Shinjuku.
Shinjuku, this is for you.
You, man.
Come on, Carla, hit the fucking thing in there.
Chris, our balls went in the hole at the same time.
Aww.
Dan's got first, yeah, right.
Yeah, because you focus me. Which is weird, because I don't
I
win.
didn't even know you were on the map at that point.
Bleh.
Oh. Wait, Sammy.
Chris clapping before?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Bro, no, genuinely, I did that just for your guys' reactions. I've done that my whole life, and I'm pleasantly surprised at your guys' reaction.
No, I actually felt sick to my stomach after you did that, but I was laughing, so.
Like, it was, like, obviously gross, but, like, I'm happy that you guys were there for it, you know what I mean?
No, I'm
Like, it won't ever
kind
happen
of
again.
glad that you did it because it was kind of hilarious. No, Chris Melberger.
My bad, Hankster girl.
Like I was
Guys,
just
if
telling you that
anyone
you're
feels
funny
like
and then you
fucked
do
up
that.
from the clapping, I do apologize. That's not me. That's not what,
Wait, no, like I can't wait to see you do it, like on your camera.
No, actually, wait. I feel weird. I'm actually gonna end. I'm actually gonna
There's
end
so
forever.
many clips now, bro. There's so many clips.
There's not.
Yes,
I'm
there
actually
is,
gonna end
bro.
everything.
They're sending me clips like nobody's business.
I'm gonna text
I
you
have
for
no
everything
less
and then
than
never respond
10,
for
10
3 days.
versions of that clip.
Take the dogs out.
Take the dogs out.
Me when I'm trying me when I'm trying my wiki feet to a 5.
Bro.
Sorry.
Oh my god, that ball is licking the hole.
That is just devious in Raccoon Man Tendis.
Detritus.
What?
Detritus.
What was that word?
Bro, made up a word. Okay, let's go for a swim. "30 seconds. You're so close. Hold the thing hostage.
Detroit.
Yo, Ciro, thanks for the sub, by the way, for 39 months from 4 minutes ago. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
You're listening now to Chris Melberger.
Whoa,
Okay,
that was
Keith
new.
Ledger. That was new.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, the Joker.
Super battle, go! Penalty,
Who's the
yeah.
best singer in this lobby?
You, probably.
All of us.
I think you guys are actually really good.
Thanks.
Carl, I feel like you have been hiding this from us for a while, because I feel like you've been singing more lately, and it's kind of like, hey, that's good.
I don't think so, but that's really nice of you.
Uh-huh.
I'll take it.
No, like I miss karaoke.
Oh, what a night.
Oh,
Lollipop
what a night.
by Lil Wayne.
You had to be there. You truly did. Like, how did you guys get there so fast? Like, what's the
Honestly,
deal?
I don't know.
Honda Civic.
Honda Civic.
Slow rolling your singing skills to your friends, that's
Aw.
super funny. Like a year plus, just randomly being like really good at singing, and everyone being like, "What? Since when, dude?"
No, that is funny.
No, that's kind of how I feel about you guys. Like you guys all like have been singing a little bit more lately because you're more confident, and we're all confident like around each other because we're like friends like more than normal.
I'm confident
And
on what?
You guys sound great, and it's like, hey, since when?
5,
That's really nice, Chris.
3, 2, 1. Go! Nice shot.
Thanks. Don't just go ahead and sing right now for no reason.
It's like not the time. It's like not the moment.
She's gone.
No, it's gotta be like natural. Like I can't force it.
Don't. Don't.
Oh, good.
Yeah, Chris did that, by the way.
Yeah, Chris did that, by the way.
Oh, he's proud of it like a creep.
Creep. Wait, creep's actually the worst thing you've ever said. That sucks. That blows.
Well, you did that to
Hey,
yourself,
weird
buddy.
boy. Weird guy, weird guy, weird guy. Weird guy.
Fuck off.
It's okay.
Actually, thanks.
Fuck you. Where's my ball, man? Oh, Banth, you joke.
You
No!
joke.
You joke, you know?
I'm sorry.
No, ban.
I'm just trying to get to my ball.
Whee!
Okay. Who knows?
Oh, dude, Juno's a fucking film.
Real. Morgan, real.
Haven't thought about that movie in years. It's crazy.
I haven't either. It just came out right now.
Have you ever watched a movie?
What?
Dude, I wanted to see Japanese Dear Evan Hansen with you, but we got busy.
Well, there's a Japanese Dear Evan Hansen.
Remember we saw on the subway?
That was a play.
Oh, whatever.
2, 1, go!
Hey, dude, you're being such a weird fucker.
Ooh.
Whoa, that hit with the new mic. Like that actually hit like
Ooh,
crazy.
I got a shiver down my tibia.
Ew, what the fuck is that?
It's in your leg.
Bro, that's like that's in, well, I don't, isn't,
No,
I don't
genuinely,
remember.
Chris sent me the fucking Azkaban with that shot.
We're just saying stuff now.
Where's the tib at?
You know the tib.
I don't know.
Yeah, where's it at, man?
I
Oh,
don't
it's in
know,
your
call
leg.
it.
I'm not gonna
I
call
wanted
it,
to
bro.
say that, but then I was afraid of sounding dumb.
You could never
No,
sound
Sammy,
dumb.
you can never sound dumb.
That's objectively not true. But thank
No, you definitely could, but I'm trying to be a nice guy also. You know?
Oh, okay. No, I get it.
Okay, I guess.
No, my balls are all the way in fucking
No,
Mount
this is
Rushmore.
actually a joke. Like my golf ball is stuck in boulders. Like,
Wait, does anyone want to hang out in Philadelphia next?
What?
why?
I don't know.
That's in Japan?
My bad.
Fuck.
Wait, that's actually really funny.
Carl, do you
After
have to...
Japan?
Hey, buddy boy!
Yeah, you didn't have to shoot me, but you did, Chris. And now look where it got you.
It's like they're having fun over there, and I'm like 20 miles.
Fun's subjective, Sammy.
Hey, Carl, look at that. Look at the scoreboard, buddy boy.
I don't care. Look, I'm gonna say something else just there.
Bro said cares. Talking shit's so funny with a friend. It's not real.
Oh my god, wait, so I went to a Japanese ramen place with Sasha this past week, and it's been a while since I used the chopsticks.
Stinky.
And, I was struggling, I was
Long
rusty,
range
and then the waitress came
snipe.
over and asked if I needed a fork and spoons. It was a complete oral loss.
Wait, I had sushi the other day, and I ate it with chopsticks, and I was like, I've still got it.
Yeah.
Man, there's no way you lost how to use chopsticks that fast. There's no way, actually.
Yeah. So
You just have to keep practicing.
Bro, practice, man.
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, like unnecessary, but okay. Oh.
She's gonna remember that for the rest of her life.
Oh. Oh, no, he's like hooting and hollering over there. No, go on.
No.
Oh, no, go ahead, Chris. No.
Carla,
like,
what the fuck
say
are you
with
doing
your
over here,
chest.
buddy?
A double shot?
Carla, can you kill him for me?
What?
You better sleep with one eye open in New Jersey tonight.
Bro, there's no shot you're coming back to New Jersey, man.
Be careful.
That was so funny.
What?
Bro, sleep with one eye open tonight in Jersey, by the way.
Oh, good. Man, already made it. No, yeah, right, man.
Bro, like I'm gesture maxing right now.
is
Like,
it
what is
19
actually
seconds?
going on?
No, Sammy, you're not Jester Maxing. You're
Yes,
awesome.
I am, bro.
No, dude, come on. You're coworker pilling.
Coworker pilling.
Bro, the way we're all look maxing when you think about it.
Wait, do you guys want to hear something insanely funny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got an email today from my old LinkedIn profile asking if I wanted a job.
Oh.
To where? Or is that a dox?
No, it's for Kohl's. So, like corporate Kohl's.
Wait, dude, low key?
Low key sending that job app.
Wait, guys, that's crazy. You're both telling me to fill out a resume to get a job.
Here's
No,
resume.
Sammy, I'm saying
Oh.
that's awesome just in case Twitch ever goes under.
No,
I had a panic attack the other night thinking about Twitch potentially just randomly stopping. What? My bad?
Bro, that's like a bad omen. Like, don't tell us that. Like,
Well,
that's
my bad. Like, Amazon has total control, and that sucks.
Chris, stop! You're
My
Chris,
bad.
stop! I'm actually gonna crash
Chris,
out.
I have to pay rent.
no.
Stop.
I'm kidding. Guys, I'm kidding. No,
Chris, we're at the heights of our careers. Can you please
No,
stop?
Sammy,
Like,
I was literally like, wait, so... I was like, wait, so what would I do?
No, Chris, stop! I'm actually getting itchy. Like, I'm gonna break out in a rash.
No, my bad. Wait, I'll clap and laugh again. I'll clap and laugh. I'm sorry. I'll clap and laugh. That's my bad. That's my bad. Genuinely, I'm so sorry.
Great.
Oh, bro, I'm getting
Now I have hives.
right
Oh my
now,
god,
bro.
jinx.
Yeah, I'm
good.
literally bringing out
Great.
hives. Like, this is not
Great.
funny.
Give everyone hives.
Now we're the hive girls.
Oh, good.
We're the hive girls!
My psoriasis is back.
Great.
I have hives.
I'm literally sick to my stomach, bro.
My bad.
I'm sick to my stomach, bro.
That upset the dogs.
Dude, they're already upset.
Oh, they weren't. They're happy. Now
The
they're
band
sad.
farted before and they're pissed.
We're just making up dick, bro.
I'm supposed making up dick. That's crazy. Wait, Sammy loved that one.
Bro, no, like, Van just be saying anything out here during golf,
Nah,
and
'cause-
I love it.
I'm
It's
itchy.
like, why not these days? You know?
No, Carla, stop being itchy, man.
You
I'm
did
in my
this,
full
Chris.
self, and I
How?
feel good about it.
What do you mean, how?
I told you a big deal.
5, 4, 3.
Carla, I'm not gonna hit you, okay? I'm just gonna hit my ball.
Okay. Sure, buddy.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. So funny.
She hates us, man.
Us?
Us is crazy.
Man, fuck off, man. What?
Oh
Wait,
my
Sammy knocked my
God.
ball in first.
You got an eagle, though. Chris, you got an eagle.
I got an eagle.
Was it that funny, though? Like, was
Yeah,
it that
bro,
funny?
I'm in first. That says that's why it's funny, bro. You literally got me in
Bro
first.
made
for
me
that.
break out in hives, and then he's cackling. Like, that's
Bro,
crazy.
you're not breaking out in hives.
Bro,
Yes.
no, I'm covered in hives right now. I'm covered in hives.
Tell them to stop. I mean, what do you mean?
Bro, no, you made me anxious. It's over.
Oh my god.
Great.
Night's
Here we
over,
go.
Sammy and I almost
bro.
crashed out in hives.
Night's over. Sammy's
Night's-
anxious, guys. Bring
Night's
it in.
over, bro. The hive
anxious.
girls out here, like.
Hivester girls back.
Monster girl crazy.
Didn't have to be that way.
It really didn't have to be.
It
that
didn't.
way. Ow! Chris, you're a clown. You're actually a clown, bro.
Sammy, I literally hit the ball for you in a good spot. What do you mean?
Put a pipe in it, Melbs.
Okay, Carla.
Carla.
Okay, Carla, full.
Sammy, we gotta get him.
You Anthony
you're
6336. Hold on 1 second.
Wait, you remember that? That's actually really cute.
Wait, what would
No,
Lucas
friend.
do here?
Stop.
Wait, who just hit my ball like in an area that where it's gettable for me? I'm in trouble.
Bro, I'm Monkey's uncle right now.
Oh, what a shame.
No.
Needed that.
Carla got first. What?
Oh, why are you so behind, Chris?
Ah, because someone hit my ball into no man's.
Oh, doesn't that suck when someone hits your ball? Oh.
Aw.
Aw.
Chris,
Aw.
stop. Chris,
That's
you're such a
crazy.
dick.
Bro, I had to. What do you
The
mean?
slow slide down the mountain was crazy.
Wait, man, you fell off the mountain.
Yep.
That's awesome. No, because the way that's awesome. Oh yes! Please!
Why'd you send it to fucking Narnia? There it is.
Wait, I think I win. I think I win. I think I win. Dang it,
Okay, Carlos.
Thank you, my hives made me talented.
Let's go!
Happy for you.
Thank you, Carla.
GG.
Sammy, thoughts on that performance?
I can't tell anything. I'm in hives, bro.
Bro, wake up then. What do you mean you're in hives?
Bro, I'm actively in hives.
GG.
Like...
Man, GG's, bro.
GG.
GG.
Bro, the way I was like kind of like being a little vulnerable and honest with you guys, and you like all you got hives for my fucking statement is crazy.
Bro, you were like, what if our careers flash before our eyes tomorrow? Then bro goes, why do you guys have hives? You know?
Yeah, that was a
Man,
scary thought I
money
had.
for whiskey to have been
My
there
bad.
that moment.
God forbid a guy has a bad dream.
Yeah, and it was scary, so I broke out into hives. That's an
Okay, well,
actual response.
next time you say you have a
Why are you
weird
being
dream,
weird about my hives? Like...
Because you didn't actually break out in hives, you're lying.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
My back's
oh, you want
itchy.
proof? Oh,
Do you want hive
proof?
pics?
Your back
Oh,
is
so you just like
itchy?
don't believe me anymore?
Do you want me to send you pics?
Oh,
I'll
here
send
we
you a
go.
pic right now.
I don't want to see your hives.
No, I'm
man.
sending it. You don't believe
Yeah,
me.
Vance, here we go.
I don't want to. I don't want to see
Here
your
we go.
hives, bro.
No, well.
Vance, help me, please.
Look.
Bro,
I'm
he's
a
in my
changed
chat
man.
right now. Like...
Look,
Who's
and
Vance in your chat? Vance, pop in mine.
I'll pop in yours, bro. I'll pop in anyone's chat these days, dude. I don't give a rat's ass. I just kind of vibe wherever
Bro,
I
he's
need to
just
be.
so nonchalant.
Look, Chris, I'll tell you this. What's up?
Wait, Vance, your last few messages have given me kind of a little bit of a panic.
Bro, he's just being vulnerable. What do you mean?
No, Sammy, his last few will be his message will be like, "You're the only one." He'll write, "You're the only one who gets it," and then not say anything else. Or he'll be like, "Bro, genuinely," and then that's it. He's like, "Hey."
Earlier, I put in his chat. I said, "You're the best man in the world," and he said nothing about it. He skipped right over it.
And then
wow,
he goes,
you're
and then he
gassing
writes,
him up.
No, because he's obviously lying. Then he writes, "That sucks."
What?
No.
Chris, I think you're one of the best men in the world.
Sammy,
True.
You're genuinely fibbing.
No, you are.
Why would I fib about that? Why would I
You
fib
are
about
one
that?
of the best.
Why would I
I
be
know.
friends with you if I didn't like you? What's the joke?
Yeah. He's still reeling about our hives. I'm sorry.
God forbid a couple
actually
girls
have
break out into hives. Like, God
Like
forbid.
a TV.
Like, God forbid we're stressed. My bad.
Bro, stop having hives. It's crazy. I won't talk ever again.
No, keep talking.
Oh, just don't talk about our careers ending, and then we're good.
No, I didn't talk about it ending. It was like, where are we going next?
Next.
You know,
After this
matter
retirement
of fact,
home.
start clapping again, bro.
Where are we going?
That's fine.
That was us. That
No,
was
like,
us
where
in
are we
Japan.
going next? Like,
What's going to
Where are we going
happen?
for dinner? Where are we getting ramen?
Itchy Ron.
Hive.
Well, guys, another friend slop night. What's
Wow.
better
All
than
right, Sammy, I'll
this?
see you on Arc Raiders.
You won't, but I hope you
Oh,
have a
come
beautiful
on, you
time.
love it.
I'm out of here.
Hmm.
Good night.
Oh, you cringe?
night,
Wait, that's the first time I made my
friends.
chat cringe.
The night's
Bye.
young.
Bye,
Bye.
Sam.
Night's young.
Carla,
Bye,
that was
everybody.
the most like lackluster bye I've ever heard.
I
from
went
you. There's nobody
bye.
that was a real bye.
Hey,
Bye,
see you guys
Sammy.
later.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye, Sammy. Bye, Band. See you guys.
Later, guys. Hey,
Bye.
all have a good night.
Later,
You
bro.
too.
Take care, man. Appreciate you.
too.
Hey,
brother.
man, you too.
Okay,
All right,
Sultry.
man.
Hey, yo, keep it up, man.
All right, get the dogs out.
Bye, Chris.
All right.
They've been
Later,
begging
brother.
for it. Begging for it's crazy.
Anyways.
What?
Oh, he's back.
Bye, Carla.
Bye. Are we arc rating or you hate me?
I don't hate you, but I'm not doing trials. I'm just playing the game regular.
Yeah, that's fine. But there's some fun ones.
Nah, no interest. Here's why.
I didn't ask.
Every time we do, no. Oh, you can say you didn't ask, but you always want to bring up the fucking trials. Here's the deal. Every time we do trials, we get killed last second, and it makes me sad. So let's just play the game regular.
And we'll mark my words, we'll still die, and you'll go, all right, that's enough for me, and leave. So we may as well like have whimsy.
No, I would rather die and not like grind for 5 hours or something, and then we move on.
I
Versus,
didn't
like,
even bring
you know
up
what I mean?
trials. As a new
Yeah,
update.
but you always do every single time we play.
Well, let me be different and shut your pie hole and let's just play.
No. I think trials are fun, but I want to just play the game and have a good.
That's what I wanted to do, brother. I wanted to look at the update. Let me be different.
Then. What do you mean be different?
I wasn't gonna bring up trials.
You were. Oh wait, there's a new thing. Flashpoint. What is this?
That's what I'm saying. There's new arc, new ways to like when you upgrade your gun, it'll show you what you need and stuff. The shredders are everywhere now, which is gonna be
There's
kind of.
shredders everywhere.
Yeah, they're broken out. It'll probably be bad. There's a new SMG, a new shotgun.
Is this still fuck-ass AI voices, or did they actually hire
I think
voice actors for this?
Well, they have, but because I think some voices, if they haven't replaced it, are from the actors, but they like kind of like the TTS on Twitch, they reuse their voice. But they said they're changing it, so maybe it's already been implemented. Because they do sound like better. I think it's the voice actors saying their lines. I know the wallpaper. 7, I just think it needs to be a reminder. You know? You know?
You get a raid?
No. Congrats.
I didn't either.
Oh, shit, we're washed. Oh, what's this?
It's over for us, man.
It's so Joves. Ooh, are you watching this?
Bon Jove. Which one? I watched like 5 things.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Oh, I've seen this.
No.
You heading up?
Just got back. How is it up there? Gonna be at Lance's all night.
Lances is reeling as arc activity surges to unprecedented levels. Oh no.
Whoa. Wait, the brigade outfit's cool.
My bad. I skipped it because I've seen it before. I forgot I was a streamer for a split second. I'm the worst. But. Oh. Oh. Yeah, Stinky's like, yay! And I went, no. What's this? Oh. Close scrutiny.
What's that mean?
Groups of surveyors and vaporizers are scanning for valuable materials. Their discoveries could prove worthwhile if you're prepared for resistance. No active locked doors, decreased amount of overall loot, increased amount of arc loot. On Blue Gate. That's new.
Should we try it first and just to see what the vibe is for one? There's 1 minute left. Let's try it with free loadout.
Ooh, yeah, look at the skins there.
Where?
In the store.
Oh, I am. There's a bunch of good ones. But ready up for the free loadout.
Okay.
Oh my god, there's a curtain fade?
Do you have the stash?
And a low bun?
Yeah, that's been out.
And a curly mullet?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
And a curly short?
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay. Yippee! Hee hee, haha, hee hee.
I haven't played Ark.
I just.
That's my bad. I was on stream together the whole time with you.
Yay!
What?
Missed you.
We're playing Ark.
Wanna play?
Are you really?
Yeah.
I'm watching tip to tip. I can't.
Bro,
oh, enjoy your tip.
Play while you watch. Dude, come on. It's not even your content.
I approve.
What? I'm sorry. What? I can't say stuff?
Whiskey. Oh.
Bro's out here watching someone else's stuff.
Oh. Let him live.
Alright. Great. I already watched the episode.
I don't know what it meant. Is it like heated rivalry or something?
Is tip to tip like heated rivalries?
Mm-hmm.
So, no.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Wait.
Should we go to the red thing?
Yeah. They're so different. So heated rivalries is like 2 gay guys playing hockey, and tip to tip is 2 dudes visiting China together.
I should rename tip to tip.
To what?
2 dudes.
You're right.
Help.
Oh, don't die. Come on.
We have to see what this is.
Yo. Wait, can you hear me in game?
Yeah. Can you help me?
You
I'm
did
gonna
actually
die.
or no?
Yeah, I can.
Wait, when?
Just then.
Yo.
I'm just using. I hate free loadouts. Use all your ammo on one arc.
New arc.
I'm gonna run out of ammo.
Oh, shoot fire.
Yeah, shit.
Oh man, I'm dead.
I have 3 bullets left. I hate free loadouts.
Well, I don't play enough to have anything else.
Oh, this is a new arc.
So what is this?
I don't know. Whoa. What the hell?
That is a new one. That was a Firefly. I've never seen that before.
Heated Rivalry Season 2. Tip to tip.
What is this fucking thing?
I don't know. It's my first time seeing it. Oh, great. I literally have no ammo. I have to just not do anything.
That's vaporizer.
Oh, we're screwed.
Let's leave and come back. Fireflies were from last month? Oh. That's how long
I'm just gonna
that's how
die.
much I've played this game. I thought the Firefly was from this fucking game. Oh, what the fuck is this? They've Oh.
I need to bring a gun in.
Oh, they're annoying. Well, that thing killed me in 3 seconds.
Yeah, I just left because I need to build a loadout.
Oh, this game has like. Oh, this game's this game has nothing really much going on.
What do you mean?
Like that's. Like player base is in half guaranteed.
Is it? What makes you say that?
I 5 different things guaranteed.
What do you mean?
No one's playing this anymore.
Why are you saying that? Just because you died or what?
Yeah, I died in 1 second to whatever that was.
Yeah, because free
if I'm a
loadout.
regular person, if I'm a regular person who works like a 9-hour or like an 8-hour job, and I come home and that happens, I'm over it.
It's probably because of that thing we went into. I think that has increased arc.
No, for sure. But I think I'm also correct. Is the player base in half since the last few months, guys, or is it double?
I don't know. Check Steam. I think people are keen for this thing. The new update.
What is all this? High gain antenna, sure.
So I'm assuming maybe there's more arc because of this. Let's see.
Are you building a loadout or are you going free?
I'm building a loadout. I just want to kill arc. Maybe I wonder if this. Oh, now I can see. That's really cool. I can see the map while you're the leader without having. Without not. Okay, so damn battlegrounds close. So it says increased amount of arc loot. So does that mean increased arc? I'm assuming.
Oh yeah.
That's
yeah,
why.
It was 460. It was 466. Now it's down to 133 in the last few months.
That's still pretty good. It'll come back up.
No, it's definitely good. All-time peak was 481, and now we're at 158.
158.
Which is still great. Don't get me wrong.
Should we just do a Stella, or should we do? I think close scrutiny. That has to be just more arc. That's why we had all that, maybe.
Absolutely.
Stinky, thank you.
I'm bringing in a Pharaoh and a loadout.
I'll do this later.
You ready?
Yeah.
And I'm going Buried City.
Fairy City. Okay.
You got a light little mustache over there?
Yeah.
You get any raids?
No, did you?
No.
That's right.
I got one. I might have gotten one.
Oh, nice.
You get the other.
Surely.
Stay on though. If I get off, and let me read you.
I'll be on.
Really?
No pressure.
How long you been live for? 5 or 6?
6.5. What about you?
7.
Nice.
And some change.
Ooh.
You have 2 accounts for this game. What?
I know. I do return my
shot.
shopping carts. It's true.
Wait, chat. Who's still playing this game every day? Who's playing this game like not as much, but they still love it? And who hasn't touched it since Pokopia came out? And if you never played it, that's no worries. I don't want to hear about that.
Yeah.
Mid option. Every day still. Mid.
This is Shani. I hope you hear me all right. Keep your eyes peeled, Raider.
Shani, put a cork in it.
Angel. I haven't touched this Pokopia, but it got real bad real
Looking
fast.
for makeshift structures with blue tarps and an antenna.
I had a
on top.
fight with a girl on here the other week. It was crazy.
Like a vocal fight, or just like a
Yeah,
1v1?
because she was being sneaky and like down me, and I had no ammo, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And she's like, "Fuck you, bitch." And then I hit her back with
shot.
and then I hit her back with shit, and I was so angry that I was like hitting her back while closing the game, like hard closing the game, because I was like,
Wait,
my
on
own
stream or
kind,
off
stream, my own kind, you know.
No, wait, no shot. You
Yeah.
got. Oh my god.
I was really upset. Like if a man says it, that's alright. Like I'm used to that.
Yeah, it's like fuck you, like good for you, man, you loser. But if a girl says, you're like, girl, what the fuck? I thought you were a girl.
Exactly.
Wait, she just killed you for no reason? You were like, what the? And when you said, like, you would have thought maybe she would be like, oh, you're a girl, my bad. But she was like, fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, because I was like, what the fuck? Why are you shooting me? I'm doing trials. And then she was like, fuck you, bitch. Like really aggressive. So I got a really aggressive back. I'm not proud of it.
You know what? At least we weren't streaming for it.
Yeah, true.
I'm gonna hit the subway. I already have a blueprint.
What blueprint do you have?
Vertical grip 3.
What blueprint do you have? Vertical grip 3. Show me the blueprint. I probably already have it, but I'm proud of you for getting that
Vertical grip 3.
blueprint. I sure hope he does.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh.
Hell.
Wait, Sandwich said she's gonna join us for trios.
She did not. She's playing a scary game.
What?
Don't lie.
I would never. Have I ever lied to you?
Yeah, and that's okay. It's like white lies. Oh, there's so many.
I'm leaving. I have so much stuff.
Okay. Whoa.
Chat,
whoa.
should we leave?
Let's go. I have a Tempest.
Wait, you brought a Tempest with you?
Yeah.
Wait, that was a really funny laugh of yours. I like that laugh.
Sorry. I like that laugh.
We're going over here.
Oh. Whoa, whoa.
Guys, we're leaving. Stan, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you, by the way.
Yeah.
Join the old Arc Raiders trio. What was your guys' podcast gonna be called? The Ball Chat or something?
Pop a tit.
My bad.
That's okay. Oh, people are here. People want me. People want me.
I'm nowhere near you. Guys, follow us. We're going this way. I don't trust them. Get the fuck in here.
Hi, Grace. I'm so scared.
Grace, what up?
Grace. Whoa, whoa. Hello, Gravy.
Yo, Flipper, dude.
Cromp, you're hitting that.
Wait, is Ark back? There's no way.
Ark's always been back, brother. You just have to have brakes.
No, brakes are scary.
Whoa, whoa. Great, the hives are back. I'm joking.
Why do you have hives?
I'm joking.
Okay, talk about.
Whoa. True, that would hurt the girl, I think.
Yeah, we're playing with Carla. Who wants a little 5-hour banger? Got some items. Right, 43K worth of stuff. Call it. I'll shoot.
I have 75.
What? Yeah, right. Oh, because you have the Tempest, motherfucker.
No.
Tempest. Da-da-da-da.
Hi, Connie. And the K.
But this game rocks when you get out with stuff.
I know.
Shit. So now what?
Now we simply run it back.
There's no way you're doing the expedition this year, right?
Yeah.
No shot.
Yeah, of course. What the hell?
You're doing it? There's no way.
It's 30 days. You got time.
Oh, got no Arc Raiders, by the way.
Let's do an arcathon and do the expedition in one day.
Meow.
We're gonna get more stuff.
And
that's crazy.
Let's play Pocopia instead.
Pocopia.
Pocopia.
Oh, you can feed. Oh, you can feed Scrappy now.
Oh, they give her the Scrappy quests instead?
No, you have both, I think.
I don't see the quest anymore.
Wait, let me see. No, you have to level up. Let me see Gunsmith. Oh, it shows how much your stash is now. The more you feed Scrappy, the better loot. I gotta feed Scrappy.
Click on Scrappy and then click level up. What? Where? Oh, level up. Oh, I need a dog collar still. Crap. I'm going to Blue Gate.
Glory Gate, okay.
Glory Gate.
Whoa. Trying to make money today. My stash is so good. Thank you, guys. I just gotta find stuff. Hi. Hello. I can't believe it's been nearly 7 hours today. Literally can't believe I made it. Yeah. I can't believe how hungry for food I am today. Like, I love food, but I don't know why. I just want to keep eating. Literally smashing it. Puffin, thank you for 7. 7 straight. Today's gone really quick, actually. Tomorrow, I don't have a plan, but I'll be live. Let me cook. It is my last stream of the week, though, because it looks like I'm going camping. So let me see.
I feel like really sad.
Yeah, but everything changes. I'll let you know. Camping girl.
Okay, you ready?
See. I'll either return Australian Monday night, US Monday morning, or latest Aussie Tuesday.
I don't see you.
American Monday night, because we come home Monday, but it's a 4-hour. It's a 4-hour drive, because it's Easter long weekend, which isn't ideal, obviously, because I don't want to be away for more time. But that's my last like thing, which is exciting. Oh, really, Mickey? The other day, they were talking about how there's 36 days left of fuel or something. Kiko, I'm scared. But I'll make next week really fun. Very fun.
Oh, here we go.
Whoa, whoa. But in April, I'll be able to do some weekend streams. I want to give you more weekend streams. I just haven't been able to because of the wedding and camping. Ooh, someone's been here because this drawer's open over here.
Draw.
I think someone's around. Where are you? Are you going up that way or are you coming down? Yeah. True. Wonder if they'll stop people from like traveling far or something. Curious, because the following weekend, I'm so excited. I've coined it a nothing weekend. And the weekend after that should be pretty chill too.
Where are you?
I'm here. I don't think I've had a nothing weekend. I'm not even kidding. Since before Christmas. Okay, surely not. Oh, I need wires. The wedding weekend was really good though. It was a really lovely weekend. I don't regret it. I was a bit nervous for it because obviously the time off, but it was really good. She's booked and busy, I know. But I won't be booked and busy after this weekend. I'll still have like my weekend plans here and there, but I'm not going to be like... The only reason why long week... Like, it's only the long weekends that I feel weird about, because if it's like Friday through to Monday, that's 2 streams I can't do.
What gun is that? Tempest?
No, it's the new gun.
Wait, let me look at it. Or no?
Yeah, here.
No, it's a Tempest, bro.
Okay. Please drop it. Don't. Come back. That's so mean for no reason.
How's that mean for no reason? You just lied to me in front of people.
Not my fault.
What do you mean it's not your fault, man? Bro said it was the new gun. I got all excited.
I'm sorry.
And then it was a Tempest.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so then I dropped it off the edge. Who cares?
Alright, okay. It's good, Nebula.
Okay,
how are you? Welcome if you just come in. Hello. But,
You gonna play the new Life is Strange?
maybe, but I have a queue of games at the moment, so I gotta wait.
Be popular.
I'm just busy.
What kind of Curie do you have besides Red Dead Redemption, Pocopia, all the Sims, DBD?
Well, I'm playing Resident Evil next for the first time.
What? Which one?
People want me to do 9. Or like a remaster.
9?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Yay!
Bro, what? Are you hopping in or what? Are you still on tip to tip?
No, we finished the episode.
Whiskers, Arc Raiders, Trios. Thoughts?
Tip.
I'm waiting to see what they say. I'm waiting to see what they say.
They want squishy scratchy so
Guys,
bad.
move fast. Let him have some fun with some friends for a little bit, guys.
What do you mean let him have some fun?
Yo, let him talk to let him talk to some guys.
They want to scritch it up.
Why are you talking to them like they're like my dad or something?
They are.
Like, guys, let him go out for the night.
We'll be back later.
Yeah, he'll be back later, dude.
My bedtime's I've been going to sleep early, bro.
What's early?
Yeah, name 5.
Name 5 what?
Name 5 earlies.
4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m.
Ooh, that early.
Yeah, like I've been on my freak shit. I've been on demon time.
Demon time.
Carla, I'm leaving.
Okay,
Ooh,
my
all
back
right, see ya.
hurts.
No, wait, come back.
Head home at the Overlook air shaft.
I'm just leaving. I'm leaving this map because I have so much good stuff. Stuff.
I didn't get anything.
Really? You weren't looting at all?
I was, but.
Wait, let me get some of that.
I think it's already been taken. Oh my god. Yeah.
What'd you get?
Never you mind.
Huh?
I got a wolf pack blueprint.
Bro, you can't even spell wolf pack.
That's so crazy to say.
My bad.
But it's true.
You can.
You're right.
You can. No, you can.
No, I'm bad. I can't spell.
WOLF. You finish the next part. WOLF.
WOLF
That's what I did.
PACK.
See, you did it.
Aww.
You deserve
RE2
it.
remaster? Really, Raymond? Really?
Wait, are people loving the Red Dead Redemption 2 vibes?
I think so. I'm a bit of a fuck, but I think they're liking it. I get distracted. But I think they're liking it.
My Pokemon got first place in the Pokemon Stop that I went to.
Oh.
Do you
I
care or
played.
no?
I do care. I played Pokemon Go in an Uber the other day. It's crazy.
Bro, yeah, you sent me stuff. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, I love seeing you on.
Yeah. Oh, you scared me.
Watching her play it on YouTube. Yo, Bex, let's go. Dude.
Yep. My goat.
She gets very distracted. No.
Who said that? Dylan.
No, you don't get very distracted.
Guys.
Guys.
I only killed my horse once.
You have 3 guesses.
She gets very distracted. Stinky, Leah, or Dylan.
Now, Leah is...
But I know Leah wouldn't say it in a bad way. No one says it in a bad way. Because I do get distracted.
Julia's life, so that's where Leah is. I think it's Dylan.
I think it's Dylan. Is so funny.
It was Dylan.
Oh, wait, no. That's
Okay.
true, Stinky. You're playing it yourself. You haven't been watching me play it. I am a rookie. I should have remembered that. Hey.
Wait, Dylan. Wait, not Dylan.
I remembered.
Leah, one's in chat if you're lurking randomly.
Hey, one if you're Leah lurking.
What if you're Leah
No,
lurking?
Stinky, my bad. Because I know people will say it in a nice way. I was trying to think who would say it, but I was right with Dill.
True.
One.
Berry City again?
Yeah.
And the new music fucks, actually, if I can keep it a story.
Does this... Are my gloves yellow? I don't think that they've been this
Yellowy.
yellow. Ooh. Have they recolored this goalie skin? It looks nice.
Well, should we buy the same skin?
This is nice. Check this out.
Which one?
Goalie, but put everything off and just and look at yellow and emerald gleam. I feel like they've recolored it. This looks nice.
Wait, on goalie?
Yeah, poker and drop horses, exactly.
And then what? Yellow or emerald gleam? And then what else?
And yellow, but look at the I swear that's a recolor. It looks nice.
It's always looked like that.
Take the jacket off though.
Okay.
And just look at everything. I swear the yellow is brighter on gleam.
The yellow is brighter. I think you're actually goddamn correct.
Yeah.
It used to be like brown.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's different. Wow. I kind of like it.
Let's run it back.
Okay.
All right. Bro, tonight was fun.
Stinky, right. And chain jacking. Yeah. Tonight was real fun.
Wait, why does Whiskey keep joining just to leave? I just run his chat. Play Ark with us. Chat wants it. Am I crazy?
Chat wants it is crazy.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
Chat is moving so fast for him playing with us. I can't even read. It's like nonstop. Oh my god, my eyes hurt. It's
No, don't hurt.
my chat's clamoring. Sorry, it's hurting. It's hurting.
No, don't. I'm paying my phone bill. Ask me anything.
How much was it? 150 UAD?
Around there.
I said UAD. That's not even real. That's not even real.
UAD's crazy.
That's both of ours combined, dude.
Wait, we have a new thing.
What?
With Whiskey's nose, is it the
What?
breathe? No, hear me out. Is it because of his breathing that he's getting the surgery?
He can't breathe out of one of his nostrils.
That's what I mean. I was just trying to get clarification.
He's got a thing. What's
Yeah,
it
but
called?
it's gonna help him
does it.
so much, guys. I'm actually so excited for him.
He's got a blocked airwave.
Yeah. It's actually.
He's got a deviated septum even.
He's been waiting for this for so long.
That's right.
And it's genuinely so exciting. Yeah.
Wait, so do you guys have that where you're at or not really?
Wait, breathing?
No, like fucked up noses that could get saved and like through surgery and power of modern science.
Yeah, my sister.
My sister had it also?
A couple years ago, yeah.
No shot.
Yeah.
Wait, if his smells go 2 times as strong, that's GG's then. You think that would happen?
No, what happened?
If the surgery makes it smell stronger.
I said she gets distracted with that's what the people want. Bro gave me an intentional villain arc. To be fair, Dylan, you weren't wrong, and I know you didn't mean it in a bad way. Because I know you love it.
Wait, are we bad guys or good guys?
No, oh wait. We're good guys unless someone tries to fight us.
I kinda wanna shoot someone.
Wait, Whiskey might sound different.
He might be like, yo, what up, guys?
Hey guys, my septum is not deeved.
My
I hate
septum is
streamers
different
shared
now, bro.
custody. That's so funny. We have shared custody of Dylan.
Who does?
Us.
Me and
We're
you?
the parents, yeah.
Alright.
Alright. Where are you taking Shan for her birthday?
Can't tell you.
I don't know.
Docs.
True. Oh yeah. Sorry. Text me.
I might answer.
Can we play friendslop another day? So next week?
Yeah.
Alright, what are we doing?
Cool. Bro, the red in her health is like so like so vibrant.
Yeah, they've changed some colors for sure.
They definitely have. There's a dude in front of us.
What should we do?
Trying to see.
Ooh.
Here.
Oh, they missed one.
What's this thing shooting? What's this thing shooting like bombs at us? Oh.
Uh-oh.
This guy's in here.
Whiskey! My god! Monkeys
I sent the guy over
detritus
here.
in here!
I said the human
I
Carla. I don't know
love-
why I did it, but I did.
Whiskey? I mean... Chris.
What?
Sorry.
Call me whiskey? What the fuck?
My bad.
No, that's it.
You've called me the Samly Bus before.
Oh yeah, okay, so I called you the best fucking community on Twitch, my bad.
Oh, okay. Cool backhanded compliment.
What do you mean?
Nothing. One sec.
Bro, call me whiskey. What, did he raid you? He raided you, motherfucker. You call me whiskey because he raided you? Are you fucking kidding me?
That's not what happened!
What the fuck, bro?
Oh, I I need
No
this.
way.
You're really popular. I'm just a girl from Australia.
No way you call me whiskey because you rated you.
I needed this so bad. I have monkeys detritus hives.
That is crazy. Alright, let's make this last one matter.
What do you mean last one?
Let's make this last game matter.
What do you mean it's last game?
Let's make it matter.
Why are you leaving me?
I'm not.
Chris.
Don't you mean whiskey?
Don't say that.
There's a guy in front of you. Shoot him.
Where?
Right there.
Great. Here goes my cues. Whiskey.
Wait,
Chris hates me now because I went to talk to him, but I called him Whiskey. But I was just distracted.
I've never hated you.
Okay.
Gotcha.
But Whiskers, welcome in! Whiskey, I love how I'm honest with you in Scamline.
My bomb just killed that thing. Holy shit.
That was detritus.
I just killed that.
Alex. How's your stream,
get out of
Whiskey? Oh no, detrite.
What?
You should get the stuff from that.